If you want to take your Go programming skills to the next level, this is the course for you. Experienced Go developer Akhil Sharma will teach you how to build 10 projects using Go. The projects go in order of difficulty, starting with a simple web server.
So in this video, we learn how to build a very basic Golang web server. The prerequisite to this video is that you should have Golang installed on your system. And you should have a very basic idea of how Golang works, like packages, structs, and interfaces. And you can watch a video on how to install Golang if you don't have it on your system. And it doesn't matter if it's Ubuntu, Mac, or Windows. The steps that I'll be covering in this video will be similar for all of them. So I'm on my Windows laptop and I've opened up my PowerShell, which is basically a terminal for Windows. And on Mac, you'll have terminal, or on Ubuntu, you'll have your bash or your terminal again. So once you have installed Golang on your system, you'll have a folder called Go. So that's where you want to be. You want to be inside that folder called Go. And inside this folder, you want to be inside a directory called as src. Inside this src directory, we'll create a new directory called Go server. And we'll go inside this directory. This is where we'll create our code. So I'll open this in my code editor, which is VS Code. So now that I'm in my code editor, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder called static, where I'll keep my HTML or static files, and my main.go file where all my Golang code will reside. As you know, when we start writing any Golang code, we have to write package main in the beginning, and then we have to import some packages from package main. So one of the packages that I need is fmt, then I need the log package, then I need net/http package, which has most of the functions that I need to create a web server and the routes, right? And then, as you know, for every Golang code, we have to have func main, which is where most of the control of the operation lies, right? Now I'll switch over to my draw.io board and show you what exactly we're building. So I thought before we start building any of the functions, it's better to show you what we're building. So here's our server file, and here are the 3 routes that we'll be building today. One is the root route, which is just a slash. Then we have /hello, and then we have /form. When we hit the slash route or the root route, we'll just open up index.html file. And then we have /hello, which will just call a function, hello function. It'll just print hello to the screen. And then we have a /form route, which will have a form function associated with it, and then that will open up a form.html file for us, right? So we have to create index.html and form.html files right now, and then we have to write these routes inside our func main, and then we have to create these functions also inside our main.go file, right? So now that you have a 10,000 feet view of what we're doing, it'll just everything will make a lot more sense. So now let's switch back to our VS Code. Back in our VS Code, you have seen that we had worked till this point, till func main. Now it's time to create 2 files, index.html and form.html in our static folder. In index.html, we'll write some very basic code. We'll say HTML, and then we'll say head, and we'll say title. Here we'll say static website, and after the head we'll place a body tag. Inside the body tag we'll have an h2 tag, and we'll again say static website, and that's about it. In our form we'll have /doc type HTML. Then we have an HTML tag. We'll have a head tag. Inside the head tag, we'll say meta charset is equal to UTF-8 / right? So that's what our meta tag does. And then we have our body tag, which will have a div. It will have a form method is equal to post, right? So we want to post the form, and then we'll have /form, right? And then we have our label. I'm assuming that you already know HTML, so I'm not explaining a lot of things, right? But anyways, this is the name field that we want the user to input, right? So we'll have input name is equal to name, and then you have type is equal to text. And you can also skip this part if you don't really want to bother about HTML. And then you have label, then you have address, then you have your input name is equal to address, and type equal to text, and value nothing, right? And then you have your input type is equal to your submit button, and then value is equal to submit. So a submit button which will have submit written over it. All right, and this completes our form that we want the user to fill, right? And now we want to start wiring up our main logic, which is inside the func main. So inside func main, we'll have a file server, which is basically a function that we get inside the HTTP package that we just imported. So we'll say file server, where S is capital, so make sure you say that. And here you have a short form assignment operator, which basically declares and defines a variable, right? So with colon n is equal to, and then you have http dot directory dot static dot slash static, I meant. So we're telling Golang that we want you to check out the static directory, and now Golang automatically knows that it has to look at the index.html file, because as you know, PHP, Golang, Node.js, all of them look at the index.html file, right? That's what they're trained to do as servers. And now you have a handle function inside your HTTP package, right? And so I want to start handling my root route, which is just the / route. So how do I handle it? I say send that to the file server function that I just created, which is just on top of this. And then you have your http dot handle func, which handle func is another function that we get inside the HTTP package. And now I want to handle my /form route, and you have form handler, right? So we'll create the form handler function shortly. And then you have another handle func, where we'll handle our /hello function, right? /hello route, which will call the hello handler function. So far so good. I've already shown you what /hello and /form are supposed to do. /form will show us the form, which is form.html. Just the / will serve us the index.html file, which I've shown you how it will do that. And /hello will just print out hello to the screen, and we'll have to create a function called hello handler for that. And now let's also print out what will be printed out when our server connects. So server started at port 8080 and right. So if you want to put new line, you have to use printf, which is inside the fmt package that we've just imported. Now let's handle our server. So we use the listen and serve function inside the HTTP package. So as you can see, HTTP package is very important, and this will create the server. So this is really the heart of the software that we're creating, right? So there can be the error can be there or it could be nil. So one of these two values will be assigned to ERR, which is the error. So now let's handle the error. If it's not equal to nil, then we want to do something. So we want to log dot fatal error, and this is where we used our log package to handle or to log the error. So far so good with the main.go. Now we want to start creating our main functions. So first we'll create the hello handler, and func hello handler. This usually has two things. So one is W and the other is R, right? So W is http dot response writer. So as you know, with any API or any route, you'll have either a response and a request. So request is something that the user sends to the server, and response is what the server sends back to the user. So we'll keep that value in W, which is the response, and for the request that the user will send, which will be in http.request, this star is a pointer, so R is basically pointing to the request, right? So yeah, I'm assuming you have basic idea of how pointers work. Even if you don't, it's okay. I think you can just follow this video, right? So as soon as we wrote func hello handler, you can see the squiggly line below hello handler went away, because now it knows what to do when it encounters this route. So now let's start writing out our function. So URL R is, as you know, the request. So when the user sends a request, which will be in the form of, like, let's say /hello, right? So what you want to see is if user dot if the r.url dot path is not equal to hello. Now we're sending the request, which is /hello, to the hello handler, but let's say by mistake something comes here. So now we want to check if the path is not hello handler. Then we'll do something. We'll say http dot error w /404 not found, and http dot status not found. All right, and we'll just return from the function. And then if r dot method not is equal to get. So we want only like when you type /hello in your browser, right, that by default is a get method, right? And we don't want people to post anything to /hello. We want people only to get, and in the sense just print out hello, right? That's why we are saying that if it's not get, then again you will return an error, http dot error, which will be w again, and method is not supported. Then you have http dot status not found. Now again, status not found is again inside HTTP packet, so you can see how important that is. And then we'll again return from this function if this is the condition. But the ideal condition would be that we want to just print to the screen, which is f print f. So FMT, by the way, has a lot of these functions like printf, println, fprintf, right? You can check them out, and they're all for very different things. And so we'll say hello, and that's what our hello handler will do. Now there's a squiggly line below form handler. So that means we want to write a form handler function. So let's start doing that. So we'll say func form handler w http dot response writer and r asterisk http dot request. Now you're going to be using this very often, so just, it's the same syntax, so you can keep it copy pasted somewhere and then just keep copy pasting it. That's completely all right. And again we'll have the same thing if error is equal to parse form. So we want to parse a form, right? We want people to submit something in their form.html file, and there will be a post request, and that will parse the form. error not equal to nil. Basically, if there is error, then we want to say print fmt dot f printf w slash parse from error %v comma error. Okay, then we return. So this is just basically printing out the error, and here we'll say f printf w comma post request successful, which is the ideal scenario, which is where we want to be. And we'll say name is equal to, so whatever we'll fill in the form, right? You remember the form. So whatever we'll fill in the form, we want the values to be taken into these variables. So r dot form value name. So we want name from the form to come to name. And then we want address to be equal to r dot form value address. And we'll say fmt dot f printf w comma name is equal to %s new line comma name, and then we'll say fmt dot f printf is basically printing it on the screen. Printf w comma, so whatever the user has written, so we're just going to basically print it out here. Now you must have seen that there was a squiggly line below and a name, and then once we used name out here, the squiggly line went away, because Golang tries to tell you that you've defined this variable but you're not using it. So that's an error in Golang, and this doesn't happen with JavaScript, and you can have like millions of variables that you never end up using, and that's a problem, right? So that's a nice thing about Golang, that it catches all of that. And then we'll say address. So now the squiggly line below address has also gone away. Now this completes our function. So let's head over to the PowerShell and check it out if it works. So back inside our terminal or PowerShell, we're still inside that folder, go-server, where we've written all our code. And now we're going to run a command called go build, which will create a binary executable file. It'll be a .exe file because I'm in Windows. And now I can run main.go. So we have given our main file the name main.go, but you could have named it anything else. But main.go is the usual accepted standard, right? So that's why we named it main.go. Now we're going to run that code, and it's going to say starting server at port 8080 because that's what we had written, if you remember, in our func main. It's showing me a pop-up which is asking me for my permission for my firewall, so I'm going to allow access. You might not see that in your in the screen recording software probably. Now we'll have to head over to our browser to see what's happening out there. So let's go to our browser, and here we'll open a new tab. We'll say localhost 8080. Now you remember we have three routes. We are handling three different routes, right? So one is the root route, which is this, just the slash. Then we have /hello, and then we have /form.html, right? So we have those three routes that we're handling. So slash we are handling using file server, and then we are handling hello using hello func handler, the function hello handler function, and then we are handling /form using the form handler function, right? So in the diagram, if you see this, right, /hello/form, and then with slash we want to open up the index.html file where we just written static server, and that will be printed to the screen. And then we have /hello where we just want to print out hello to the screen, and then we have a /form where we'll open up a form.html file, and then we'll fill up the form, and then it'll post to the server and it'll print out something to the screen again. Right, so let's start off by checking out the slash route and see what happens. It says static website, right? Which is exactly what is written inside the index.html file. And if we say slash hello, the hello handler function will be called and you will just print out hello to the screen. And then if we have form.html, I'll just enter my details here and submit. So remember, it'll say post request successful because that's what we had written in our code, right? Inside the form handler function. And after you submitted those details, it's just going to print out those details to the screen. That's all it does. So fprintf name and fprintf address, if you remember writing that, right? So it's just printing out those values to the screen. That's what our simple web server in Golang does. In this video, we'll build a complete CRUD API using Golang, and we'll have something called as a movie server, which will give us the list of all movies, and we can create, update, and delete as well. That's what CRUD stands for. And this diagram is a 10,000 feet view of what we'll be building, so that once we start coding, you won't have any confusions, right, of why we're doing certain things. So there won't be a database. That's why I've put a big cross here, that we are not going to use a database. We'll instead use structs and slices to actually perform operations on the data inside the server itself. And we'll be serving it on localhost 8000. We'll be using Gorilla Mux, and Gorilla Mux is an external library, so I'll show you how to install it as well. And so we'll have 5 different routes. So we'll have a get all route, we'll have a get by ID route, create route, update route, and delete route. And that's something you need to remember, because once we start coding, you'll understand why I have shown you this diagram. So every single route will have a corresponding function. So if it's a get all route, it'll have a get movies function. If it's a get by ID, then you'll have a get movie function without the S. And then if it's a create route, it'll have a create movie function, and so on for update and delete as well, right? Now there are 2 types of endpoints, slash movies or slash movies by ID, and we have to use them depending on what we're doing. In the sense, if we're creating, then obviously it's slash movies. If we're updating, then obviously the ID is required, so it has to be slash movies slash ID, right? And then there are methods. So there are get methods for get all and get by ID. We'll use get method. For create, we'll use post. For update, we'll use put, and for delete, we'll use the delete method. And we'll be using postman to test all these endpoints using all these methods, right? So what we'll start doing now is we'll start first, we'll create a directory for keeping this project, and then we'll start writing the code, and then I'll take you to Postman to test all the APIs. So the prerequisite here is that you need to have Golang installed on your system. Now I'll see you on the PowerShell. So now we are at our PowerShell. For Windows, we have PowerShell. For Ubuntu or Mac, you'll have your terminal. Is the same thing, and the commands that I'll be writing here will be exactly the same for Mac and Ubuntu as well, so you don't have to worry. Now the prerequisite, like I said, is that you should have Golang installed in your server, on your system, I meant. And that means that you'll have a folder called as Go in your system, right? So you have to go inside the Go folder, you have to go inside SRC. If you don't have SRC, then you can create SRC, but you'll definitely have bin and package, I think. So you can create the SRC folder, and now you're inside the SRC folder, right? As you can see here. Now we'll create a directory called Go Movies CRUD, and we're going to cd inside this directory, right? And like I had mentioned in the beginning of the video, that we'll be using Gorilla Mux. Now Gorilla Mux is not part of the main package that you get with Golang, right? So it's an external package. So the way to install that is using go get. And you have to put the github.com link for the same, right? So the link for Gorilla is gorilla/mux, and then github.com/gorilla/mux, and then you use go get to get it. And then once I hit enter, it's going to install it in my Go Movies CRUD folder. Now I'll open up my code editor window. You could use Notepad++. I'm using VS Code in this video, so I'm going to open up this folder in Code Plus in VS Code, like I said, and I'm going to try and shift to the Visual Studio Code. So I think now you can see VS Code on your screen as well. And here we'll create a file called main.go. Now this video is a beginner friendly video, so I'm not going to have different folders and a very complex project structure which will have routes and controllers and models and database and all of those files and folders, because that will I'll have to configure the Go path, I'll have to configure the relative routing and all of those things. So I don't want you to be confused if you're a beginner. So if you've just learned Golang and you just want to get your hands dirty with building a server and building a REST API, this is the right video for you. So I'm going to try and write everything in the main.go file, right? So that you don't get confused. And this is also why I'm also not using a database, and I'm using just structs and slices to actually manipulate the data inside Golang itself. And so let's get started. So as you know that when we write the main.go file, the first thing that we have to write is the package main, right? So, and then we start importing the packages that we need. So I know that I'll be using FMT because I'm going to be printing out stuff like your server is connected and that kind of stuff. I know that I'll be using log because I want to log out the errors if there's any error for connecting to the server. And then I'll be using encoding/JSON. By the way, all these are part of the package main, so you don't have to really worry. So encoding/JSON, I need this because I want to encode my data into JSON when I send it to Postman. And then I need math/random. We'll be creating. So let's say the user adds a new movie to this movie server. So we need to create a new ID for it, and that will be created using math/random. So that's why I need that. And then I obviously need net/HTTP because this allows us to create a server in Golang. So it's quite important, obviously. And then you have your string conversion because the ID that I'll create using math.random will be an integer, and then I'll have to convert it into a string. So I'll use string convert, and I'll use itoa to format the integer and then convert into string. So, and then I'll have the external library that we just installed, which is Gorilla Mux. So you'll say github.com and /gorilla/mux. Now you'll get a squiggly line for all these packages because you have imported them, but you're not using them. So Golang knows that, and Golang is going to trouble you till the time you start using those packages, and which will be quite soon for us. So we'll start using them soon. Now, if you remember, I told you that we won't be using a database. We'll be using structs and slices, right? Struct is basically like an object in JavaScript. If you've used JavaScript or Java or any other language, it's like an object. And you're going to define, you're going to have almost like key value pairs, and you're going to define the types of data inside that. So I'm going to have a struct of type movie, and I'm going to have a struct of type director. Okay. And movies and directors are going to be associated in the sense that every movie has a director. That's how they're going to be associated. So movie will have multiple other things. It'll have an ID, which will be string, right? And then you put this character, which is I think called caret. I'm not sure. This is directly below the escape button on your keyboard. And then you say JSON, and then you say ID within double quotes. And then you have ISBN, which is basically just a number assigned, a unique ID assigned to a film. And then you have again those caret characters, and then you have JSON and ISBN. Let's write struct here, then the squiggly line will hopefully go away. And then you would have the title of the movie. Obviously the movie has a title, right? And you'll put string here, and then you put a JSON, and then you'll say it's title. Then you have to say director, star, director, and JSON, director. And star is a pointer, as you know. So that means if I create a struct called director, it will be associated to movie struct. And with director, what I'm saying is that director will have the same values that I'll define inside the director, right? So these are strings, ID, ISBN, and title are strings, but director is a type of director, which is a struct that I've defined, which I'm defining right now. And director will have first name, which will be a string, JSON, and first name, and it'll have a last name, which will again be JSON, last name, right? So when we send this data using Postman, we'll be using ISBN, ID, title, and director in small, with small, what do you call it? Small caps. Same with first name and last name. That's why we're defining JSON like this, so that we're able to encode and decode the JSON when it comes from Postman. And so we've defined our two structs, and like I said, movies are associated to directors, right? Every movie has one director. And then we'll have our, so we'll define a variable called movies. It will be a slice of the type movie. This, right? So because we'll be using movies very often now, you'll see why. I won't try to explain it. I'll just show you instead. So we, as you know, every Golang code, every Go file has func main, right? In func main, you will have your in Golang, I'm sure you know that you have colon and is equal to, which declares and defines a variable at the same time. So you'll have mux.new router. New router is a function inside the mux library inside Gorilla. So R is now your new router. And then you'll have r dot handle func, and you'll have 5 functions here. So let me take you back to the Chrome and show you those 5 functions. So we'll have 5 routes, as you remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll have 5 different functions, right? So inside our func main file itself, func main function itself, we'll have to define these routes and functions. So let's go back to the code window. I'm not sure if you can see it. Yeah, so now you can see it. So I'm back at the code window, and now I need to create 5 different routes and 5 different functions, right? So first route is the movies route. I'll get movies. Get movies will be the function. So if I hit the get slash movies route, I'll need to take it to the get movies function, which I'll define in some time. Till the time I don't define it, it's going to give me a squiggly line and say that you don't have this function. And the method I'll be using here is get. You've seen this on the diagram that I'll be using get method for getting all the movies, right? Then you'll have r.handle func slash movies slash ID and get movie. So as you can see, there's no S here. It's get movie, get a singular movie. And methods again is get. Then you have a r.handle func slash movies comma create movie, and methods is post. Then you have r.handle. I'm not copying and pasting r.handle func this line. I'm typing it again and again because I want you to type as well, and that will ensure that you have some muscle memory, and then you'll be able to write code on the fly really quickly, and you won't make a lot of mistakes. So it's always good to write it again from scratch. So we'll have a function here called update movie. Then you'll have methods, and we'll say put, and we'll say r.handle func slash movies slash ID again. We have delete movie dot methods delete. Okay, so we have the functions, we have the methods, and we have the routes. So all of that makes sense. And to start the server, what we'll say is, so first we'll have to print starting server at port 8000 /n, right? And I'm going to say, I'm going to log out if the server doesn't start, and I'm going to put, I'm going to use the listen and serve function inside the HTTP package that I have here, HTTP package. So to start a server is very simple in Golang, right? All you have to do is http.listen and serve. That's all you have to do. You have to write the name of the port So I have to put this colon in front of it because localhost colon 8000, right? We'll be hitting that address when we start the server. So I have these 5 functions, get movies, get movie. So I have to create all those 5 functions, and I have the method set out here. Now, before I do any of that, when we go to our postman and when we'll hit the server, right? When we'll hit the API /movies, and we want to get all the movies, in the beginning, there won't be any movies. So that we don't want that. We want it to have at least a couple of movies, right? So that we know that the API is working perfectly. Otherwise, we'll never come to know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take movies struct, this slice of movies, right, that I just created here. That's what I was saying, that I'm going to show it to you very soon, so you don't have to worry about it. So we have the slice called movies, and I'm going to append a couple of movies to it. And by the way, all the operations that we'll be doing in all these 5 functions will be around this slice called movies, because we'll be storing a lot of these different movies, and the type obviously is this is an entire type, right? Or you can call it a class or an object or whatever. This is an entire type, and then we'll have multiple movies of this type, the complete struct type, right? And then you have movies append, and then you have movies, right? Because we want to append to movies, and we want to append a movie to movies, right? Which will be an object. Just like this, it will be an object, a struct, and we'll have to define all these things like ID, ISBN, title, and all those things. So I'll say ID 1, I'll say ISBN 438-227. Let's say title movie 1, and for director, the syntax is slightly different. Okay. So you'll say director, and then you say ampersand director, because we want the reference object, we want the reference of the address of director, right, which is this out here. That's how we'll be able to use the pointer director. So if you've used pointers in C or any other language, you'll just know that ampersand is to give you the address, and percentage or so the asterisk is used to access that address or the pointer. And then you have the director, which is first name John and last name Doe. So I have one movie, and I'll create another movie, append movies, movie object, and it will have an ID. Just a second, there seems to be some issue. Yeah, so it will be an ID to ISBN 45425, and then I have a title movie 2. Then you have your director again. Director, first name. So what should be a good first name and last name? Let's keep it Steve and Smith. Steve, and last name is Smith. I'll actually keep the S capital, even with, yeah, Steve S is capital, I think. Yeah. So like I said, we have our movies. So when we now hit the get movies function, at least we'll have 2 movies that will show up, right? So we'll at least know if the API is working and the server is working fine. And now let's start creating our get all movies function. So what I'll do is I'll create the get all movies function, then I'll create the delete function, and then I'll create the get movie function, create function, and update function. Because update function is it will look a little complicated to you. It will be the most intimidating, so I want to tackle it at last, so that you at least get used to the syntax before that. So let's create get movies. Okay, w http.response writer, comma, r star http dot request. So we are passing a pointer of the request that you will send from your postman to this function, and w is the response writer. So when we send a response from this function, it will be w, right? So we'll say w dot header dot set. Basically, we want to set the content type as JSON, right? So we want to work with JSON. The thing is that the struct, our Golang struct, needs to be able to convert the JSON coming into its own format. So that's why we have to set this content type, and then we'll say application slash JSON, and then we'll say JSON dot new encoder, which we got from here, encoding slash JSON, right? JSON. This is the same JSON, JSON.new encoder, and you're going to encode W. Basically, the response that you want to send to it, you want to encode it into JSON, and dot encode, and you want to pass the complete movies slice that you have. So, like I said, whenever we create slices, we're just going to append a new movie to the movie slice that already exists. Whenever we want to update anything, we'll be traversing inside movies, and we'll be updating something inside the movies slice as well. So movie slice is quite central, and when we return the list of all movies, we'll be returning or resolving basically the entire movie slices at the same time. So this is why the movies slice is at the center of this entire operation that we're doing right now. So you've seen how, now you know how you can get all movies, right? So you basically want to encode it into JSON, and then you want to just encode movies and send the JSON of all the movies of the slice, which has the type struct, which is struct movie, right? So all of these movies you will be able to send to the front end or to Postman or wherever. Now we'll create the delete function, because that also looks a little easy, right? And then we'll get into get one and create and delete functions. So let's delete a movie. Now when you want to delete a movie, you'll be passing an ID of the movie. So we'll say w http dot response writer again, and r star http dot request. You'll have w dot header dot set, again the same thing, content type, and you want it to be application slash JSON. And now I'll get some params, right? So the ID that I'll pass from my Postman, which will go as a param to this function, delete movie. And that param, which will be the ID, will be present inside mux.vars and inside the response, the request, which is r. So it will be part of the request, right? The pointer to the request that I'm sending out here. So in params, now I'll be able to access the ID. So what I'll do is I'll range over movies. Ranging over movies, if you've used JavaScript, it's very similar to like for each basically. So all you're doing is you're just going over all of the movies, and you want to find a particular movie. And now what you want to do is if item.id, or the ID that you pass. So you'll say that delete the ID 2, in the sense the movie with the ID 2, right? So the ID which you now have access to, which will be params ID. So you know that we got params, we got the ID that you sent as a request to this function, will be inside params and will be inside ID. So you will have access to that particular movie, that particular ID, I mean. And inside movies, you will go through all the movies one by one, and each of the movie will be inside items. So with item.id, you'll be able to access each of the IDs of the movies, of each of the movies, right? So if the item.id of a movie, which is inside our movie slice, is equal to the ID that you just passed as a params to the request, then what should we do? We should take the movie slice and we should append basically we want to delete it, right? So we're appending it. I'll show you how you can delete something by using append. So we'll say movies and index. So for a range function, right, you have to pass index and item. Index is like, I is equal to 1. Well, this is very much like JavaScript. Like so for index you have I. So I starts from 0 and goes till a particular value, and item is actually the item. So if you used a for in loop or a for off loop, you would know that you can access or iterate over the exact item itself. And in Golang you can do both at the same time. And you will have movies index +1 and ... So what you're doing here essentially is whatever ID that's matching right now that you want to delete, it's going to basically take that and directly append all of the other data, which is basically index +1. All of the other data is going to just append it in that place, in this place. So that means this movie now won't exist. So the ID that you just passed with the index, it won't exist, because in place of that, the entire movies index +1, after that all the movies that were there, they came out here, right, in this place. So the movies that you want to delete now will not exist. So that's how you delete a movie, right, using append. Now we'll get a particular movie by using getMovie function. So we'll get the getMovie function. And again we'll have WHTTP dot response writer. We'll have r star HTTP dot request. W dot header dot set, and again your content type, comma, application / JSON. Then just the same way we did with delete movie, you will get params, the ID in the params, right? In the same place exactly, where R is the request that the user sends, and mux is the package that we're using for creating these routes, and vars is inside mux, right, which helps us to get access to all the things in request, so basically the params. And then we'll loop through the movies one by one. So if I want to get a particular movie from the slice of the movies that exist with me in Golang, all I have to do is I have to go through all the movies and then find that one, and then encode into JSON and send it to the front end or to Postman, right? So here we'll again use the for loop just like we did in delete movies, but there'll be a difference here. Instead of index, we'll write the blank identifier, because we don't want to use index because we won't be using index, right? And if you don't use something in Golang, you have to use the blank identifier, otherwise Golang will give you those squiggly lines and give you an error that you have defined this variable but you have not used it, right? That's why we have to use this blank identifier. Now we'll range over the movies, and we'll say if item.id is equal to params id, right? So inside params I have passed an id, so it's going to try and compare that with item.id, because it's going to range over all the movies one by one, and each movie will be inside item, and so we'll have the access of id inside the item, and that will compare with params.id that we just passed. And if they're equal, then you just have to return it. That's all you need to do. You don't have to do any other operation. So you'll say new encoder w dot encode item, and then you'll just return. Now I'm sure now you can see why I showed you the delete function before the getMovie function, right? And that's because in delete function we used the range, but we didn't have a blank identifier. If I would have used a blank identifier directly, then you would have gotten confused. So that's why I wanted to show you the delete function before. Now in delete movie, once we delete the movie, I think it's better to also return all the existing movies after you've deleted that movie. So what I'll do is I'll try and return the remaining movies as well. So I'll say new encoder w.encode movies, just like I did in get movies, right? JSON.new encoder w.encode movies, right? And in get movie, we're just sending one particular movie, which will be the item. As you know that with range, you can access each movie using the item, right? So we're just sending back one movie. Whereas with delete movies, we're sending back all the remaining movies. With get movies, we're sending back all the movies. So get, delete, get movie. I'm sure these are clear now. Now we'll take a look at create movie. So we'll create movie, which obviously is the most important function because you want to create movies. It's going to be a post method, response writer, and r star http dot request. The spelling of response is wrong, so it's giving me a squiggly line. So I'll say response. It's best to keep looking at these squiggly lines so that you can handle all the errors while writing the code itself. So now you can see that none of the functions have a squiggly line anymore except update movie because we have not defined it yet. So that's why there's a squiggly line there. And we have used all of the packages as well. So the squiggly lines have gone except math random and string convert that we'll be using in update movie. And update movie is obviously the most intimidating function. So I have not shown it to you yet. And that's why we'll look at the last. And now we have create movie header dot set. So this is something that we do every single time, right? Content type comma application slash JSON. Then we'll define a variable called movie of type movie, and you'll soon see why. And we'll create a blank identifier again. We'll decode r.body. So while creating a movie, we'll send something in the body. We'll send an entire movie like this, We'll send it in the body in Postman. So we want to now decode that body, right? We want to decode that JSON body. And we'll say decode and movie. Right, so we'll get that value here in this and movie, right, after decoding it. I will say movie.id. So this is where we'll use your string convert and your math.random because we want to create a new movie now, right? So to create a new movie, we also need to create a new ID, which will be completely random ID. So what we'll do is we'll say random.int n, which is a function inside random, math random library package. And we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can put as many zeros as you want. So I want to value between 1 and this maximum value to create a random value, right? And then I'll have to now format it into string. So I'll say string convert dot itoa, which is a function inside string convert package. And that's how I'll get a new movie ID. So I'll say movies is equal to append. Like we saw how with delete movies you could append, right? And now with create movie also you want to append, just like we did when we created a new movie. We want to append the new movie that has just come to movies. That's all we want to do. So it's very simple. So we'll say append and we'll say movies, comma movie, because the new movie that has come from the body is now inside this movie, which we decoded from JSON into now a format that is readable by Golang, and it will now look like this. It will look like a struct, right? So that, like we said, movies, comma, and the entire movie. So that's what we're doing here. Essentially, we're just saying movies and comma movie that we just received from the body that the user just sent from their Postman, and now which has been converted into a format readable by Golang, right? So really simple. Now, since we have appended it here, now we want to also return this movie that was just created, just to tell the user that, hey, I have created this movie, so you don't have to worry. So we'll say encode and movie. So the movie is now created. Now comes the most intimidating function, which is update movie function. I'll start writing it out. Update movie. And here we'll be passing an ID, right? So you know how to get the ID, right? You'll get it in params, which will be inside mux.vars and inside R, right? The params will be there. And then we'll have to again range over all the movies. And then what we'll be doing for updating movies is we'll first delete that movie for the ID that you'll send, and then we'll just simply add the new ID that the new movie that we'll be sending from Postman. So this is not obviously the right way to do things when you work with databases, but we're just doing it here. Since we're not using a database, we can get away with that. We'll just delete the ID of the movie that the movie with the ID that you send from Postman, and then we'll just add the new movie that you'll send, the new struct you'll send in that same place. We'll add it there. So I hope that makes sense. Or maybe should I just write some pseudocode and so that it becomes really clear to you? So first, what we'll do is we'll set our JSON content type, which we always do, right? And then the next step will be that we'll get access to our params. Then we'll loop over the movies, or we'll range over them, range over the movies. Then what we'll do is we'll delete the movie of the ID, with the ID that we have sent. So first we'll delete it, and then we'll simply add a new movie, which will be the movie that we send in the body, Postman. So instead of actually updating that particular record in a database, we're just deleting it and then just adding a new record from the body that you're sending, which is a nice little hack and something that you shouldn't do when you work with actual databases, right? It's just to show you right now. So this is the pseudocode. One by one, let's start writing our code then, right? So now we want to set JSON content type. How do we do that? We do that by header dot set content type with T is capital, and we will say comma application slash JSON. And then we want our params, right? So to get params, we'll say params is equal to mux.vars r. We have been doing this till now. Now we're going to loop over the movies, and we're going to delete the movie, and then we'll add a new movie. So we'll do all of these three things now at the same time. So we'll say for index. Now we want to use index in this case, so we won't use this blank identifier here, because we want to use index. We'll say is equal to range movies, and if item dot id is equal to params id, what should happen? So like I said, we'll delete over the movies using range, and then we'll find that movie in our movies slice, and we'll delete that particular movie with the ID that you've sent. So we found it with the ID that you've sent. Now we want to delete it. So we'll say movies is equal to append. So we'll write the exact same line that we've written in delete movies to delete it. So we'll say inside append, we'll use the exact same syntax. So we'll say movies and index, comma movies, index plus 1. Let's say dot. Right, so let me see if that's what we've written earlier as well. Yeah, there were no mistakes earlier, so it's the same thing. Now we'll say where movie of type movie. Now because we want to append that movie, so that's why we're going to try and follow the same code that we've written for create movie. And we're essentially going to we can copy and paste this whole thing, but I'm just going to write it again, right? So like I said, we are adding a new movie, the movie that we sent at the body. So we'll say equal to JSON dot new decoder r dot body. We'll decode the body, right? And we'll keep it movie, which is this. So we'll say movie.id is equal to params ID. So the ID that we have passed. So this is the only step that's different from create movie, right? Because we want to have it in the same ID. We want to use the same ID. So we'll say movie is equal to append movies, movie. Let's say JSON.new encoder w dot encode movie, because we want to return the movie to the user to tell him that, hey, I've done what you wanted me to do. I'll remove these comments since now you already know how this is supposed to work. Now, one thing that we have not done inside update movie is w http dot response writer comma r star http dot request. Right, so all looks good now. All we have to do now, I think, is write return here, and then we're good to go. I don't think there are any issues or errors here, so I can go ahead and compile this code maybe. Right, so let me take you back to the PowerShell. So I'm back in the PowerShell now. So I'm still inside that folder, Go Movies CRUD. And as you can see, I have that main.go file. So all I have to do now is go build. I've built it. And now we have to say go run main.go. It's going to now start the server, and it's going to ask me for firewall access. Maybe you don't see it in your screen because it's a pop-up, so I'll say allow access. So yeah, so now it's running on server 8000. Now let's go head over to our Postman. So let me see if I can do that, or I'll have to maybe pause the video and then show you Postman. Yeah, I can show you Postman. Yes, I think you can see it now. I'm using OBS, so it's difficult to switch between tabs actually in OBS screen recorder. Now I have created this folder called rough just for my own use. You can probably create just a new folder, and inside this I'm going to create a new folder called Go Movies. Inside Go Movies, I'll have a request. The request will be get all. Then I'll have a new request, get by ID. I'll have a new request again. It'll be I can do the create. Then update and delete. So for get all you have to do is http/localhost/movies, right? So you have to write http://localhost:8000/movies. That's what you have to write. And let's hit the server, and voila, the server is working. We have got our 2 movies that we created in our VS Code, right? Because we didn't want this to be empty, so we had created 2 movies using append and in our func main. So these are those 2 movies. Let's get a movie by ID. So I'm going to take the same route here. I'm going to put /1 because I want just the first movie, so I'll get just the first movie, as you can see, right? Now I want to create a movie. To create a movie, I'll just say I won't give the ID obviously because Golang will create the ID and so on. And I'll go here and say body, and I'll say raw, and I'll say JSON. And I'll now write. I'll just copy paste this one little from my get all. I'll copy and paste one movie here in the body. I'll change the ID. I'll say 7. I'll change the number to something else. Let's say movie 7. And I'll probably delete a couple. And the name here, I'll say Sharma. So it has added that movie called 7, but it's not sending me that movie 7. It should have sent me that movie 7 here. So there's something wrong. We'll have to, oh, sorry, I'm still on get. So remember to switch to post method here, right? So when you say send, it gives you the movie that you just created, which is this movie 7, right? And ID, there's no point of sending ID because ID, as we know, it's going to create on its own. So I was wrong when I did that. So even if I create one more, it's going to create one more ID with the same values. So now when I get all, I'll see 4 different values, right? Now let's try and edit one of these. So let's update. First, let me just copy this whole thing here and switch this to put, and then we'll put the ID of one of the movies here. Let's put this ID here and update, right? And then we'll have to say, send something in the body, which will be the new movie. The new movie can be copied from here, and we can change some of the values, like we'll put it Arnold, and I'll just say S because I can't spell shopmaker. I'll say something else here, ISBN. And so let's see what happens. So yeah, the movie has been updated. The movie 7 had first name Akhil Sharma, and now it just has Arnold S. So even if we get all, we'll be able to see that the movie 7 has, so there's one movie with Akhil Sharma, there's one movie with Arnold S because we had created 2 right in the beginning. Now let's try to delete this. So I'm going to first copy this thing and put it in delete, and then I'll put the ID. I'll go back here, I'll get the ID from here. So now it's returning me the movie that has been deleted, which was movie 7 Arnold S. So now when I get all, I won't see that movie, hopefully. I'm still seeing that movie, actually. Why is delete not working? Oh, sorry, it's on get. Again, I made the same mistake. So I have to use the method delete for it. So don't make the same mistakes that I'm making, all right? So now there are only 3 movies. So it's returned me all the movies that are now left, right? So there are only 3 movies left. Even if I say get all, there are only 3 movies left. Let's delete one more. Let's delete this one also, so that only 2 movies will be left. So yeah, only 2 movies are left now, right? So remember to change the method when you're using Postman. We'll be building a bookstore management system using Golang. So we'll be building some CRUD APIs, and these are beginner friendly. We'll be using MySQL database. We'll be using the GORM package to interact with our database. And then we look at JSON marshalling and unmarshalling. And the biggest change here is that we'll have a proper project structure. In the sense, we won't be writing all of our code in main.go file. We'll have a proper project structure, which I'll explain to you shortly. And then we'll be using Gorilla Mux. So with project structure, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have 2 main folders in our project. One will be the CMD folder, the other will be the package folder. The CMD folder will only have the main.go file, and the package folder will have the config folder, controllers folder, models folder, routes folder, and utils folder. So we'll have 5 different folders inside the package folder, right? Inside config, we'll have app.go file, which will help us to connect with our database. In the controllers, we'll have book controllers, which will have the functions that will help us to process the data that we'll get as response, and also the request that we'll get from the user and the response that we need to send. So we'll process all of that in the book controller. In the book models, in the models folder, we'll have book.go file, which will help us to create those structs and models that will be used by our database. In the routes, as you know, we'll just write our routes, and which I'll get into later on in just 2 minutes. I'll show you what the routes are. And in the utils, we'll just have for some code for marshalling and unmarshalling JSON from our response and our request, right? And then these are the routes that we'll have. So we'll have /book/route twice. One will be for post and one will be for get. And these are our controller functions that I've mentioned here. So if you post on the /book route, sorry, I think this needs to change. This will actually be get, and this will be post. All right. So if you get on our /book route, you will we'll call the get books controller function. If you post, use the post method on our /book route, we'll create a book, right? We'll have to send something in the body, and we'll have to use our JSON marshalling and unmarshalling to get the data here to the database. And then if we do get on /book/book ID, which we'll pass the book ID, so we'll get the book by ID. So we'll have to create function to get a book by ID. Then we'll have our put method for updating the book, right? And on the same route /book/book ID. And then we'll have our delete method on /book/ID route, which will give us the delete book the function in controller functions. So that's our entire introduction on what we're going to build and how we're going to build it. The next steps include where I'll go to my Ubuntu terminal. I'll start these different folders. I'll create this complete project structure, and then we'll open our VS Code. We'll start creating these folders and these files, and then we'll start writing all of that, right? And before that, in our Ubuntu, we'll also have to install the packages that we'll be using. So in many of the videos that you'll see on YouTube, you might see people first including those packages in their files while they're coding, and then they'll use go mod tidy or something like that to install the package that they've used. But in our case, what we'll do is we'll install those packages beforehand, and then we'll include them in our code. It's just something that I prefer, and I also recommend you also do that. So that's the introduction, and let's get started. So as you can see, I've opened up my terminal. Since I'm on Ubuntu, this is a terminal. If you are on Windows, it'll be a PowerShell, and if you are on Mac, it'll be a terminal again. The commands will be the same. It doesn't have to, the commands won't change. So I'm going to go ahead and go inside the folder where I write all my Go code, where all my Go programs reside. You can do the same. And I'm going to go ahead and create a directory for the new project, and it will be called Go Bookstore in my case. And I'm going to go ahead and cd inside the Go Bookstore. And now, since we are here, we'll have to install a couple of packages, right? So before we install packages, we'll have to create a go.mod file, which will store all the packages. It's almost like the package.json file if you are from a Node.js background, right? So it contains all our packages that we'll be using in this project. So we'll first do go mod init, and even if you're not storing right now inside a GitHub account, I just recommend you use github.com and / your name or any other name, and then / the name of the project, which is bookstore. This gives us like a relative route or an absolute route based on which we can include and import different files into our main.go file. So it has created our go.mod file. Okay, and now we'll start importing the packages that we need. So the first package that I need is the GORM package, which will help me to interact with my database. Jinzu /GORM. So Jinzu is the name of the guy, I think, who's created GORM. So we have added GORM, and now more specifically, I need the MySQL package inside GORM, because GORM is an ORM, right? It helps for Golang, and it helps you to interact with SQLite and Postgres. But for this example, we need MySQL, so we're going to go ahead and install that. And then we need to install the Gorilla Mux package, since we need to use that for our routes. So I'm going to say go get github.com /gorilla /mux. So we have installed Gorilla Mux as well. Now, as per my knowledge, these are the 3 packages that we will require, but as we go along, I might find that we need more packages. So it's not a problem. We'll install them as we go ahead. So from what I see, what we'll be building right now, I think these 3 should be enough probably. So let's get started with the actual code now that we have our packages in our Go mod file. Go mod file also helps us to go build, which will create the build or the exe file, which we will execute on our machine. Exe if you have Windows, and .deb if you have basically it's a binary file if you have Ubuntu. And so we're going to go ahead and open up our VS Code editor. So I'll say code and space dot, and that will open up my code editor. So as you can see, I'm inside my VS Code window, and now I'll start creating the folders that we had seen in the diagram. And you may have noticed that there's a time delay between when I switch between my Google Chrome and my VS Code and my PowerShell or my terminal. And that's because I'm using OBS to record these videos, and it's not very user friendly in terms of helping you switch between the tabs very easily. So kindly bear with me. So let's start creating the folders quickly. As I'd shown you in the diagram, we have a CMD folder and we have a PKG folder, right? These are the two main folders. Inside our CMD folder, we'll have a main folder, and inside the main folder, we'll have our main.go file where all the magic will happen, right? The main controller, the main control of our entire project. And then inside the package folder, we have config, and we have our controllers. Then we have, so I think by mistake what I've done is I've created controllers inside config. So I have controllers, and then I have models, and then I have routes and utils, right? Routes and utils. So as you'd seen just a second back that I had created controllers inside config by mistake. That's a very common mistake, by the way, and that will happen to you if you're not very careful. So please make sure that inside your package folder, all of these different folders are at the same level inside the package folder, right? They're not inside one another. Yeah, that's a very common mistake, by the way. So let's start creating our files. Inside config, we have app.go. Inside our controller, by the way, in the diagram, I'd already shown you the name of the files as well. So we have controller.go, and then inside models, we have our book.go file, and inside our routes, we'll have bookstore routes.go. Okay. And inside our utils, the name of the file will just be utils.go. Now, there's so many files right here. So we need a strategy on where to begin and where to end the program at. So how do we start coding? How do we begin this whole journey of writing so much code, right? It can be confusing, it can be daunting, it can be overwhelming many times. So that's why I have a small strategy for you that will help you understand everything really well. What I'll do is I'll start with the routes. So I'll create the routes first, and that will help you visualize the routes where the users will hit, from their front end or from their postman. The user will hit on those routes, right? So we'll start with the routes, and then what we'll do is we'll then write our app.go file, which will help us to connect with our MySQL database. Then we'll create our utils file. So app.go, which is the config file, and utils files are very small files, so they won't confuse you too much. And the routes file is also very small. And then we'll create our main.go file. The main.go file, all it will do is it will just tell Golang that here in bookstore.routes is where all my routes reside. So all these files will be really small. Then we'll create our models file, which will be slightly bigger, and then our book controller will have a lot of code. So we'll tackle it at the end, because after the routes, the control will go to each of the functions in book controller file. So this is the book controller is what we'll tackle at the end, and before that you'll get a little bit of an idea of what we're building, so things won't be very confusing for you. That's what I'm at least attempting to do. So as you can see, I've started coding here. I've written package routes, and then I've started importing the packages that I'll be needing. Since this is my routes file, the one package that I most definitely need is Gorilla Mux, which will help me to create the routes in the first place. And the other package that I need is not really a package, but I need my controller file here. So first just see what this is, then I'll try to explain to you what's happening. So I'll say akhil/go bookstore /pkg and /controllers. So this will help me import my controllers folder, and in turn the file inside the controllers folder as well, right? Now, if you're from a Node.js background, you will be very confused when you look at this, right? So this is an absolute path, whereas with Node.js, you're used to something like this, right? So you'll say controllers, and that's because routes and controllers are both in the same package called pkg. So you would say that, okay, I just want to import controllers, so I'll just say like this, right? But that's not how it works with Golang. Golang has absolute paths. And once you get used to Golang, you'll understand that that's kind of the right, even if it looks lengthy, but that's kind of the right way to do things, right? Because the github.com/akhil/go bookstore till here is the path that we created, which was like the absolute path that we created for our project when we were initiating the Go mod file, if you remember. And package.controllers is where, we'll come inside package, and then it comes inside controllers is where the controllers file lies, and that's what we want to use. So it may take you a while to get used to this absolute routing, but once you get used to it, I'm telling you, you won't go back. So I'm a Node.js developer. I was a Node.js developer, I can say, for a very long time, but once I started using Golang, I can tell you there is no going back, right? Because Golang is so much better. So you have register bookstore. So I want to create a function called register bookstore routes, and this function will have basically all my routes, and the routes will help me to get the control to my controller, which is where I'll have the meat of the logic. So I'll have router mux.router, right? And here is where, in this function is where I'll create my handlers. So router.handle func, right? So if somebody comes to my /book/, right? So I'll say controllers dot create book. So I'd shown you the create book function, right? In the diagram. I've not written the function till now, but I'll be writing this function in the controllers file. And this is why I needed my controllers package on top, controllers file on top, right? Because if somebody hits the book route, I want my controllers.createBook function to handle it, and the method is going to be post here because I'm trying to create a new book. So I'm sure that's very clear. And then we'll create another handle func, and it will again be /book/, but this time I want it to say get book. It'll get the list of all books for me. And the method in this case, as you know, will be get. So on top, by mistake, I had put 2h for methods. I removed one of those. So just make sure you don't make any typos or any spelling mistakes. Then we have another handle func where we will handle, as you had seen in the diagram before the this coding part started, we'll have /book, and inside this we'll have our book ID, right? And then you have controllers dot get book by ID, right? So that's the function. I want to get one book by ID, and dot methods, the method would be get in this case. All right, so I think all clear till now. Now we want to create the two more routes. They will be same, /book and /book ID will be there, but they will be our put and delete functions, right? So I'll say router dot handle func, sorry, and here also I think the U is capital, it should be a small u, and then you have /book ID, and then we'll say inside my controllers file I'll have a function called update book, okay, and then the method for this will be put, and similarly for our delete route as well, book/book ID, and we'll have controllers dot delete book dot methods, and we'll have the delete method here, right? So far all looks great, right? Everything is working out pretty fine for now. So we have written our routes package. So if you've reached this far, then you should be proud of yourself, I think. So now, like I promised you, we'll write the app.go file, which is inside the config folder, right? And so we'll come here and we'll give it the name config, sorry, it's not capital, package config. All right, and here I want to import just two of my packages, and they will both be related to talking to MySQL. So the first package will be jinzu /gorm, which is my ORM, And the second package will be the more specific one, which is github.com/jinzu/gorm/dialects/mysql. So if you go and look at the documentation for the gorm package, you will notice this blank character here, and then space, and then the link, right? So just make sure you do that as well. So once we have imported these two packages, the MySQL package and the gorm package, now is the time to create a variable called db. So the whole point of this file will be to return a variable called db, which will help the other files to interact with the db, right? So we'll say star gorm.db, and then we'll create a connect function. The connect function helps us to open a connection with our database, and the database in this case, as you know, is MySQL database, right? So we'll have d comma err. If there isn't, so I'll write some statement here, and then if there's an error, the error will come inside err. If there's no error and the database connection has opened, it will come inside d, right? So I'll be able to access the connection using d. So I'll say gorm.open, which will help me open up my connection with the database, right? And here I'll write something. So I'll say the name of the database that I want to use, MySQL, because gorm helps me, as I had said, talk to SQLite and Postgres as well. But in my case, I want to use MySQL. And here I'll say the name of the user and my password and my the name of my table, simple rest, and then we'll write some little lines here which are required by MySQL. So if there is an error, right, which means that if error not equal to null, which means that if there is an error, so we'll say panic err, and here we'll say db is equal to d, right? So whatever was in d here that we received, we'll transfer that to now db variable, and we'll have a get db function which we'll use in other files, and it just returns db. So like I had said, the purpose of this file is to return a db variable that will help us to talk to the database. Other files can talk to database easily. Now as you can see, I have not written some code ahead of this part, right? So for MySQL to connect, we have to write some things after my username, my password, and the name of the table. So that needs to be char set is equal to utf-8. Just make sure you copy this exactly, and you have parse time is equal to true. So this is some requirement by MySQL, right? So you have location is equal to local, right? So these few lines you have to write, and then your app.go file is complete. Now the next code that we'll be writing will be our utils.go file. So when we start writing our book controller, we will be using we'll need data that is unmarshaled data. So we'll receive some request from the user, right? And it will be in JSON, but we'll need to unmarshal it to be able to use it in our controller. So we just need to write one very small code here to be able to unmarshal the JSON that we'll receive from the request. So it's going to be very simple. We're going to call it utils, package utils, and we'll import a couple of packages. One is called encoding/JSON, right? The other is called io/io-util, and the third is called net/http, right? And here is where I'll create my function, and the function is called parse body. That will help me to parse the body, especially in the create function, in the sense when I'm trying to create a book, in the create book function in my controllers, I will receive some body in the request, right? So I need to parse that body because that body will be in JSON, so I need to be able to unmarshal it. So I'm just creating one small function to do that, right? So I get the request and a pointer to it, and I take that in R. So I'll be able to use R to access the request that I've received from the user. And I'm sure you know what a request is. Request has that body that we're sending of the book, right? And then you have X and you have interface. So I'm sure you know basics of how interfaces work. So we'll say body and error is equal to ioutil dot read all. All we're doing is just reading the body, right? And if there is no error, so error double equal to nil, then we'll say error is equal to JSON dot. Then we'll start unmarshalling it basically. Unmarshal, there's a single L, right? And we'll say byte and body, comma. After body you say comma X. So just one thing, guys, the X is a small x, not a capital X. By mistake I had written here capital X, just make sure of that. And then error not equal to nil, and then we'll just return, right? So even this looks like it's complete, right? And so your utils file is complete and your bookstore routes file is complete. Now we want to start concentrating on our app.go file. Yeah, sorry, the app.go file is also complete. So now we want to start concentrating on our models file, right, which is slightly more advanced. So, but let's start anyways, right? So we have package models, we'll call it. And then we're going to import, as you know, we'll import our GORM package first, github.com/jinzu/GORM. And there's one more thing that we need to install or import, and that will be my config file that I just created, right? Because the config file helps me to connect with my database, so I need that here. So I'll say github.com/bookstore/pkg and /config, right? So let me just be sure that, yeah, so the routes required controllers and the app.go file required GORM and the models required config. Yeah, so I think, yeah, so we're on the right track. So we'll create a database, the variable called db, gorm.db. You've seen this already in the config file. And we'll create a struct called book. Now structs basically are based on models, and a model is something that gives us a structure to help us store something in the database. So in this case we'll have name, because every single book will have a name, right? And then you put these two backticks. Inside that you say GORM, then you say JSON name, then you say author, and you say string again. So name of type string and author of type string, and then you say GORM, sorry, you'll say JSON, and you'll say here author, okay, and then you'll say publication and string, backticks again, JSON again, and publication. So let me read through it and make sure everything is fine. GORM, JSON, all right, author and publication, right? Name, author and publication. So we have three things. And so usually almost always you'll find this, that we have to whenever we're working with databases, we have to init our database. So if you've seen the Golang to-do list video that I've created a few days back, you must have noticed that init function. So here also we need to have an init function that will help us to initialize the database in the first place. So config.connect, this is the function that we created together just some time back, where which is the connect function, which helps us to connect with the database. That's inside the config folder. You know that already. And db is equal to, so whatever we get from that config file by calling the getDB function, which we have created together just some time back, getDB function inside app.go. As you can see, this is your getDB function, which returns just the DB, which we had connected to the DB, right? And so that's what you get here inside DB. So here also you have a DB variable where you're just storing the DB that you get back from the config file, right? So till now, I think everything should be highly clear, and then we'll just auto migrate it with a book, an empty book. Okay. So all good till now. Now, the control first is in the routes, right here in the routes, and then the routes basically give the control to the controllers, and the controllers will give the control to the book.go, which is basically the models, right? So that's how the flow works. In the sense, the user interacts with the routes, and the routes send control to the controllers, where we have all our logic, which we'll write in some time, and the controllers then have to perform some operations with the database. Now the operations of the database have to reside inside our models file, which is book.go in this case. So that means we'll have to have a different function for the different controllers that we'll create. So we need to have a create book function here. We need to have a get all books, get book by ID, and delete book. So we need to have all these different functions here, right? So now we have two options. One is that I start creating those functions directly, or I create the main.go file, and then that will give you more clarity, and then we'll create the functions that are required for database, right? So I think I'll create the main.go file so that you have a little more clarity. So let's go on main.go file, and then we'll come back to the book.go file as well. Now so we have one more option. One is that I start creating the controllers, and then once we are writing the function in the controllers, then I'll start creating the model functions. But that may confuse you, so that's why I want to create the model level functions first, which talk to the database, right? And then we'll have a corresponding function to that in the controllers. So that I feel, at least from my opinion, that will make things very easy for you. So anyways, let's write out our package main file. Inside our package main file, we'll import log, because I want to log out if there's any error. We'll have nest/hdp. So as I told you earlier, that in our main file, all we're going to do is we're going to create the server, right? Which will also define our local host. That's the first thing that we'll do. The second thing that we'll do is we'll tell Golang where our routers reside. So basically, all that main.go file will do is tell that bookstore.routes has our routes. So please look there, because I don't want to write all my routes in the main.go file, right? So that means I need my Gorilla Mux package here, /mux. Sorry, there's slash here. And then I need my MySQL package here, github.com/jinzu/gorm/dialects/MySQL. And then there's something else I need here. I need to import the routes, right? So I know that the routes is inside package folder, and inside that is routes folder. So I need to again use my absolute path, which will be github.com/akhil/go bookstore/package/routes. So let me make sure if in my so here also it's correct, package/config, right? So so we have go bookstore/package/routes. So we need the routes here, like I said. And now you know that inside a main.go file you always have func main. So let's create the func main, which will basically have mux.new router. So we're creating a R variable which will initialize the router here, and we'll say routes.register bookstore routes, and we'll pass R to it. So if you remember, in our routes we have a function called as register bookstore routes. Here it is, register bookstore routes. And we are passing the router to it, R, which is the router that we just created inside main.go file. We're passing it to it. And then we are handling the functions using, as you know, controllers functions, right? So the R that we're passing here becomes router, right, which is of type mux.router. So I hope everything makes sense now. If there was a confusion earlier, then I'm sure everything is making a lot of sense now. So http.handle comma R, right, and then we'll say log.fatal. So like, since this is a slightly big project in terms of different files and project structure, so it's very important to know what's the order in which you want to build the files, right? So if I would go in the order that's comfortable to me, then you might get confused, and so that's why I'm having to pick an order which will make a lot of sense to you, right? So you'll have listen and serve, which helps us create the server in the first place, right? And these brackets, I'll say localhost 9010 and comma R. So by now I'm sure you know that listen and serve is a function that helps us create a server, and we pass to it this, which is the port or the address on which we want to start the server, and it's inside the HTTP package which we have here, right? So, and if there's an error, it's going to say log, it's going to just log it out, right? So that's our main.go file. Now let's come back to our models file, which is book.go. So I'm going to start creating all the functions that I need to talk to my database. Things might look very, I won't say very, but things might look a little confusing to you right now. But when we'll finish writing our book controller file, it will make a lot of sense to you. So from the routes, the data, the control goes to the controllers, like I said, and in the controllers, there will be different functions that I've shown you in the diagram that will have create book and get book by ID, get books, right? All of those functions will be there. And then those functions will again, in order to connect with the database, in order to make changes in the database, they have to go through these models, right? So we have to write these model functions, and that's what I'm creating right now out here. We can do this, like I said, after we create the controllers as well, but it may get confusing for you, so that's why I want to write these right now. So we'll have a create book function, and we have something called as a DB, right, which we have created here on top, DB. So DB is what helps us to talk to the database. So db.new record. Now new record is a function that exists inside GORM. That's why we're using GORM, because we don't have to write those queries for MySQL. The query part GORM will write, which is an ORM, which helps us to talk to the database. We have to write these simple functions like create a new record, those kind of things, right? So we'll say db.create &b, right? Where B is something that we'll receive, which will be of type book, right? And what we're going to return is also of type book. So that's why we have a star here, book here. So we are going to return B of type book, right? So we receive something of type book, which is B. So we create that. And then we also return that same book that we created. So that's why we have star book out here as well. Now I want to create the get all books function. That will help me create all books, so return all the books that I have in my database. And here we'll have var books. Now I'm using a slice here because I want to return a slice or a list of the books that I have in my database, right? So we'll create a variable which is books, which is of type slice book, where B is capital. Just make sure B is capital. And then all you have to do is db.find books, and then you return books, right? So you're returning the list of books, which is slice, right? Now I want to create a function for getting a book by ID. So that means it needs to take an ID first, obviously that's very clear, which will be of int 64. There's no space between int and 64, my bad. And So these two things I've written, start book and start gom.db. Don't worry about that right now. I'll explain to you as we go along. So we have var get book of type book, okay, and db is equal to db dot where, w is capital by the way, and id equal to id. Right, so we are basically running a where command in MySQL where we are saying that where id is equal to id, right? Then find that book, find and get book. So not only are we going to just return the book that we found right now from the database, but we're also going to return the db variable as well. So that's why we have the book that we're returning, get by id, the book that we're returning with that particular id in our database, and we're also returning the db variable that we had created, which was of type goarm.db, right? And then we have a delete function, func delete book. id again is int 64 and there is book before it, var book of type book. So db dot where helps us to find the book with the id which I've just shown you some time back, question mark comma id, right? So in get book by id, I had taken id where d was small. Now in this case I'm taking id where d is capital, and then I'll say dot delete in bracket book, and then I'm just going to return the book. So these are all the database functions I have. Now here there will be a big doubt for you. You will be wondering, why is there no update function? Why don't we have an update function? Because in this video, the way update will happen in the controller will be that we'll find the book, the ID that you will send as the from the user, that the ID that we'll receive. So we'll find that book first, and then we'll delete that particular book, and then the new data that the user has sent us to be updated. So we'll use that to update the book and create basically a new data. So we don't have an update function as such in our models. We're just going to use get and delete and then post create. Basically we're going to use a combination of those three to update a file in our database. So it may sound confusing to you right now, but once we build our controller file, everything will make a lot of sense, right? So let's start building our controller. So we have package controllers, and then we're going to import the packages that we need. So I know that I want to use encoding/json package, and the other packages that I need, I'm just making sure that the video is still recording because OBS OBS has a lot of problems. And then I want to use the fmt package because I want to print out things to the console. Then I have my github.com gorilla mux that I want to use, .com/gorilla/mux that I want to use, right? And I want to use my net/http package. I want to use string convert package, and I also want to use, now I want to import my utils and my models. So both my utils and my models are inside my package folder. So you know how to do that, right? github.com/akhil/go bookstore/pkg/utils, right? And then github.com/akhil/go bookstore/pkg/models. So I have both my utils and my models, right? Now we'll create new book, which is a variable of type models.book, right? So in our model file, which is book.go, we have created a struct of type book, right? And that's what we have been using all this while. So of type book is what we are creating here. We're creating new book of type book, right? So model, when I say model, I'm referring to the models, sorry, with an S. I'm referring to my models file, and I'm referring to the struct inside the book, struct book call inside my models file, right? So new book is of type book, which is a struct, and which has all these different things. It has a name, an author, and publication, right? And it's called new book. I'm explaining to you this slowly because controllers is where people get confused, right? So first, so here we have our 5 functions, which is get books and create book and get book by ID and update and delete. So the strategy that we'll follow here will be that we'll create the get books function first, because that's the most easy in my from my perspective at least. From at least what I think is the get books function is the easiest, so we'll build that first. So whenever you're building a function, a controller function, you know that you have 2 things. You have a response writer and a request. For request, you put a pointer to the request that you receive from the user, and then so we have a request in R and our response in W. So whenever the response that we'll send to the user will be with W, so we'll have to return W basically. And then we'll have new books models dot get all books. Now the model functions may not have made any sense to you, but here it will make sense, because what we're trying to do here is we have new books, and in that we'll store models dot get all books. So models dot get all books is this function that we just created together, models dot get all books, right, which will just basically find all the books and send a list of the books back to the user, right? So now back in our books controller, we have our list of books inside new books, and then we want to have a response json.marshal new books. So we want to convert it into JSON, right? Whatever we receive from our database. So that's why I use the Marshal function. And then we'll use, in the header, we want to say content type, comma, pkg slash JSON w dot write header http dot status okay. Okay, so basically it will give us a 200. Status okay means it gives us a 200, and then we say w dot write, which is the main thing now, which helps us to send something to the front end or to Postman, which is the response. The response is basically a JSON version of new books that we found from the database. So we're just going to write a response, which will basically be a JSON, right? And the list of the books that we found in our database. That's all it is. And now the second easy function, in my opinion, is get book by ID. So let's create that as well. So func get book by ID w http dot response writer and comma r http dot request. All right. So we'll get access to our R, which is our request, right? So inside our request, obviously, will be the book ID, right? So we want to access our request, and we want to access the book ID inside our request. So book ID is equal to vars and book ID. So we'll have string conversion dot parse int book ID comma 0 comma 0. So we just want to make sure that the book ID that we've received, that could be in string, right? Mostly it's a string, and we're just passing it to int using the string conversion package that we have imported here. And if there is an error not equal to nil, we'll have fmt.println error while parsing. That's what we'll return. And then we'll have book details, comma, the blank character, and say models dot get book by ID. and ID, right? So we are getting get book by ID, models.get book by ID, right? Which is a function that we created together, if you remember. Let me take you to the models file and show you. So inside the models file, inside book.go, we have get book by ID. So we'll be returning two different things, like, you know, we'll be returning the book and we'll be returning the DB variable, right? And since I don't want to use the DB variable right now, so that's why I'm using the blank character here, because I don't want to use it. In Golang, if you don't want to use something, it's better to use the blank character, because if you define something and don't use it, Golang is going to give you a big error. So just make sure you use the blank character here, right? So yeah, so I'm going to get book by ID. I'm going to get that inside my book details variable, right? And now I want to start thinking about the response that I want to send to my user, which will be very simple. It will be just json.marshal and book details. So to my user, I have to send a JSON response, right? Because I get something from my database, I have to convert it into JSON, and then I want to send that to my user, right? So that's why I have to marshal it into JSON. So now let's start creating my header that I want to set, and it will be of type, so it will be content type, it will be of type JSON, and w.write header http.status OK, and then you have your w.write response. Okay, so I hope this is making sense till now. So inside our write header, we are sending status OK, which is 200, that everything worked fine, and we are sending the response. And inside the response, inside res, which is the response, we just have a JSON version of the book details, basically the book that we found in our database based on the ID, right? So I'm sure all of that is making sense. If things are not making sense to you, then you just watch this video slower, or you just type it out with me, just code along with me. I hope you're coding along, but maybe once more you can code along, and then things will start becoming clearer to you. And if you still don't understand, then you can just put a comment in the comment box below for the video, and then I can probably help you out. So you have your response writer, comma r is your http.request. So this is a quite long video, right? So if you've reached this far, then you should be really proud of yourself. Models.book. Right, so utils.parse body. Now we'll receive something from the user, right, as a request, and now we want to parse that into so we're getting that in JSON. We want to pass that into something that our database will understand. So that's why we are using parse body, which is a function that we created together inside the utils file, right? So we're going to say r comma create book. All right, and then we'll say b is equal to create book dot create book. So create book, right, is a model of type inside the models you have books, right? So create book is of type that, basically. And then when we say create book dot create book, so I'm referring to the create book function here, this one, that's what I'm referring to out here. Okay, so we'll have create book dot create book, and then I now have to start thinking about my response. My response will be json.marshal inside that I pass b. So b is something that was returned to me by my create book function inside models. So let's look at what it's returning to us. So it's returning to me the same model that is same object or same record that it just created inside the database. So it created something inside the database, and it's just returning to me the same exact thing So that's what I have access to, which is B in this case. So it's basically the same book that was sent to me by my user as a request, right? So in the response, I'm just going to convert that into JSON. So from in the beginning, we received JSON and then we parsed it into something that the database would understand. We sent it to the database. The database sent us that same record, and then that record we are converting that into JSON right now to be able to send that to our user, to Postman basically. So we'll say w dot write header, and then we'll say http dot status okay w dot write, and we're just going to write our response to the Postman, right? So create book was also I feel quite straightforward. Now we'll work on the delete book function. Func delete book. So which will have w http dot. So let me just check if the video is still recording. I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems like it's still recording. Anyhow, so in our delete book function, so as you are seeing right now that all of these functions are talking to another function inside our models, right? So similarly with delete book, we'll be talking to the delete book function inside our model, which is book.go. So let's have response writer and comma r, which will have a pointer to the http dot request that we'll get from the user. And then we'll use vars again to be able to access the request that we've received from the user. And now we want to access the book ID. Where's book ID, right? And then we have our error. So string convert. So basically, if you have not understood by now, we are doing the exact same steps that we were doing in the get book by ID. So because we need to access the request, then we need to access the book ID, then we need to convert that into int, which we'll do by string convert.parseInt package, and then we'll also print out the error if there was some error, right, while parsing. So we're doing the exact same steps. There's nothing new here. Parse int and book ID comma 0 comma 0. And if there is an error, which means if error is not equal to nil, then we'll say fmt dot println, and here we'll say error while parsing. All right, so that's great till now. And then we'll have book is equal to models dot delete book ID. So you know this function, right? Delete book, which we have created together in the models file, delete book. It takes an ID and it just deletes the book and then returns the book that it just deleted, right? So the book that has been just returned to us will be inside the book variable. All right. Now we have to start thinking about the response and how we have to send it to our user inside Postman. So we'll say json.marshal, the book that we received from our database function, right? Now that needs to be converted into JSON. So, and now we'll start creating our header, and we'll set our header content type comma pkg application slash JSON w start write header http dot status okay w dot write, and we'll send the response. The last three steps are the same for almost all functions. There's nothing new there. Now there's only one function left to go, which is obviously the people find it the most complicated function, which will be the update function, and it will have some aspects of all of the different functions that we have seen till now. It's also the biggest function. So update book is the biggest function, and let's get started. I mean, that's why I always covered the update function at the end, because it can be confusing to people. So that's why we have already seen delete book, create book, get book by ID, and it will just have a combination of all of these functions, right? So let's create the update book function where U is capital and B is capital, w http dot response writer, comma R, which will be http.request. Right, so all good till here, no confusions. So we have update book, which is of models dot book, very similar to our create book, right? The same code we're writing out here. Utils dot parse body. So whatever you've sent in your request as the new body to be updated into database for that same ID, that's what we're going to parse, and we're going to take from JSON into a we're going to unmarshal it into a format that Golang understands and the database understands. So that's what we have done here. Now we want to get our ID, which is vars is equal to mux dot vars. So like I said, it's a mixture of the the create book function and the get by ID function, right? So book ID is equal to vars, and we get access to book ID. So till here we wrote some code from the create book function, and here we have started writing some code from the get book by ID function, right? The same thing, the same part we have to repeat here. So ID comma ARR. I'm not going to copy and paste it because I always encourage you to write everything so that you get very, very comfortable with the code, right? Parse int and book ID comma 0 comma 0. And if there is an error, which is error not equal to nil, then we're going to print out fmt.println say error while parsing, right? So completely the same till here, right? This whole part is exactly the same, and these two lines I guess showed you is the same from create book. So till now I think there's nothing confusing at all. So now let's get the book by ID, right? So we need to find that book, if that book even exists in our database, only then we'll update it, right? So let's find that book details db equal to models dot get book by ID, and we'll pass capital ID there. If update book dot name is not equal to empty string, it's not empty, then book details dot name is equal to update book dot name. Okay, so let me type all this out and then explain to you what all this means. And if update book dot author is not equal to empty, then book details dot author is equal to update book dot author, right? And then if update book dot publication is not equal to empty string, then book details dot publication is equal to update book dot publication. So in our book model, as you had seen, there are three things, right? Name, author, publication. So when we have to create a new book, right, then while creating that new book, you'll have to have these three fields: name, author, and publication. So we are assuming here in our controllers that the request that we'll get from the user, it will have all these three properties: name, author, and publication. So we'll take the request that we got from the user inside update book, and we have parsed it, right? So it should be utils dot, yeah, so this is a big mistake here that I've made. It should be utils dot parse body and not just parse. Make sure you update that as well, right? So let me check if everywhere else I have not made that, anywhere else I've not made that same mistake. Yeah, I've not. So it's parse body, utils dot parse body, and Everything else looks to be all right. Okay, so we are assuming that update body after parsing has three things: name, author, and publication. So we found that so we found that book from inside the database using getBookById function, because we have whenever we call the update function, we pass the ID and we pass the body, the new body, with the new details which need to be set inside the database now. So we'll have name, author, and publication, and for book details, right, we need to start setting those three things. So now book details is something that we get from our models.getBookById. So getBookById, by passing the ID, we get a book back in return, and now we are setting the details for that particular book object, right? So we set book details.name. Now that will become equal to the new name that we have sent as part of the request that we had also passed, right? And the author will also now become equal to the author of the update book, which is basically the request. Inside that we have passed an author, so that will become the new author. And similarly, the publication will also become the new publication. So all of that detail is now inside the book details record, which we now want to save in our database, right? So since we have updated it, now we want to just save it. So updating is taking place inside our Golang. It's not taking place anywhere else. So we just found it by ID. We now updated all the details, and we're just going to go ahead and save it again. Right, so .save book details. Now we want to send some response to our user. As you know, it has to be in JSON. So we're going to send the book details, which we just updated, right? So with the updated things, it's going to go to the user. So header and .set content type, comma, pgculation / JSON, then with w.write header http.status OK, and w.write response. So we've even sent the response to the user, and so we have written our update function, delete function, create book, get book by ID, and get books. So I think all of the work is complete. So now let me just go between all my files and see. So main.go file is complete, config file is complete, controller is complete, models are complete, routes are complete, and utils are complete. So all of this makes sense, and now it's time to start testing and start fixing if we get any errors or bugs, and also to check how to work with these APIs in our Postman. So let's head over to Postman. So we are back in our terminal, because now we want to start trying to run that code that we have written, the entire bookstore API. So as you can see, I'm inside my Google Bookstore folder, right? And it has cmdn package. You can see that. I want to go inside my cmd package, and it has a main folder. So I want to go inside my main folder. This has that main.go file. Now main.go file is the file that we need to be able to run the go build command. If you run the go build command anywhere else, it won't run, because it needs the main.go file. Now when you run go space build, I'm expecting to see a lot of errors, right? And you don't have to worry if you see the errors, because that's a part and parcel of being a developer. So you will have to get used to solving those errors that you get. So as soon as I press go build, it's going to give me some errors. So right now it's giving me only one error, but once I solve this error, I know there will be many more errors, right? So right now it's saying that in book.go file at line number 11, it cannot refer gone.model. So I kind of know where the error is. Now I'm not going to edit all of this out. You're going to solve the errors with me so that you become better as a developer. So you can identify. So it's saying book.go file, and at line number 11 it's going to say gone.model is not there. So all I had to do was put a capital M here, and now it won't give me the same error again, or so I expect. So if I say go build again, it's giving me, like I told you, so this error is sorted, but it's just giving me so many more errors, right? So the first error it's saying is it cannot refer to unexported name mux.vars. So let's head over to line number 47 in our Go book controller. Line number 47. Yeah, so vars, vars has to be capital V, right? So that's why it's not able to access. So we'll say capital V, and that error should at least go away, right? So this error will go away. And then it says label book ID defined and not used, which is line number 64. So yes, it's saying defined but not used because I missed the is equal to sign here. And I have a feeling that all of the other errors, because they are much later into this same function, so till line 80, till line number 80, from 65 to 80, I'm seeing all these errors, and I have a feeling that they're all because of this is equal to sign that I'd missed. So now I'm going to go ahead and go build again, and let's see if there are any more errors. Yeah, so there are more errors. It's saying go 71.3 undefined book details. So let's find out. So these errors are on line 71, 74, 77, and 79 and 80. Let's look into the code. What could be the issue here? So 71, 74, and all of these lines. And the error basically saying that book details is not defined. So I can see here that I've written books by mistake and not book details. So once I fix that, I remove that extra S. Hopefully these errors should go away, and there could be more errors. No, so there are no new errors. When I ran go build, there were no new errors, and it created this main file here for me. And now I can start to run this code, and I can start showing you from Postman. So you can say go run main dot go. It won't say anything. That means that it's started running on your Postman. So now let's head over to our Postman, and I'll show you how to work with each of these APIs that we. I've opened up my Postman window. So Postman is a tool that helps us to test all the APIs. If you don't know what Postman is, you can go ahead and watch any video from YouTube. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a collection here, and I'm going to call it bookstore. My server is still running. So inside my bookstore collection, I have to create a request, and I'll call it get all. All right. And then I have a request called create. Then I have get by ID. I'll have update, and finally I'll have delete. So for get all, I need localhost 9010 where this project is running, and slash book slash. Okay, and if I get all, I get an empty array, and if this is what you get, then your server is working perfectly fine. You're getting the right result, because right now we don't have any books, so we get an empty array, right? And so that's why if we don't have any books, we have to create the book in the first place. So we'll create the book using the post or create, right? So we'll say book slash, and then we'll use the post method. We'll send some body. Now remember, in the body we have to send JSON, and JSON will have 3 fields. One is name, the other is author, and the third is make sure you get the spellings of author and name and publication right. Third is publication. So name of the book is 0 to 1, and author is Peter Thiel. Publication is Penguin, I think. So you send it, and you get a response, which basically shows us that everything is fine. And we get status 200 OK, which we have only sent. We wrote it right in the code. That is that header, status OK. And let's create another book. Let's call it The Startup Way by Eric Rice. And I don't know what the name of the publication is. So I've created 2 different books.
By the way, both of these books are amazing. If you're planning to start your own company, I highly recommend you read these books. And so when we run the get all API again, it works perfectly fine, right? We get both the books that are there in our database. And now let's get by ID. So we have one book with ID 3, and we get that 0 to 1, and one book with ID 4, and we get that as well. Perfect. Now we'll update the book by which has the ID 4, and for the body, I'm going to again select raw JSON, and I'm going to simply copy and paste this here, and let's change the publication to Orion. So it's updated the book, and now the publication should have been Orion. Oh, sorry, I have to write put here. The publication will become Orion, right? So don't forget to change the methods here, right? And for create, the method was post, and for update it is put, right? I hope that makes sense. Now we can go ahead and delete this book, and for that I'll need the delete method in my Postman. So when I send that, the the book is gone, hopefully. So now there's only one book remaining, which has an ID 3, which is basically 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel. So all our 5 APIs working perfectly fine. And if you've completed this video and you have been able to code out till this far, congratulations. In this video, we're building something very interesting. We're building a SlackBot that calculates age using Golang. Without any delays, let's get started. So the prerequisites to this video are that you should have a Slack account, right? Obviously, that's how you'll build a Slack bot, right? So you should have a Slack account. You should have a workspace in your Slack, and you should be the admin of that workspace. Only then you'll be able to build a bot, right, in Slack. And then you have to come to this link, api.slack.com/apps, and this is where we'll be able to start our apps. So I'll say create new app, and ask me 2 different questions from scratch or from an app manifest. So in this case, I'll be building a bot from scratch. I'll call it the age bot, right? And I'll give it my workspace. And now we have to find socket mode. On the left, it's the third button on the left, right? Socket mode, and we have to enable it. And we'll call it socket token. So this will generate an app token for us, XAPP. So when it says XAPP, it is your app token, and when it says XOB, it's your bot token, right? XOXB, that'll be your bot token. So you can make a note of this. You can copy this. I won't copy it right now. I'll come back for it later on in the video. So this is that was your app token. And now let's go for our event subscriptions, which is the third button, the fourth button from the last, right? And we have to enable our event subscriptions. We have to subscribe to bot events, and let's add some events, right? So events are basically something that our bot would be subscribed to. So these are socket events. So I'll say app mention whenever somebody mentions my bot, and I'll say message history, and I'll say message.im, right? It can read messages. And then messages.channel, messages.mpim. Right, so these are the events that I think my bot would need to be subscribed to. But then there's always, you can always come back and tweak them later on if you, by mistake, if you leave out any, and you can always, this is mostly, you'll get these by trial and error. Right, so I've built more than 50 Slack bots, so I know, and this is a tip for you as well, that it's always better to add more events than less, because and also now what we'll do is we'll add OAuths and permissions. So come to this option above event subscriptions. So OAuth and permissions, also you have to add some permissions like scopes to your bot. These are all very similar to your event subscriptions. So here also it's always recommended with event subscription and with OAuth and permissions, it's recommended that you add more than you need, because most of the errors that you'll face when building Slack bots would be around your bot not having enough permissions or authorizations or authentication. Those will be the kind of errors that you'll face. So it's better to always add these so that you don't have to deal with a lot of errors right later on. So I'll just add some regarding chat write and let's say channels read, right? And then say I am read and I am write these are direct IAMs are basically direct messages. MP IAM read and MP IAM write. Also, I'll add. Right, and I don't think I need any more permissions for now. But if I have any errors, then I'll come back here and I'll add those permissions, right? And the problem with building SlackBots is sometimes you don't even get an error, and your bot doesn't respond properly, and it doesn't give you the behavior that you're expecting it to give you, and those problems are mostly revolving around scopes, right? So there are so many errors on Stack Overflow when you go, and you won't find answers to those problems because most of them are around scopes. Those aren't even errors, like people would be saying my SlackBot isn't working and those kind of issues, right? So those are all around scopes. I can tell you that from experience. Anyhow, what we'll do now is we'll actually click on install this to workspace, and it'll ask me for some permissions. I'll say allow. So that means now HBot is installed to my workspace, and it has given me a bot user auth token, right? So I need to make a copy of this as well. So now what we'll do is, since we have our credentials in place, now it's time to actually start building the bot in Golang, right? So I'm in my directory where I keep most of my Golang code, and I'm going to create a directory for this particular project called SlackBot. Sorry for the wrong spelling of age. And I'm going to go inside this directory, and here what I'm going to say is I'm going to go mod init github.com/akhil/slack. I'll say slack age bot is the name of the project. So this is an absolute link that helps me to import other files in my project. And in this particular project, we don't have multiple files. We are going to only get to have the main.go file. But if this was a bigger project, then this would have been very, very helpful. And also using github.com, helps a lot, because later on, if you have to push this to GitHub and then use it as a package in your own project later on, or somebody else has to use it as a package in their project, it's very, very useful. So this is a best practice. You can always init your Go programs like this. So we'll init it, and it is taking some time. I don't know why. Okay, that's done. And there is one external package that we need. So I have to run the go get command, and the package that I need is github.com/shoma-lee11/slacker. All right. And just to be sure, I'll say go mod tidy. Okay. And so we have added the package that we want. So if we ls right now, we'll see our go mod and go some file, which is perfect, which is exactly what we want. So now what we'll do is we'll open up our code editor. Which is VS Code in our case. In my case, you can have any other code editor that you want, but VS Code works best for me. So I'm going to use VS Code. And now we'll start writing our code. As you know, the main file in a Go program is called main.go, and the first thing that you have to write is package main. Then you have to import some packages. I know that I'll be needing the context package. I know I'll be needing fmt to print out stuff, and log is something that I'll be needing. I'll be needing os package. And the most important thing that I'll be needing is the external package that I installed, right? So I'll say shoma-lee11/slacker. Now, if you're coming from a JavaScript background, so what I did there with go get command is simply npm install, right? It's exact equivalent. So it creates those entries in your go mod and go some file, which is almost like your if you're from a Flutter background, it's almost like a pubspec YAML file or pubspec.log file. And if you're from a Node.js background, it's like a package.json and package.json.log files. That's what these are. It's very, very similar concept, right? And so what we're doing here is we are going to write our main function, func main. And in func main, I'm going to set my environments, right? So I'll say you can set your environment in an env file, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to use my OS package to actually set environments. And I'll say SlackBot token, okay, comma, and here I need to copy and paste my SlackBot token, and then I'll say set environment Slack app token, right? So far so good. And now what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and get my tokens from the Slack. This is my bot token, so I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. This is my bot token, all right, and here is my, and to find my main token, I have to come here. This is the socket token that we created. That is the XAPP one. That is our main app token. So I'll copy and paste that here as well. So far so good. And now we have to create a bot, right? So we'll say bot, an assignment operator or the walrus operator, whatever you want to call it, slacker.new client, and we'll say os.get environment. We'll say Slack bot token, and we'll say comma os.get environment Slack app token. Now you don't have to have set environment, get environment. You can directly pass the tokens here directly, right, inside the new client function. But why I'm doing this is because this makes your program more extensible. So later on, when you have to extend your program and you have those environment files or you have a production environment where you have these tokens, or you're using some program that manages all your credentials, then this comes in very handy. So I'm just getting you in the habit of going the right way from the beginning. So here we'll start a go routine, which will it doesn't do any much, it just prints command events. So we'll say command events. By command events I mean like let's say whenever I pass a command to my SlackBot, so whatever it does, whatever the way it handles the event and the event itself, it's going to print it out, right? So this means that print command events needs to be a function which we have not created right now. So let's create that function. So we'll say func print command events, and we'll say analytics channel, and Chan creates a channel, and we'll say slacker dot command event, which basically we're passing here, right? And here we'll say for event, we're going to range over the analytics event analysis channel, and we're going to print out a couple of things. So we're going to print out the timestamp, as in when the command was received by Slack, right? And the command itself and the parameters that we have passed to that command, and the event, right? So let's get started. So we'll say print ln, and here I'll say command events, and then I'll say fmt dot print ln, and I'll say event dot timestamp. Like I said, we need the timestamp. fmt dot print ln event dot command, and fmt dot print ln. By the way, all of this is totally optional. You don't have to do all this. Like I'm printing out in my console whenever any event takes place in my program, but you don't have to do this. Event dot event, and then just an empty line. We'll print an empty line, print ln. Okay, so far so good. Now comes the real function, the most important function. But before that, we need to write some code to actually stop our bot. Cdx cancel context dot with cancel and context dot background. If you're a Golang beginner, I'm sure you already know what context does and what differ is. Differ basically make sure that the cancel is all like played, or this function is called towards the end, like when this function is about to end, right? So that's what differ does. And error is equal to bot.listen. Your bot will listen to the context. If there is an error, which means if error is not equal to null, you're going to log out the fatal. Log.fatal. Fatal is the function that logs out the error. So we have used our log package that we had here. We've used our OS package to set the environments. We have used our fmt package to print out stuff. And all we need to do now is use the Slacker package. Right? Now let's create the program that we need to create. So that program is bot.command. So we have the bot. We've created the bot here, right? And here we need to say bot.command. So this is where the magic is happening. My year of birth is, and you pass a parameter inside here. So this with these two angular brackets is the parameter, and you'll say ampersand slacker dot command definition, and this is the description of the command. So we'll say YOB calculator, and just give an example. Example. My YOB is here 2020. All right, so this is an example, and then we give it a handler. So handler is where we handle this event using a function which takes the bot context slacker dot bot context, and we pass it the request. So as if whenever we have any functions that work with HTTP kind of data or socket data, you have to have request and response, right? And request will be slacker dot request, and response will be slacker, which is the package again, dot response writer. So slacker dot request, slacker dot response writer, we are using the slacker package here. All right, so everything makes sense till now. I hope everything makes sense till now. It's giving us one error. I don't know where the error is, but anyhow, so let's create this error. So we'll say year is equal to request dot param here. So whatever here has been passed. So when the user says my YOB is here, this param we'll get into a variable called here right now using this, and then we'll have a variable called YOB. So we'll say string convert dot ATOI here will convert into here. So now this means that I need another package called string convert, because this is not native to Golang. This is a package in the Golang library, right? So we have to get string convert as well. So far so good. So we have our here in YOB, and then if error not equal to nil, we'll say print ln error. Okay, and then we'll say age not equal to, age equal to 2021 minus YOB. To calculate age, all you have to do is year of birth has to be subtracted from the current year that's going on right now, which is 2021. If you didn't do this, right, if you don't use string convert and ATOI function, you would have this in a string format, and you won't be able to subtract it here. Golang won't allow it. So to have a number, to get a number from string, you have to do this, and only then you can perform a subtraction operation, right? Because Golang is a statically typed language. You can't subtract a string and a sprint and an int. So we'll say sprintf, which formats our string for us, age is %d, comma age. We'll say response dot reply r. So in age we store 2021 minus YOB, which is the age, and then we format it out like this with this text, and then we reply this. Now I'm getting two errors. One is this. So we don't have this package. It's saying Somali 11. We should have had it because we added it. I did add it actually. So let me say again, go get github.com/somali11/slacker. So it says it has added this package. Then I don't know why my VS Code is acting up, and then it doesn't seem to have any more errors. This is the only error that it says there is. There could be an issue with the spelling though. I mean, now there's no squiggly lines, so everything seems to be all right. And then it's giving me a red squiggly line out here. I don't know why. Let me check. So it says bot command. Okay, yes, so my mistake. This function definition, we can't close it out here. This needs to be closed somewhere out here. And here there needs to be a comma. Now there shouldn't be an error now, and yes, the spelling of command events is wrong, so I've corrected that as well. Now it's a question of I think counting these brackets. So I'm just going through it again. I have written the description of the command line, the description, and there's the example, there's the handler, func, request and response. Then I have the year, then I have YOB, print line, age 2021, printf, response reply. Everything seems to be all right to me. But it seems there's still one error, right? So it says in the event.parameters there's an issue. Yeah, that's because the spelling of parameters is wrong. And now, as you can see, we don't have any issues. I'm using a Golang plugin that helps me to find these errors without actually running the code, so which is very helpful. Now what we'll do is we'll say go build to see if there are any errors. There seem to be no errors. It has created the .exe file for us. And what we'll do now is we'll head over to our Slack channel, and here we will be expecting our bot once we start the bot, right? We start the program. And so let's do that. Let's actually start our program. So go run main.go. So it says connected to Slack with socket mode. That means everything should be fine. And so here I'll say age bot, and I'll say age bot. My YOB is 1990. So it says the SlackBot says that you mentioned age bot, but they're not in this channel. So I'll say invite them, and then age bot automatically replies age is 31. Awesome, right? So you'll say age bot. My YOB is 1995. We'll say age 26. Isn't that awesome? So I hope you learned a lot in this video, and you were able to understand how to actually apply your Golang skills and how to build a Slack bot, right? And how to get the tokens from Slack, how to add those permissions, and how to enable socket mode. All of those things are really important in building a Slack bot. And also this kind of function and the package that we've used, Slacker, right? That makes making a SlackBot really easy. In this video, we're building something very interesting. We're building a SlackBot that can upload files on a Slack channel, right? So the prerequisites are that you need to have a Slack account, obviously, and you need to be the admin of a workspace, basically, on Slack. And then you have to come to api.slack.com/apps. Now, if you have built Slack bots before, and you just want to know about how to upload files, then you can skip the part where I'll show on how to get your bot token and your app token, and you can skip directly to the part where we start working with Golang, or otherwise you can stick around and see how we can get the bot token, right? So we're on api.slack.com/apps. We'll create new app from scratch. I'll call it the file bot, and the workspace is Multech, create app. Now, I need socket to be enabled. So I'll click on socket mode, the third option. I'll enable it. And I'll call this token the socket token. Generate. So it has generated a token for me. And I don't need this token for this video. I just need the bot token in this video. So what we'll do now is we'll actually go to event subscriptions and we'll just enable it as well. Even though we won't be using events in this video, but we'll just enable it anyways. And then we'll go to our OAuth and permissions. All right, so let's give it some scopes. So obviously we need to be able to read messages. So I'll just say chat write and channels read. And then I need files read and files write. And I'll also say I am read and I am write. Now, if you've watched my other videos on how to build Slack bots, the other videos, then you know that I always recommend going for more scopes than you need, because a lot of the errors on Stack Overflow around Slack bots have been caused because of authorization, authentication, and permissions issues, right? And they all revolve around the scopes. So it's always good to have more scopes than you think you would need, because sometimes the Slack bots don't even give you errors. So that can be very frustrating sometimes, right? So we'll have remote files read and remote files share and write. Also, I'll take those as well. So remote files, sorry, not reminders write, but remote files. The remote files write and share. Okay. Now most of these we may not even use, but we are still, like I said, we're still keeping them. So we have all these scopes, and it might so happen that we might need to add more depending on if our bot is able to perform the actions that we're expecting it to perform. So it's asking me for some permissions. I'll allow it. Okay, and now you have your SlackBot token. I won't copy it right now, but I'll come back for it. All right, and the other thing that you would need is your Slack channel ID on which you would interact with your file bot, and I'll show you that as well. All right, so now what we'll do is we'll head over to our PowerShell, or you could be on your Mac terminal or Ubuntu terminal. Doesn't matter, the commands will be the same. All right, so I'm in the folder where I keep most of my Golang code, and what I'll do here is I'll create a directory called Slack file bot. All right, and I'll cd into Slack file bot, and I'll go mod init and Slack file bot. This is my absolute link. If you're very new to Golang, this is your absolute link, with the help of which you'll be able to refer other files in your project. In this particular project, we are going to have only one file, main.go. But if this was a much larger project, then we would have had to write multiple files. And GitHub.com, because once you upload your project to GitHub, you might want to use it as a package in your other projects, right? So it's always a good practice to have your absolute link set up like this. So this is a good practice. We'll go mod init, and it has created our go mod file. So if you ls, you'll be able to see your go mod file, right? And then you need an external package to be able to work with Slack. So we are going to import that. Now, if you're from a JavaScript background, you would recognize this as your npm init, and you would recognize this as your npm install. So now we are just installing an external package. So we'll call it github.com/slackgo. /Slack. Right. So this person, just like us, this person had given github.com link so that now we're able to access his library very easily into our project. So we'll get that. So it has hopefully added the Slack Go // package, and what we'll do is, just to be sure, we'll also run go mod tidy and says all match no packages, no issues, everything works perfectly. And now what we'll do is we'll open up our code editor. So I'm using VS Code. You could be using any other code editor, not a problem. And just another pointer, I'm also using a Golang plugin in my VS Code that helps me write better code. So I'll leave the name of that in the description box below. But even if you just search for extensions, Golang extension, you'll find it. It's not something very rare. Everybody uses it. So we are in our VS Code, and I've opened up a file called main.go, which is what the main file in a Golang program is called, in case you're new to Golang. And the first thing that you write in a Golang program is package main, and then you import some libraries, and then you have something called this func main, right? So these are the things that are the most important in a Golang program. And I know that I'll be needing FMT to print out stuff. So the format package has things that are required to print out stuff to the terminal. Then I know I need the OS package to set and get my environments, and I know that I need the external package that I just installed called SlackGo to help me talk to the Slack APIs, right? Now, SlackGo is a wrapper library that somebody has written around the Slack APIs in Golang, so that we can call the Golang, the Slack APIs as functions rather than as actual APIs. So we don't have to make network requests to the Slack API because somebody has already written wrapper functions around it, and we just have to call those functions using this library, right? So that makes our job extremely easy. And then you can create a variable called API, and it'll have slack.new. So we're using this package now, Slack, and we're creating a new connection. We're calling it, and here we'll get something from our environment, and it'll basically be our SlackBot token. Now, ideally, you would have an environment file, right? Or if you're in production environment, you would have the environment set up to have these variables. But since we don't have it set up, what we'll do is we'll actually set our environment right now using the set env. You don't have to do it. You can directly pass your bot token here, but I do this because this makes the code very extensible, and you can extend it later on if you in case you want to go to production. Like I said, we don't want to go to production right now, but if you wanted to, you could, because we're keeping everything very modular, right? So here we'll put a bot token, and also one more thing that I need, like I said, is the channel ID on which the bot will be able to upload the file. Okay. So here I'll have something called as channel and this will be my channel basically. So I'll say string and os.get environment. Inside that we'll have our channel ID. All right. And then I'll have my file. So I'll say file arr string. And here I'll put the name of my file, whatever I want it to be. So now let's go back to our Google Chrome and get our SlackBot token and channel IDs. So SlackBot tokens. This is my bot token, so I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. Okay. And now we'll have our channel ID, and I need to get to my channel ID. So this, I wanted to post it out also on the general channel. So I'll right click on the general channels. I'll say open channel details. And then towards the end, you'll find the channel ID, which is this. Okay. And then I'll go back here and I'll paste it here. Make sense?
So now we have set our environment for a SlackBot token and Slack and channel ID, and we sorry, there was FMT here. Yeah, and then we have our variables API, channel, and file, which have the API connection with Slack, and then the channel, and then the file that we'll be sending out, the uploading basically. And now we'll create a for loop. So right now we have only we'll have only one file here, but we could have multiple files, right? So we have to go over all of the files that exist in this variable, in this slice, right? So in this slice, all the files that are there, we'll say I++ and say params slack.file upload parameters. So this is a function that Slack gives us, and it will have two parameters. Okay, and we'll take that into our own variable called params. So the two parameters are channels, where I'll pass the channel in which I want to upload the file, and I'll pass the file itself, which will in this case be file arr I, right? Because we are looping over file arr, which for the sake of this video will have only one file, but you could have multiple files here, like hundreds of files, and then you could loop over them, and then you could send them here. All right, we'll put a comma here because it's giving me some formatting error. So I'll say api.upload file with the params. All right, so I have my params set here with channel and file, and I'm going to call the function called upload file in my connection, the Slack API, right? And I'm going to take that into a variable called file, or it's going to return an error to me, and so I'll check for the error. So if error not equal to nil, that means there is an error. I'll print out fmt.printf. I'll say %s new line comma error. All right, and we'll say return, and then we'll print out the name and URL of the file. So we'll say name %s URL %s new line comma file dot name with capital N and file dot URL. Okay. So this is a very short, simple program, and even though I've added Slack, I don't know why it's giving me issues. I don't know why there's a squiggly line and shows one error, even though I had actually got my imported the package. So this looks a bit off to me. But yeah, everything else in the program looks okay to me. Where let me just go through it again so that we're able to minimize the errors. So there's the channel ID and the Slack.new SlackBot token string. Oh yeah, so here we have to just pass the file. So you can copy any file that you want, and I'm going to just copy and paste a file called zipl .pdf. Alright, so I'm going to pass here zipl.pdf. But you could have any file out there. And after that, everything else looks pretty alright to me. So I don't know why there's a squiggly line here, even though I've installed the package. What I'll do is I'll again run go get github.com/go/slack. So I'll again add it, and now hopefully the error should go. I'm not sure. Yeah, now it's gone. Weird, right? Anyways, so let's run our code. Let's build our code at least to see if there are any errors. In runtime, there are no errors. So we will say go run main.go, and at the same time we have to keep our Slack channel open, right? So here in the general
channel is where I'm expecting the file to come up, right? So I'll say go run main.co and let me head over to my Slack channel and see if the file comes here. I don't see the file yet. It says not in channel. So this looks like an error to me. And I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the permission. So let me go over to my Slack terminal and Slack dashboard and see what the issue. So back in my Slack dashboard or my channel, I think the issue could be that the file bot is not a part of the channel, right? So what I'll do is I'll try mentioning file bot. And so it says want to add this person instead, isn't in general yet. So I'll say add to channel. So file bot was added by Akhil Sharma. And now what we'll do is we'll run our code again and see what happens. And let's go back. See, it was able to add the file. It was able to upload the file. So works perfectly. So you'll have to add your file bot to the channel before it can start pushing files to this channel, right? And if you see this error, it's not very helpful, right? It says not in channel. I mean, what the hell does that mean? And I've had so many errors in the past. Like I've built more than 50 Slack bots. Like they're on production. You can get them on the App Store, the Slack App Store marketplace. And then the thing is, it's so frustrating to build a Slack bot because most of the time the errors are around, like I told you, the scopes, right? And because you're trying to do something and you don't have that particular scope selected, and then it won't even give you the right error. It'll just say you don't have the authorization or you don't have the permission, something like that. But it won't tell you what permission you don't have. So it can get really confusing. So just make sure you add more scopes than you need, and whatever scopes you think you might need, you can obviously add them. And don't be shy. I mean, just add as many scopes as possible. Just add all of them, probably. It's not like you're going to share your tokens with anybody else, right? Like delete. So for example, I just made this test app. I'll just delete this bot after the video is over. And now, if you're going into production, obviously, if you're launching a Slack bot to the marketplace, then obviously you need to think about what are the exact scopes that you need, and you can remove the ones that you don't need to make it more secure. But otherwise, while testing it, while learning, go ahead and do whatever you want, right?
In this video, we're doing something really interesting. We're building an email verifier tool. So if you search for email verifier tool on Google, you get all these different options, right? Hunter.io, Snov.io, Zero Bounds, Never Bounds. And all these tools, like let's say if you open up Snov.io and if you open up email address verifier, all these tools are quite expensive. And some of them even say that validate check in real time, right? They try to sound really fancy, but what's happening here is really straightforward. There's nothing fancy happening there. Only in some tools, like let's say Hunter.io, they use a little bit of machine learning here and there to determine basically to make the tool even better and more enhanced. But otherwise, most of them are just using very simple tools to create an email verifier tool. So if you wanted to, you could simply take this program that we'll build right now, and you can just launch your own email verifier tool if you want to. I mean, completely optional. All right. So we'll use Golang, nothing fancy. We won't have bulk verification ability right now in this program. It's very simple. You can extend the functionality of this program to include bulk checking as well. And in the future, a few weeks from now, I'll actually build a complete, like a complete solution for email verification. All right, so this is just a precursor. This is a very simple program that we're building right now. But a few weeks from now, I'll build a complete project around it. All right, where you can also do bulk checking, and there'll be a few more checks. Right now, we're doing a couple of checks, but there'll be a few more checks. All right, so let me show you how the program is going to work. I'm now in my terminal, and what I'll do is I'll start the program. And mind you, this program is super simple, so it won't take us more than 20-25 minutes to actually build this whole thing, right? It's very, very straightforward. So if you go run main.go, it shows you these options. It says that when you enter a domain name right now, it'll give you the domain name's name, and it'll check for MX records, SPF records, if it has any SPF records. If it does, then it'll give you the SPF records. If it has any DMARC records, then it'll give you the DMARC records, all right? And by checking these, then we'll know if the domain is at least right from which that email ID is come, or from to which you have to send the emails to, right? You'll just check the domain if it even has any MX records. So that's like the first stage, the first check of any email looking up, or any email verification, that checking if that domain name even has an MX record, an SPF record, or a DMARC record, right? So that you can know at least, there are MX servers set up there, a mail server set up there. All right. So here, let's say you write MailChimp.com. So this is like a irony, because these guys help people send emails, and we're building a tool using their website to check if they have any valid, email records. So let's enter that. It'll take a while, because MailChimp has done a lot of clever things to, not respond straight in a straightforward manner. So it'll say that the request has timed out, right? It says this operation returned because the timeout period expired, but it'll still give you the right records. It'll give you MailChimp.com, which is the domain. Does it have MX record? It says yes, true, it does. Does it have SPF records? False. So that means SPF records, you can see there's a blank here. That means since there's no SPF records, it won't return the SPF records, obviously. Does it have DMARC? It'll say true. And DMARC records, these are the DMARC records, all right? So now you know that MailChimp.com is a valid email. People, it's like emails have been set up on this record, and now you can start looking for the names of the people and then actually finding email addresses of those people if you wanted to, right? Like I said, a few weeks down the line, we'll build the entire product. Right now, we're just building like a, just telling people if the email is real or not. Just like something like, this tool out here called Email Hippo. You write something like, akhil@mailchimp.com. And the first thing it's going to check is what we just checked right now. Does it have MX records, SPF records, or DMARC records? If it doesn't, it'll just say that this email address is not valid. Obviously, because the domain itself is not valid, right? Domain itself does not have any MX records set up. But here in this case, it'll say true, because in our case also it returned true. So I'm not sure if this is, so it's saying the result is bad because yes, the email address does not exist, but probably it's saying that this exists, but this email on this person on this domain does not exist, something like that, right? So anyways, you get the picture of what we're building, and now let's start building it. Like I said, there's no external library used here. We're just using like the basic Golang packages that you get. So if you know even basic Golang, if you just completed the Golang tour, even if you don't know that actually, you can still complete this project. So this is like a simple like a beginner level project. So feel free to follow along with me. All right. Now, since this is a beginner level project, I won't explain a lot of things. There's not much to explain anyways. I won't explain a lot of things. Feel free to code along with me. If you don't understand anything, look it up on the internet or put it in the comments below. I'm always there to help you out, right? But it'll be really simple, right? So there's nothing complicated here. We're not using Go routines. We're not using channels. We're not using even structs. We're not using interfaces, nothing like that. It's just like plain simple Golang. All right, so let's get started. What I now want you to do is open up your new terminal and traverse to the path where you usually keep your Golang code and create a new directory. Let's say like email checker tool. CD into it and open up using your favorite code editor. In my case, it's VS Code. And here, there's not much in this project, right? It's just main.go. So you'll start with package main. You'll import some things. Obviously, we'll talk about them in a while. And then there's your func main, right? The most important function in any Golang program. Func main basically calls another program called func check domain. All right. And this function just takes in a domain. So essentially all you're entering that you just saw in the demo, all you're entering is the domain name, right? So that domain name basically gets parsed from our terminal using func main, something we'll write in our func main. We'll parse it and we'll just push it or send it to our check domain function, which will do all the magic. All right. The packages that I need here, I need Verifier, the buffer package to be able to parse whatever I put in the terminal. I need fmt to print out stuff, log as well. Need a net package to make those requests, OS and strings. Okay. Once we'll use these packages, it'll make more sense to you why we're using it. So firstly, you'll create a variable called scanner, and you'll use the buff.io package. And there's a function called new scanner that you'll use. Okay. And here you'll say printf. And the things that we're printing out when the program started will be basically domain has mx has SPF, and if it has SPF, then it'll show you the SPF records. Then it'll check it has demarc, and then it'll check for demarc record. Okay. So if you remember, when we started the program, it just showed us these things so that we come to know in the order which will in which the information will be shown to us. Okay. So it's exactly the same thing. And now for you to scan the information, you'll use scanner.scan function. And you'll, so let's say if there are multiple items to be scanned, now I know I said that there's no bulk uploading, as in bulk checking, but you can check like a few, emails. But when I say bulk checking, I mean like uploading big CSVs of thousands of records and then checking them in one go, right? That's what we don't have. But like multiple checking is there, all right? I hope that makes sense. So you have scanner.text. So whatever was typed by you in the PowerShell or in the terminal is now basically sent to the check domain function one by one. So multiple domains, if you want to, or just a single domain mostly. I have tested only on single domain, so please, if there are problems working with multiple domains, then it's only because I've not tested it. I've just tested it with single domain. So start the program and just put a single domain like mailchimp.com, like I showed you in the demo. So it just works perfectly fine for that. I've tested only for that. And then we have, like I said, this is not a production level software, right? I said like you can put it on your website as a small, simple, free email checker tool, but don't like charge people for it because you don't have the complete architecture required for it to be a complete production software, right? I hope that's clear. Because I get strange comments sometimes, so that's why I just clarify all these things. So to log out the error, now if there's an error, obviously, then we're just logging out the error. So the error is could not read from input, comma, error. So if you notice, all that we have done in the func main is just pick up or scan the user's input from the terminal, all right, the domain name that you've put. And if it's not able to scan it properly, whatever domain name that you put is going to say could not read from input, right? It's going to print out an error. And what we're sending to this check domain function is the text and that whatever you've posted in the terminal. And now the check domain is the part where which is basically the meat of this entire program, because this function will have all the logic required to actually check those records. Okay. So firstly, we'll define some variables. So the first variable will be has mx, has SPF, has demarc. All of these are Boolean. Then we'll have the SPF record. I mean, if it has an SPF record, then we'll show the SPF record, right? Like in our case, when we did a demo with MailChimp, there was this was false, so that's why we didn't have an SPF record. It was blank. And if there's an demarc tool, like we did for MailChimp, we had a demarc tool. We'll have a demarc record here, and it'll be a string. All right. Now all we're doing here basically is using the net package to firstly look up the mx So the net package already gives you the ability to look up the MX of the domain that you just sent here. Domain is that string that we're passing to this function, all right? And whatever comes back from this function, we capture in a variable called mxRecords. And this function, if there's anything that goes wrong, it will also return an error. And now you're getting these squiggly lines because you've defined all these variables, but you've not used it, right? So what we'll do now is we'll say if error not equal to nil, this error basically we'll handle on this line. So log dot printf error %v, comma, error. And we'll check for length mxRecords greater than 0 as mx is equal to true. So you looked up the mx for the domain using the net package, and there's a function called lookup mx that you get in that net package, and you got the mxRecords, or optionally you must have got the error. So if you got the error, which means error not equal to null, you'll just print out the error. And if you got back the mxRecords, then you'll check if the length of the mxRecords is greater than 0. Obviously if it's greater than 0, that means that mx, that this domain has mxRecords. So we'll set mx is equal to true, has mx is equal to true. Okay, so this has been used. Now comes the txt records, which are your SPF records. Okay, so we'll use net.lookup txt package. So here, I wanted to observe how easy these kind of things are with a language like Golang. If you want to do the same with Node.js, for example, you'll have to use an external npm, right, or something like that. I mean, I'm a Node.js user. I've been using it since many years now. I have built multiple products with Node.js. So I should have nothing against Node.js, but actually I do. So I do have a lot against Node.js, because to do something as simple as this, you have to, do a lot. You have to do a lot of bending. In case you know a better way to do this with Node.js, do reply in the comments and do share it with me. I don't know. But with Golang, it's super simple, right? You don't have to install any external package. All these are, the standard Golang packages that you're using right now. And that's insane, right? A language that has so much support out of the box is just killer. That's why, it's the language I use the most right now. So here also, you look up the text records, which are basically your SPF records, right? So if similarly, you'll check for the error. So if you'll say if error not equal to nil, then you'll do something here. So you'll say log dot printf error %v / and comma error. And then what you'll do is you'll range over these records. So by ranging over, if you're very new to Golang, I basically mean like using a for loop to go over all the values. Okay, so we'll go over the text records, and the right syntax for that is for and record. So this is going to be your iterator, and this is going to be your every single value that you'll have access to with the help of range records. So inside your text records, you'll range over them, and every single value inside that text records, you'll have access to it using this variable called record. And here you could have used the iterator like I or j or something like that. But since we don't want to use it, we'll put a blank iterator here, because in Golang, you can't just define something and then not use it. Okay, that's why you have to use blank characters. So here we'll use the strings package provided by Golang again by default, and you'll use the record. Record is basically every single value, like I told you, from this text records. Once you range over it, every single value can be accessed using record. So we're passing strings.hasPrefix. In that function, we're passing the record. And we're checking if this it has been represented like this. So usually the SPF records, in your text records, right, all your TXT records, in that you want to find or search the SPF1 records, okay, if the way they represent it. So if you go to your, let's say, your GoDaddy or your Namecheap, you'll see that you have these TXT records, and they will look like this. They'll have like a V is equal to SPF1. And so you'll obviously set the SPF has SPF is equal to true, and then you'll also have your SPF record, which will be set equal to the record now. And then you'll just break away from this program. So a few minutes into the program, we've already checked for the MX records and SPF records. All we now need to check for are the DMARC records. Now, to check for the DMARC records, we will again use the net dot look up txt, but we'll check for DMARC plus the domain. Domain again is that same variable that was passed into this function. And here we'll say DMARC records, comma, error. So whatever's coming back from this function, the function is lookup text that you have already used. In the net package, you're passing domain plus the DMARC record to check if you're looking up the DMARC records using the same function. And whatever you're getting back, you're either getting an error or you're getting the DMARC records. So we'll check for the error. So if error not equal to nil, say log.printf. And we'll print out the error. And otherwise, we'll range over the DMARC records. To do that, you have to follow the same kind of a syntax. And here you have to say if strings dot has prefix record comma v is equal to DMARC 1. So you're following the same method process. There's no change here. All right, same process. And here instead of record SPF1, we are saying DMARC 1. And if it does, then we'll say has DMARC has become equal to 2, true. And DMARC record value is equal to the record value. And then you break away. And at the end, you'll just print out all the results. Right, so you have to use the printf method. And to print out the values, so you'll say, I'll put the percentages later on, the percentage v's later on. The values that I want to print out to the terminal are domain has mx has SPF. I have this reference, right? Domain has mx has SPF, all these. This was just text, and here we're actually pushing out, like printing out those values, but in the same order. SPF record, comma, has DMARC, comma, DMARC record. So how many V's do we have to put here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll say percentage V, comma, percentage V, comma, percentage V, comma, percentage V, comma, percentage V. So it's 5 now, and then the last one is 6. So 6 percentage V, and this whole function is complete. Now all we have to do is test this function, and we know that we'll get some errors, and then we have to solve those errors, and everything will work. To actually find the errors and see if it's working, we'll have to actually run it on our terminal. So here I'll say go run main.go. And as you can see, it's working. So I'm surprised that there are no errors. It's working. Everything's working fine. Let's try entering mailchimp.com again. I've tried it with many of the websites like MailChimp and SendGrid, Sendinblue, all of those main big email sending tools. You can try more domain here. Actually, any domain you try, you can try it here. So this, as you know, the request will time out after a while, and then we'll get those results.
And if it doesn't give you any results, then that means there's some error with our program. But I'm hoping it'll give some output. Yeah, so we have got that output that timeout period expired, and then you get your .com true, false, true, and you get the demarked records. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this program, this project. This is a very small, simple project, but obviously it's a nice flex. You can flex in front of your friends. You built like an email verifier tool, all right? In this video, we're building a very simple AWS Lambda function using Golang. So AWS Lambda is a serverless technology where basically you create functions and you host them on the cloud, and you only pay for usage. So whenever only somebody uses your functions, only then you pay for them. So there are a lot of use cases for serverless. It's a growing technology. Everybody's shifting their entire stacks to serverless these days. And I found it to be a very good fit for, let's say, if you're building an MVP, because you don't know if there will be traffic coming to that product, right? It's not a proven product, so you don't know if there's any traffic that's going to come to it. So that kind of, at least ensures that you don't have to keep paying for your servers, right? You only pay when somebody uses your product. And a lot of people use it throughout the development lifecycle, like throughout the product lifecycle, right? Like right from the POC to the MVP to actually scaling, because scaling in serverless using Lambdas is very easy, because you actually don't have to write any like huge configs, right? You don't have to create servers. Everything is done automatically for you on the cloud. So it's a completely fully managed service. You don't have to do a lot, basically, right? So you just have to focus on the business logic, which is just creating your functions, and everything else is taken care of by the cloud. It's also very cheap to use because you're not paying for the servers, right? You're only paying when somebody uses your programs or functions. So if you're building an API that's going to be, exposed to the world, and the world is going to, and there are many more developers who are using your API, then AWS Lambda is again a very good use case for that. Now, there are a few drawbacks to using AWS Lambda. For example, there's cold start, wherein if somebody's using your Lambda and basically the Lambda takes a while to start, so that's called as a cold start because there's a slight delay there sometimes. So they've tried to reduce it, but it's still there. I feel cold start problem is still there. So drawbacks will always be there, but it's a very good technology. Everybody's kind of adopting it. Everybody's using it. It's widely used, very popular. It's important, right? So it's important to learn. And so that's why I wanted to create this video, which is the basic, creating a very basic Golang function, and then deploying it as a Lambda function on AWS. Now, you will find a lot of videos where people use the GUI, the AWS GUI, to deploy a Lambda function. But in this case, I'll be using AWS CLI because I did not find many tutorials. Actually, I didn't find any tutorial on YouTube which uses AWS CLI to deploy a Golang Lambda function. All right, so that's why I thought let me create one, because I don't use the AWS GUI a lot. I use the AWS CLI. All right. So now there are two prerequisites to this video. One is that you should know the very basics of Golang. And actually, even if you don't know the very basics of Golang, I'll explain line by line the whole program to you. It's a very small program, so that's probably not a big prerequisite. The second one is important. The second one is that you should have AWS CLI installed and configured on your laptop or on your whatever desktop machine, whatever that you're using, right? So that's kind of important. You need to have AWS CLI installed because, like I said, I'll be showing you the AWS CLI approach, not the AWS GUI approach, because that's something that many people have covered already, right? AWS CLI, I find it to be quicker, faster, and you don't have to leave your window. And if you're a nerd like me, obviously you like working on your terminal, you don't want to use GUI, right? Now now the next video that I'll create after this will be a complete serverless stack that we'll be creating, right? We'll create APIs that can be exposed to the public, and those we'll create using Lambda, DynamoDB, and API Gateway. That's a complete serverless stack. That's in the video that's coming up soon. In that case, since I don't want to create very complex config files, I'll use the AWS GUI to deploy the Lambda functions and to actually configure my API Gateway. But only because the config files are going to be very, very complex, like YAML files. So that's why I want to do it on the GUI and not write those YAML files. So that's why here, because it's kind of easy, I'll just use my CLI. All right. I hope that makes sense. And even in the upcoming video, I'll create config files if you want me to. I'll show you how to do that. But I kind of prefer going the GUI route in a project that's a little more complicated. All right. That's just my personal preference. So having said that, we'll have to get started now. A lot of talking has happened. So this is my terminal, and you don't necessarily need to keep the project in a folder where your Golang is installed, right? Like Go path and Go root could be somewhere else. You can have the project anywhere else, doesn't matter, because we'll be using the like we always do, right? The Golang 1.12, the format that came after Golang 1.12, which was basically using Go mod init, right? Which can initialize your Go mod file anywhere. Doesn't have to be in the root or path. But usually also I prefer keeping it in the Go root and Go path, because I've been a Golang developer for a very long time, so that's why I prefer keeping it there. But you can keep it anywhere, right? So because I'm saying this because I get a lot of questions on YouTube saying that, hey, my Go path is configured like this, but I'm keeping my project like this. Is that okay? And do I need to keep my project in Go root? So the answer to that is you don't have to do all of that. You can keep it anywhere. I keep my projects in the Go root most of the times, because that's how I've been doing it since a very long time, even before Golang 1.12 was there, right? So you don't have to do it. I mean, the Go mod init takes care of everything. You don't have to do anything. So let's create a new directory. So we'll say Lambda yt example. Okay, and so we'll cd into it, Lambda yt example, and here we'll just say Go mod init, and to initialize, I'll say github.com/akhil/go lambda function 3. Okay, because I've created many lambda functions on my AWS account, so I just need to be sure that this is a different lambda function altogether. All right, now this is my project file, project name. And I don't have to keep the same name as my Lambda function that I declare in my AWS, but I'm just for consistency's sake, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have this name, the same exact name, in my AWS Lambda console as well when I declare the function. All right. So there are two parts to this video, the video will be one, but I'm dividing it in two parts, like contextually. The first part where I'll be building the Golang function with you, which will be a simple function, and the second part where we'll deploy that. We'll do the AWS configuration parts. The second part is slightly where you need to pay more attention, because that's where all the magic happens. And the first part is just creating the Golang file. So if you want to go quickly through the first part, not a problem. Just make sure that you slow down in the second part where I actually show you how to deploy the Golang functions, because there are a lot of caveats there, a lot of different working parts there, and one small mistake will completely mess up your entire deployment. All right, so now what we'll do is we'll open up our code editor. I'm using VS Code. You could be using anything else, and let me bring VS Code here. All right, and here all I have to do is I just have to create a main.go file, and we'll be just using one dependency in this entire project. That is it. All right. So this program is going to be short, and we're going to code a bit quickly. In case you're new to Golang, main.go file is basically the entry point into the project. And in this program, since it's a very small and simple program, we have only one file, which is the main.go file. Right. And the way main.go file starts with is you write package main on top, and you import a couple of packages here, other packages that you want to use in this file. And you have the most important function from where basically the control of this program starts, which is the func main, right? And sorry, I need two packages. One is called the fmt package, and the other is called the Lambda package. So I'll say aws/aws dash lambda-go/lambda. All right, and we need the Lambda package obviously because we're creating a Lambda function. And FMT basically helps us, if you're new to Golang again, FMT basically helps us with some basic functions like printing and all, right? So Golang is very modular. Even printing is not there in Golang, so you have to import a package, which is a native package, by the way, for printing stuff, right? And
all we're going to say here is we're going to say lambda.start, and in that, so lambda is basically this package that we have imported, and start is a function that that package gives us. And here we'll say handle lambda event, which is a function that we are passing to this function. All right. So this means that handle lambda event is a function that we'll have to create here. So we'll create that function handle lambda event, and it accepts something and it returns something, right? So what does it accept? It accepts an event. So we'll say my event, and it returns a response. It can also return an error if there's an error. And here we'll just basically return response, right? Now let's define what response and event are. So we'll say type this my event and my response are two things that we'll define here. So my event is basically a struct. Similarly with my response is again a struct. So in case you're new to Golang, structs are basically your own data types that you can create, which are a combination of multiple different data types. All right. So if I'm creating a data type called my event, it's going to have name, which is a string, and JSON, what is your name. By the way, I have more than 100 Golang videos on my channel. So if in case you're planning to learn Golang, do take a look. There are a lot of different type of projects, and the way I teach Golang is that I basically show you how to build projects and not just teach the basics, right? So it has just two things, name and age. All right, event. So string, which is basically what is your name, and int, which is how old are you, and it's going to store an integer, which will be the age out here. All right, and your my response struct will just have message, which will be a string, and it'll be JSON and answer. Okay, in case you're wondering why we have to define JSON like that, we're just defining that for the purpose of Golang. Golang understands string and int. It doesn't understand JSON, right? But what we're going to send when we invoke our Lambda function, we're going to send JSONs to it, right? So that's why we have defined how it's going to look in JSON. So here in my response, you already know that my response consists of message. So we will say message fmt.sprintf is a function that helps you to format your strings, and you'll say %s is %d years old. Now you have to substitute %s and d, so you'll pass those values here. So you'll say event dot name comma event dot age. So event will have the name, which let's say John, and how old are you will be the age. So all you get in the response when we invoke this Lambda function is we get John, which is %s, %string, right? The name is 32 years old, or whatever you want to send here. And here for the error, you would want to pass nil, because it passes response and error. So for the error, we are saying send nil for now. And this is what the entire program is about. I mean, that's it, 24 lines. Even if you remove these spaces, it becomes even less, but I won't remove that space. So it becomes like, let's say 22 lines. That's it. That's all we're going to test right now, right? So that you basically come to know what Lambda is, how it works. And then once you're comfortable with it, then we'll build the entire serverless stack project. All right. So now is a good time to go back to our terminal, and we'll start doing some operations here. Now I'm obviously assuming that we already have AWS CLI set up, right? And now there are three things that you want to do in the beginning itself. Now these three commands that I'll show you here are from the official Lambda deployment documentation. So if you open the Lambda documentation for AWS deployment documentation, you'll see these things, these exact same steps, right? So this is nothing new, and I'll copy and paste these in the description box below as well, so that you can copy and paste them. And also and you can easily find them on the internet, so you don't have to worry too much about it. The first command that we're going to paste here is basically a command that creates a role name, right, called lambda x, which will have the right role policy documents, and that's what will basically allow you to access Lambda on your AWS account. All right. So when I press enter, in my case, it should give me an error saying that this has already been set up for my account. Ideally, that's what it should. Yeah. So it says an error occurred. It already exists, right? Now the second thing that you need to do is you need to go back to your function here, and you need to create a file called trustpolicy.json, and this is something that Lambda requires, right, to be able to trust the program that you've created. So I'm going to copy and paste some JSON code here, and I'll share this code with you in the description box as well. So that's all you have to do. Now these two steps, like I said, are directly from the Lambda documentation. Now there's another third command that you need to now put in your terminal. I'm not sure why it's not coming. Just one second. Yeah. So this is basically pointing to the trust policy.json document, saying that this is the role policy document here. All right. So in this case also it should give me an error because I've already done it. All right. It already exists. And now there's another command. So there are 4 commands till now, right? So this 4th command also is very similar. There's some issue with copying and pasting that I'm facing right now. So all that these functions are doing are helping you to basically set up your policies and roles and permission, all of those things. All right. So now that the basic work is done, and now Golang won't basically, AWS won't stop you from uploading and deploying your Lambda function now, because you have already the trust policy document. So all you have to do now is you have to build your main.go file. So you'll say go build main.go. So it says that I have not installed this package. So I'll say go mod tidy first. This is what's really great about Golang, because it doesn't let you make any mistakes, right? So you'll say go build main.go. So it's built so as you can see, this main, right? This is the executable file which we want to send to Lambda. Now, before you send or upload anything to Lambda, you need to have that file as a zip file. So you'll say zip function.zip, and you're going to zip the main project, right? So now if I ls, it'll have this function.zip, which is the name of the file, right? So we'll call zip. Now it's possible that your particular Ubuntu terminal doesn't have this function called zip, right? So if you're on Ubuntu, it's very easy. I think it's just sudo apt install zip. And similarly, if you're on PowerShell or on PowerShell, it's also easy. I think you can use the Choco installer, package installer. And on Mac, you can use Homebrew to install zip. And it's straightforward, as in it just takes your main executable file and zips into a file called function.zip, and that's the one that you want to upload. Now comes the most important function, right? So I'll paste this function here, and then we'll have to change the name of the function. I'm not sure why I'm not able to copy and paste it easily. There's some issue. Wait, actually I'll just bring out my notepad because I need to make changes to that program, right? So this is the entire function that we want to basically, the entire command that we want to run right now. And all it does is it basically creates a Lambda function, and it gives the function a name. And what we're saying is that this is the zip file, function.zip, and handler is basically main. Inside that zip file is main executable file. And the runtime that you need is Golang 1.x. All right. And here the name of my function is actually something else. So that's what I need to just verify. Go Lambda function 3. That's the name of my function. So I'll say go Lambda function 3. All right. So I'll just copy and paste this command here, and I'll run it. Everything seems fine right now. One more thing that I forgot to mention is that this is my particular Amazon account ID. You need to replace this number with your account ID, all right? Otherwise, this program won't work. It's taking a while because it has to create that Lambda function, also has to upload that function.zip file. So it'll take a while. And then the last command that we'll be running will basically be for invoking that function. So in the meantime, while this function is running, I'll just copy and paste that other function here that we'll use to invoke. So as you can see, what's happening here is it's basically this function, this command will invoke your Lambda function. In my case, the Lambda function is called go Lambda function 3, right? And so this part, this I found from Stack Overflow. This is not in the documentation. If you don't do this and you pass JSON in the payload, because you have to pass JSON in the payload, right? We have to pass JSON in the payload because that's how our request and response will work. It'll be, what is your name? How old are you? Right? And sorry, let me just make this full screen. Yeah. So what is your name? Is Jim, and how old are you? Is 33. Right? That's how our function is structured in case you don't remember. This is, see, what is your name and how old are you? And the answers for that is Jim and 33. And whatever happens, like let's say even if there's an error or the response, will be formed in a file called output.txt. All right. And if you don't, so this is something that I didn't find in the Lambda documentation. This I had to find from Stack Overflow, because when I was passing my JSON, I was getting some errors. So just make sure you write this little, text here. And so this is your program. Now, if you see here, this has stopped, this is basically deployed and everything seems to be fine. And it's giving you the latest version. So your Lambda is deployed. And now you'll just say Control C. And now you want to just pass the last command. Let's try and invoking it and seeing what happens. Something wrong with my copy and paste. Let me actually start another terminal. I will cd into the directory. It's called Lambda, something like that, right? Sorry, yeah. User cd Lambda and yt example. And here, yeah, so this is the exact project that we're in. And here is where I'll just run this command. You don't have to necessarily run this command here inside this project directory, but I'm just doing it because of habit. So again, it'll take a while to invoke. So it took about 4 or 5 seconds to invoke. I say status score 200 and execute latest version, which is called as $latest. Now, how do we know that everything worked fine? Because we need to check for this file called output.txt. So we told our Lambda that you invoke this function, and whatever output that you get by sending this payload into the function, you write that in a file called output.txt. So that's what the file we need to look for. So as you can see, there's a new file called output.txt here. You click on it, and you say that gem is 0 years old, which is wrong because it should have been 33. So that means our program is misfiring, and we need to just check for that now. So we'll just comb through our code quickly and see the issue. The issue seems to be out here because there's no question mark here. So when we're passing this here, right, as a question mark, or just remove this question mark for now. For now, just remove this question mark, because if we remove add a question mark here, we'll have to redeploy this entire function by zipping it, right? So for now, let's just change our invoking function and copying it and pasting it again here, and let's see what happens. So we'll wait for it. It has completed the execution. Now it shows Jim is 33 years old, right? So what's happening here is basically it's matching this completely properly. Like even if there's an extra question mark, it won't read this value, right? So just make sure these both statements, they match. And that's the only error that I got, and everything else seems to be working fine. So that's it. That's your complete Lambda function, and deployed to the cloud. When somebody uses it or you use it, only then you have to pay for that particular usage. Otherwise, everything is perfectly fine. In this video, we are building a very basic lead management system, or CRM, using Golang and Go Fiber. And this is a completely beginner-friendly video. So if you have no hands-on experience with Golang, this is the right video for you to get your feet wet and start working with Golang. Now, I'll be using a very basic database called SQLite. So it won't be very difficult for you to set up or start using, okay? And I won't be using any concepts that throw beginners off with Golang. I won't be using any pointers, difficult advanced struct modeling. I won't be using marshalling and marshalling. I won't be using like channels and go routines. I won't use any of the concepts that the beginners find really difficult to understand. So this is a great project to get started. The only prerequisite is that you should have SQLite installed. Ideally, if you're on Ubuntu, it's very simple. It's very easy to install SQLite. Just one command, I think, apt-get install SQLite. You don't have to do much. So with that out of the way, let's start setting up the project. So I'm in my terminal now, and it doesn't matter how your Go path is set up. We are creating a new project using Go mod. So that'll create the entire package for us and do the package management for us. So we can create this folder or this project anywhere in our computer. Okay. So I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to call the project Go Fiber CRM. I think basic, and I'm going to cd into it, and I'll also go mod init. I'll just give my username, and then I'll give the name of the project, Go Fiber CRM Basic. Now, go mod init creates a go.mod file, which is going to basically contain the list of all the dependencies that we'll use in this project. So you open this up I'm opening it up using VS Code. You can use any other code editor. And here I'm using, if you go to your Golang, if you go to your VS Code extensions, the first few extensions that come up when you type Golang, just install those. Because that'll just make your experience better, in the sense they'll lend the errors and the issues for you by default. And I've already done that. So even if you don't do it, it's completely okay. But if you do it, then you're just able to find those issues much faster and easier. The way we'll structure this program is going to be really simple. We just have a database folder. We'll have our lead folder, and we'll have our main.go file. Now, main.go file is the most important file in your Golang projects. And this is basically the entry into your project. And in your lead, you'll have lead.go file in the lead folder. In your database folder, you'll just have a database.go file. So with main.go, this is how you start the main.go file, right? It's called package main. And the second thing that you usually write are the import statements for the packages that you might want to use. And then the most important function here in the main.go file is usually, or it's actually always, funcmain. So this is how you write funcmain. You just create these two brackets, and then you create these two curly braces inside which you'll actually write the function definition. And since I've already told you that I'll be using Golang Fiber, I'm going to go ahead and install it. So I'll say github.com/gofiber/fiber. Now, since we're using this package, whenever you've written down any packages and you want to install them, you just have to run this command called go-mod tidy, and it'll find all the packages that have been defined but not installed yet, and it'll install all these for you. So it'll go ahead and find the model for package and it'll install it automatically. Okay. What you want to do is you want to create some routes. So we'll create some routes. So we'll say func setup routes here. And the routes will be simple. They'll be get leads, right? In the CRM, there'll be a create lead. So we'll have app.post new lead. There will be delete leads. So app.delete. There will be delete lead. Okay. And now you've been calling this app, but what is this app exactly? App is basically an instance of your Fiber. So you'll call the Fiber library like this, and you'll say dot new. Okay. And you'll go to the next line. You'll say setup routes, and you're going to pass app into this folder. I meant function, not folder. So into this function, which is set routes, you pass app, which is basically an instance of your Fiber. And by the way, you've seen that this squiggly line has gone away. That means it's done installing the Fiber package for us. Okay. Now, if you're passing app here in this function, that means you have to accept app into this function, right? So this is how you accept it. So you say fiber.app. I know there's a star here and it's a pointer, and I said I'm not going to be using any pointers, but this is just one little exception. Okay, I won't be using it anywhere else, but just to give it reference and to refer to the app that's being passed into this function, we have to use the pointer. So in case you don't know what pointers are, don't worry right now. I'll be creating very basic videos on explaining pointers, but for now you just have to remember that app has been passed into this function, and we just want to use it or call it by reference. Just remember that, call it by reference, as in we don't want to directly use app. And why and how it works and what are pointers, all of that, I'll be explaining in a different video, in a very basic kind of a video. For now, just remember that you just have to put a star here. That is it, right? That's all you have to care about. Anyhow, so you have defined these three different things, but I need one more. Okay, I need one more, and it's called just getting one lead. Dot get and just get lead. So how this is working is that for this new lead, you'll have a route which will help you create a new lead. And for getting all leads, you can have get leads. For getting just one lead using an ID, you can have get lead function. And then delete lead function will be for deleting a particular lead with an ID. Okay. So now you want to have app.listen. This starts off your server at the port 3000. And and you also want to connect to the database. But what I'll do is I'll just define the database first, and then I'll come here and then start, we'll connect to the database. Now, you want to create a function here called init database. Okay, and you want to go to database.go, and here you want to write package database. We'll import a couple of things, and we'll define a variable. We'll define a variable to be able to connect a connection, or to be able to create a connection with our database. So we'll call it dbcon as a representation or reference to DB database connection. And it's going to be of type gorm.db. Now gorm is basically Golang ORM, which helps Golang to interact with the database. Otherwise you would have had to write all those queries yourself, but here you don't have to because you get the help of gorm. And now that also means that you'll have to import gorm, because gorm is not is an external library, right? So you'll say github.com/Jinzu, which is the name of the person who's created gorm, and then you write gorm. You'll also get the exact support for the exact database that you're using. So the database that you're using is called SQLite. Inside gorm, we have something called as dialects, and you get SQLite. So dialects basically means language, right? So inside gorm, what language do you want to use? So we want to use the SQLite support language, basically to be able to connect our Golang with SQLite. So what you want to do is you want to put a slash here, and then just copy and paste it here, right? And just run go more tidy again, and you'll get these two packages, and the squiggly line will go away. So always just keep running go more tidy, right? So I just run it some time back, and I got all the packages. So your database.go file is complete. Now we'll come back to our main.go file. Here, what you want to do is the database that you just created, right? The database file that you just created, or the database package that you just created. You want to import it here. So you want to say github.com/akhil/ the name of the project. The name of the project is Go Fiber CRM Basics. So just write that same name here. And /database. This tells Golang that you want to import the database package that you just created here in this folder, and you just want to import that. So once you import that, then you can access the code that you've written there. Okay, so this makes the Golang code modular in the sense you don't have to keep everything in the same file. You can divide it into different packages, and you can install or import those different packages into your main.go file. And this is how I've imported the database package that I've just created into the main file. All right, now what I want to say is in my main file, main function, I want to call a function called init database, and I want to start a connection. So we've just defined the DB connection variable, right? So you want to say database, which is your database package, which we are accessing using this database. .db connection, which is the variable that you just created, which is of type gorm.db, remember. So you say database.db connection dot close at the end. Now differ is a statement that you can check out. It's a Golang statement, which basically means that this line that we've just said, that the connection to be closed, will happen at the end when the function has completely run, everything has happened. After that, only this function, this line will run, this command will run, which will close the connection, right?
So we're just making sure that after everything is done, after the whole func main has executed, only at the end, when everything is done, just at the end, just before the end of the program, the last line or the last command to run will be this one, database connection.close. Anyhow, so this init database function that you have called here and we've defined here, we can now start defining it properly. So first you'll define a variable called error, and you'll say database.db connection. Just to remind you, database is our folder package that we just created here, database.go package, and db connection is the string that we just created. So we are accessing the database package and the database connection string, just like we did out here. And we'll also have our error, and here we'll say gorm dot open SQLite 3 and comma leads.db. So what's happening here is that you use gorm to open a connection to your SQLite 3 database. The database name specifically is leads.db, and you get that connection in this database.connection, or if it's not connected, you'll get an error. Now with Golang, what you do is you handle error after every single operation that's taken place. So just as this has happened or taken place, we want to handle the error right here itself. So we'll say if error not equal to nil, you want to panic and say failed to connect database. But if everything went well, then you want to say connection opened to database, and you'll say database.db con.automigrate ampersand lead.lead. I'll explain to you what this is. And at the end, you want to say println database migrated. Okay. Now lead, right? Lead that you see here. We want to define the lead. Now, the reason we're getting squiggly lines here is that FMT is not imported. FMT is the package that helps you to print. Now, Golang is so modular that it doesn't even have the ability to print on its own. So it's there in a package called FMT that you have to import into your program, and then you have to use println. And this keeps Golang really light and fast. So you also want to have, yeah, I think this looks good. Yeah, so you want to, now we want to talk about lead. And what's lead basically? Lead is going to be this package here that we'll define, right? So firstly, we can define this package. We can say package lead, right? Just like package database we had defined. It's going to have some import statements. And most importantly, it will have a struct. Now we won't have any difficult or any lengthy structs and relationship between those structs and modeling, all of that. We don't have any of that. We just have one struct. Struct is basically a data type that you're creating on your own. So there are some data types that you get with Golang, like string and int, and that's all we're using. We're just using string and int in this video. So you get these kind of data types with Golang, right? String and int. But what if you wanted to create your own data type with a combination of strings and ints? And you can do that with Golang, and it's called struct, right? So struct is your own data type that you're defining out here. And you're saying that lead is of data type struct, and the struct is going to be com.model. It's going to have name, company, email. Sorry. Company, email, and phone. So for a lead management system, we'll just have name, company, email, phone. That's it. Phone will be int. Now what I'll do is I'll just create proper spacing between them so that it all just becomes a little more readable. And That's about it actually. So this is how what your lead is going to look like, right? So when you go back to your main.go file, you want to now import that lead, right? So right now, obviously the lead file is not complete, but eventually at some point of time it will be completely complete. But you would want to import the complete lead package into your main.go file because you want to run some operations on it. And so how do you import it? You just do the same thing. This is your main path of the project, right? Your project is github.com/GoFiber basic CRM because that's how you had defined it when you was doing Go mod in it, right? That's how you initialize the project. And you can always put a slash here and you can say lead, and it'll know, Golang will know that you're talking about this lead package out here. Now, all these functions, right? So get leads, get lead, new lead, delete lead functions. We can either define them inside our main.go file, or we can define that in the lead file and keep our main.go file lean and simple and small. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep all those functions in our lead.go file, and we're not going to keep them here. So that means that those functions will be in a lead package, and that's how you refer anything in another package. In a lead package, we'll have these functions: get leads, get lead, new lead, and delete lead. And the way to access them will be like this with the dot notation, lead dot. Okay. Now you want to define the actual route, right? So the route will be slash, we'll keep a version v1 slash lead, right? So if somebody using Postman or using curl hits this route API slash v1 slash lead, then he is going to be able to get all the leads if he uses the get method. If he uses the post method on the same route, he'll be able to post a new lead. And for the get one by ID and delete by ID, it'll be same, but at the end there'll also be that ID of of the lead, particular lead. Cool. This is what you get, right? This is how you set up the routes. Now the program looks complete, right? And we'll head over to our lead.go file now. So it's saying that I don't recognize what gom.model is. It's giving you a squiggly line. That means you have to import the GORM. I think my video had stopped for a while. I've just switched it on back again. Anyhow, so with import, you want to import the GORM, right? So you'll say github.com/gin-zoo/GORM. Now you notice that it doesn't give you a squiggly line out here. And that's because Golang already recognizes it because it's already there in your go.mod. Right, gin-zoo.com is there. So you don't have to run go mod tidy again. You can just keep this or import this into any file once you have done go mod tidy, once you have imported it in your project, right? So now you'll again get your Go Fiber. So I'm just going to go to my main and just copy Go Fiber because I'll be defining the functions to work with those routes. So that's why I need Go Fiber here again. And similarly, what I need in the database, the SQLite, I'll just copy and paste that also here. All right. And I also need access to the database. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this line and I'll put it here. So soon in a while, I'll need access to the database, right? The database connection and all, because I have to, for those get all leads and post lead, I'll have to work with the database. So I need access to the database connection. That's why I've imported the database as well. And now I want to define all these functions that I have in my main.go file.
which is basically get leads, get lead, new lead, and delete lead. So let's do that quickly. So first function will be get leads. Second function will be get lead. Just lead. Third function will be new lead. And fourth function will be delete lead. Now they'll accept some things and then they'll have their own function definition. So just do that for all of these. Now what are they going to accept, right? They're going to accept C, which is basically your fiber.context, fiber.cdx. In case you have no idea how context works, don't worry. I'll have another video and the basics on explaining context. But this is a very basic concept of Golang, and in case you already know, that's really good. But if you don't know it, just remember that to all these functions that are being driven from these APIs, right? From the APIs, you header out and you call a particular function. There you have to pass your context to your fiber, okay? So I'll just give you a very basic idea. What this is doing is that this function now can start to work with the data that's coming from the user. So for example, in my get lead function and my delete function, I'll need to use ID, right? And I can use that, I can find that ID in my c.params. Basically, C will have all the data that's coming from the user. So I'll show it to you with an example, you understand it. So for example, in my func get lead, now I want a particular ID, right? I want a lead of a particular ID. So that means I need to define a variable called ID, and I can now get access to the params that the user is sending. The user is going to say that from the postman or curl that, hey, I want the lead for this particular ID. So that ID, you'll have access to that ID using c.params. So this is why C, which is of type fiber.context, is important. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this and paste it everywhere. Make sense? Now, let's just finish this function off first. So here I'll have a variable called db, which will be of type database.connection. And I'll have a variable called lead, which is of type lead. Now I have the ID that the user has sent to me that's saying that, hey, I want the lead of this ID. And I'm now going to my database to fetch the data for that particular ID. And what I'm saying is that db, which is my database or db connection, right, which is the instance of the database session that's going on right now, I will find in it the lead with the particular ID. So I'll say lead with the particular ID is what I need. And we'll say c.json lead. So we are able to also respond using C. The fiber context will also respond. We are able to send the response, right? So we are able to work on the request. We're also able to send the response using c.json, and we'll send the lead in the JSON format, okay? So this kind of saves our effort from marshalling and unmarshalling. Now with the get leads, we'll do the same thing. We'll say db is equal to database.db connection, and we'll define a variable leads, which is of type lead, but it's a slice. Now, when we say get leads, we are basically saying that get all the leads that exist in the database. We're not saying that get a particular lead with a particular ID. We're saying get all the leads in the database. To do that, you need something called as a slice, which is almost like an array. You need a slice of all the leads, right? So lead in this case is the struct that you've defined. And when you say slice of leads, that means that there can be multiple such leads with this particular struct, right? Or in short, if you're from a JavaScript background, you would understand that it's an array of objects. It's not just an array, it's an array of objects. That's what a slice is. Okay. So you have variable leads and you have the slice of type slice, lead. And you'll do the same thing. You'll say db.find. And you can say db.find because db is the instance of the session for the database connection, right? So you'll say db.find and you'll get all the leads and you'll send the response in jc.json. You'll say leads. Send all the leads. Similarly, you want to also have the code for new lead. And again, you'll start with db is equal to database dot db connection. And you want to define a variable called lead, which is new lead. And if there is equal to c.body parser lead. Headers are equal to nil. C.status 503 dot send error return. Okay, so what's happening here is you get you use body parser that you get in your Fiber, right? In your Fiber package, you get access to body parser. It parses the body of the lead data that the user is sending to you. So the user is using Postman, mostly Postman or curl, and it's sending you the data for a new lead. Well, this data needs to checked first. So we'll parse it. We'll do the body parser. And if there's some problem with parsing it, right, it's going to send an error. So this error is 503 that we're sending here. But if everything goes well, we'll just create that lead. So we'll say create ampersand lead. C.json. And once you have created that lead in the database, you want to send that lead just to show the user that, hey, this is the lead that was just created in the database right now. And this is how you create a new instance of the lead. Okay. So the new lead function is quite simple. It's just using body parser to go through the data of the lead that the user has just sent, and then checking if there's an error or creating a new lead, and then sending the response with that same lead. I hope that makes sense. Now delete lead. To delete a lead, you need a particular ID, right? Because you want to delete a particular lead. And so you'll say ID is equal to c.params ID. And you'll say database is equal to database.db connection. We will define a new lead of type lead. When you write something like this, right? When you say var lead, right? You've done it here also. But this is, I probably didn't realize that maybe it might confuse some people, right? So lead is the struct that you've defined, right? It's the data type that you have defined, which is almost like var lead could be an int, could be a string, or could be a lead. Lead is your own data type here. So lead is the name of the variable, whereas lead is the data type, which in this case is lead itself, which is a struct. Okay. Now you want to say db.first lead comma ID and if lead.name is equal to none, we'll say c.status 500.send no lead found with ID, and we'll return from here. And let's say db dot delete ampersand lead and c dot send lead successfully deleted. So we get the ID, right, using the same method that we did for get lead. Sorry, this lead here is actually capital L, right? So I hope you can see what the issue was. The issue was that there was a small L here that I didn't lead, but it will always be capital L because that's how you've defined this lead struct. Okay, so delete lead, you got the ID using the same method that we did in get lead. You got the ID, right, from c.params. Then you have DB, which is the instance of the database connection. Then you define a lead of type lead struct, and then you find the first lead that you find with this ID. Now, if the name of that lead is nothing, which means that lead is not there, that means that no lead was found with that ID. But if that lead was found, then you'll just go ahead and delete it, and you'll say lead successfully deleted. That's about it. That's it. That's your lead.go file. And then there's only one thing we are left with. Okay. And this is the thing that sometimes throws people off. Mostly people who are coming from a JSON background or from a JavaScript background, is that JavaScript understands JSON by default, right? So whenever JavaScript developer goes to another programming language like Golang or Python or Java or anything else, Rust, Ruby, whatever, they get confused with this idea of that how can a language not understand JSON, right? It's because JSON is JavaScript object notation, and obviously only JavaScript understands it natively. But all other languages like Golang, we have to massage the data, the language to be able to understand JSON. So what you need to do out here is, with name, you'll have to say JSON name, and you'll say JSON company, say JSON email, JSON phone. What I have done is I have used these backticks, and inside that I've used set JSON, and I've used in double quotes name, company, email, phone number, like that. And what's happening here is that we're telling Golang that in JSON, this is what it's going to look like. So for your reference, hey Golang, for your reference, we are saying that it's name with capital N, company with capital C, email with capital E. But the JSON that you'll receive will be with small n, small c, small e, small b, right? This is how the JSON is going to look like. And we're expecting Golang to understand the JSON, right? So this is what I basically wanted to show you. And when you say, that c.json and in bracket leads, you're basically saying to Golang that, hey, whatever you received from the database, now you have to convert it back into JSON and send it to the postman or the terminal, whatever. Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is that Golang does not understand JSON, and it understands own structs, and it can only function or perform operations on that struct that it understands, and then it again has to convert something into JSON, and then only it can send it to the response, which we will understand, or our front end will understand. So this was basically your lead.go file, and database.go file is complete as well, and your main.go file is also complete. And I'm just checking just to see in case there are any issues. In my main file, I need GORM as well. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and I'll get the Golang Fiber and SQLite, all these three packages. I'll get into my Fiber I already have, so I'll remove that from here. I just needed these two packages here in my main.go file as well. Okay, So I think we are ready to be able to build this file now. So you want to, before you run this file, you want to build it. So what you'll do is you'll head back to your terminal and you'll say go build main.go. As soon as you build it, you see this file called just main. It's just called main. And what that means is that it's an executable file. It's a .exe file. It's executable, and like .exe, if it was Windows, it would be an .exe file. But whatever operating system you're using, it'll create an executable file for that operating system, so that you'll be able to run that program. And now all you have to do is go run main.go, and it'll run the program for you. As soon as you do that, you need to see these two things: connection open database. You have to see that. Database migrated. In case you don't see any of these, that means your program is not working properly and you need to check the code. I'll push the code to GitHub as well. So this means that our project is working. Like we see this nice fiber text here, and then you have your port 3000 on which it is working. So everything seems to be fine. You have 4 APIs, 4 handlers. Okay, so now all we have to do is go to our Postman. And this is the collection that I've created for my Go Fiber basic project. There's an add lead here, as you can see, right? So I'll create this I'll create this lead. So this had an ID. It has created at, updated at, deleted at, and then you have your name, company, email, phone. Now these 3 timestamps, right? Created, updated, deleted. These can be added automatically when you add some data, and these are optional right now. You don't have to add them, but you may have seen that in many programs it's added automatically, and I've shown how to do that using the time package in my other projects. Since this is beginner-friendly project, I have not used the time package. I've not shown you how to use those timestamps. Okay, and I'm sending it manually from the front end or from Postman. So here, I'll just change the ID. I'll create another record. I'll call this Alex Clinton. Let's call him Alex Clinton. We'll call the company name Microsoft, and email would be alex@microsoft.com. And we'll change his phone number a little bit. We'll send. And you can see that it's created another lead for us. If I want to get all leads, you can see that I'm on the same APIs that I have defined here, right? So if I go to my main.go file, API/v1/lead. So you come here, localhost 3000 and API/v1/lead. That's the API you're on. You send, and you can see we have created these 2 leads. So it's working perfectly. You created 2 leads, you can see those 2 leads. Now you want to get a particular lead, right? So you'll come here, and you will now look at the API, which is the get API for the particular ID. In the end, you want to add an ID, right? So in the end, I've added 2. When I do that, I get my Ramsey Peters. And if I add 1, I get my other guy. And if you want to delete a particular lead, it's the same, right? Same API, as in same route, but the method is delete. So you want to change your method here from here to delete, and you want to delete the lead too. So it says lead successfully deleted, and now when you check get all leads, it'll show you only 1 lead. Make sense? That means your entire project is working. This is your simple lead management system. This is a very simple beginner-friendly project. We'll be building an HRMS, which is a human resource management system, and we'll be using Golang, Go Fiber, and MongoDB. So essentially, you'll be learning how to use Go Fiber along with MongoDB, but in a format of a small project. So it's a very good way for a beginner to get their feet wet and actual applying what they've learned till now. Now, since this video is very beginner friendly, I won't even be having different files. I'll be having everything in the same file, main.go file. So we won't be learning about project structure here because it's again for complete beginners. But in case you want to see more complex project structures and design patterns and all that, I have a lot of projects already on my playlists. Without further delay, let's get started, and I'll just open up my terminal now. As you can see, I've opened up my terminal now. I'm using PowerShell on Windows for this project. And it doesn't matter how you've set up your Go path or how you've installed Go. We'll be using Go mod, and that means that we can have the project anywhere, and Go mod will handle the dependencies for us. So I'll create a new directory for myself for this new project. I'll call it Go Fiber Mongo HRMS, and I'll cd into it, and I'll open up. So before I open up this on a VS Code or any other code editor, I'll go ahead and say go mod init, which initializes your mod file, and you'll give it an absolute path. You'll say github.com/akil/ and the name of the project, Go Fiber Mongo HRMS. Okay, and now you can go ahead and open it up in a code window. I'm using VS Code. VS Code works out really well for Golang. So in case you're using something else, just try VS Code once. So as you can see, there's already a file called go.mod that exists for me, right? And it mentions my name of the project and also mentions the version of Golang that I'm using, so that if anybody else takes up this project, they can easily install all the external packages that I'll use using this file. And all the external packages that we'll install in our project, for example, the drivers that we'll use to work with MongoDB, you'll see them listed out here. So as I said, we'll have only one file in this project. And so main.go is the file, the most important file usually in a Golang project. And what you want to start off with is you want to say package main. And you'll want to import some things here, okay? And after importing those things that we'll talk about in a while, mostly around, the things that we'll import will be mostly packages around MongoDB. We also want to create a Mongo instance of a session with MongoDB so that we're able to interact with MongoDB. And it will be basically a struct. So Mongo instance, struct, and you'll have a client and you'll have a database. So a struct is basically your own data type. So you get some data types with Golang, like int, string, uint, all of those, float, and all of those different data types. But what if you wanted to create your own data type, right? You can do that in Golang using something called a struct, almost like an object with JavaScript. And so it'll have two different things. One is client, one is DB. And here we'll have to write some things, which I won't write as of now because we have not installed those packages. But to be able to work with this struct, I'll need a variable called Mongo instance. Now this is how you define variables in MongoDB, in Golang. You have this variable mg, and it's of type, this is the data type. So it could have been string, it could have been int, but right now for this, for what we're doing right now, it's Mongo instance. Mongo instance is our own data type that we've just created, right? It's a struct. It has a client, it has a database, okay? So I also want to define two constants. So the first constant will be the DB name of the database that I want to work with. DB name. And it's going to be called, let's say we call it Fiber HRMS. And you want to define a constant for Mongo URL. Now, in this video, I'm going to be using the local host MongoDB. That means that MongoDB is installed in my local computer. And it'll be running on a port. And MongoDB usually uses 27017 as the native port. Now, you could be using MongoDB on your local machine like I am using to keep things simple. But if you are using a fully managed service like MLab, they will give you a link to embed in your program. And that's the link that you'll put here in the MongoDB URI. Okay, so in my case, I'm using localhost. So this is how I'll write the link. So it'll be MongoDB. And after these two slashes, you'll put your own actual link that you got from your managed service. In my case, it's just localhost. And my port is 27017. The way you have configured up your MongoDB also makes a difference here, because you might have to write your username @ your password, and then the localhost.
So in my case, the way I have configured my MongoDB, I have not kept any username or password for my admin user to as an connect directly with MongoDB without requiring any username or password. In case you don't know how to set it up like that, there is a video on how to install MongoDB. I think it's long. I put it up long back. So you'll just have to search bit on my channel and you'll find it. It's very simple. It's very straightforward, right? You just set up MongoDB without any users or passwords. It's just easier to work like that, especially if you're building very simple projects, right? And here you want to add the DB name. The DB name is Fiber HRMS, and that's what will be added. So when your MongoDB gets connected, it'll get connected to 27017 and by default to this database called Fiber HRMS. Now comes an important part, which is basically how you define your employee. Now in human resource management system means it's a company and they have a database of their employees that work there. So the employee will be a struct. Now you can manage name as a string or salary as a string or as a number. But how do you manage all of that together for one employee, right? So that's why you create a struct, right? So there are these data types that Golang understands. Then there are these data types that you can create called structs that you can make Golang understand because they have these different fields. Like for example, there'll be a field called ID, field called ID, field called name, just name, and field called salary, field called age. And all of these fields will have a data type like string, for example. Name will be string, salary is float, and age is also float. Right, so now these fields like ID, name, salary, age, they're of data types string or int or float, whatever. So that means Golang can understand what we're trying to say, right? But all of those combined make up a struct. And since Golang understands those individual things like ID, name, salary, age, it will also understand this whole struct, right? Which is now a new data type that we've created for our use. Okay. Now, there'll also be something else that I'll add here, but not right now. And I'll explain to you what it is. But just keep this like this. Keep this as just a struct for now. Okay. Now you'll have a function for connection, which basically helps you to connect your Golang to MongoDB. So you'll have the connect function here. And every function basically takes in something and returns something. So error is what's returned by this function if things go wrong, and it takes in nothing basically. So there are these empty brackets, right? And inside this will be a function definition that we'll write in a while. And at the end will be func main. So func main is an important function usually in the main file. Func main is the most important function, and that's where the control of the program usually begins. Okay, and here you want to first define your app. Now if you've used Node.js by any chance, and if you used Express, because you have to use Express with Node.js, right, mostly. So if you've used Express, that then you know that you have to define the app variable in the beginning, which is basically an instance of Express, and that's how you interact with Express. And exactly that's what we're doing here, because Fiber is the equivalent of Express. So Express is with Node.js and Fiber is with Golang. It's an exact equivalent, but Fiber is like, I think they say it's 10x faster or something like that. It's really fast, basically. That's all I need to know. Okay. So now when I say fiber.new, that means I should have had the Fiber package. So this is how you install or, in the import statement. This is how you import an external package. So you say go fiber slash v2. Sorry, it's a small v, okay? So it's a small v2. And
you also want to get some MongoDB related packages. But for now, let's just keep it this much. And what we'll do is we'll go over to our terminal. And whenever you import a new package, right, you have to say go mod tidy, so that Golang will go online and find the model package for you and will install it in your program. Now, after your Fiber definition, you want to have the standard functions, so which are also your routes, right? So the first route that you want to define is /employee, and this is the get route. Then the first route with the get method is going to help you get the list of all the employees that are there in your database. Then you want to have a post route, and then you want to have a put route and a delete route. Okay. And for post route, the route will be the same. For put, there will be just an ID after employee. For delete also, there will be an ID. And the way you start off a function is basically when something lands on this route or somebody calls this route, you want a function to get called. And that function basically can return an error if something goes wrong. And it'll have a definition, right? The function will have a definition. The function usually takes C, which gives you fiber.context. C, which basically is type of Fiber, which you get access to from here, from the library Fiber.context. Now, there's something really important here for you to understand, is that whenever you have a function like this, like a route function, you want the request, you want to be working with request, and you want to have the ability to send out a response, a JSON response. By request, you mean whenever the user sends, let's say from his postman or from curl, whatever the user sends to the program. And it could be an ID, it could be like in case of the post request where you want to add a new employee, it will be the new employee data, right? The data for the new employee. So that will all come in the request. So you need the ability to work with that request, and you want to be able to process that. So like, let's say you added a new employee, or you deleted an employee using the ID, or you updated an employee using the ID. And you need the ability to also send out a response back to Postman or to the terminal. So both of this can be done using Fiber.context. And C is how you're going to be accessing the response and request. Okay. So this is what was important for you to understand. Now, before you start with all this, right, you also need to be able to connect with a database. So you'll call the connect function here. And connect function is exactly the same function which you're going to define out here. So what's happening here is you'll have if error, you'll handle the error here itself, and if error not equal to nil, then you'll log.fatal error. So the log library helps you to log out errors, and we have not imported it here, so we have to import the log library here, right here like this. All right. And what we want to do now is we want to start creating our connect function. So come over to your connect function, and we'll say mongo.new client. Basically, you want to create a new client for MongoDB. Now, this word Mongo basically comes from the Mongo library that we have not installed or imported yet. So let's go ahead and get the MongoDB libraries. The first one is go.mongodb.org/mongo driver/pson. So firstly, just get Mongo, just get Mongo, right? And the spelling here is wrong. So just make sure you write the right spelling, which is Mongo is M-O-N-G-O and driver. Okay, so that's the main important library. Now this library has a few more things that you can get, right? So the first thing that you can get are the options. So you'll say go.mongodb.org/mongo-driver/mongo, and then you'll get some options. And then Mongo has some BSON and primitive that helps you to create that ID, right? So we'll have to import that as well. So you'll say go.mongodb.org/mongo-driver/bson. This will help us to create the ID for every single record. It will be a bson ID, and we'll have again mongodb.org/mongo-driver/bson/primitive. Now, if in case you're worrying that you'll have to remember these 4 links, you don't have to. You just use it once here, and every time you now connect with MongoDB, you just have to copy those 4 links. I didn't copy them. I could have copied them, and any other tutorials you'll see online, they will copy them. But I'm just showing it to you, so that you understand that you go to go.mongodb.org website, then you go to the MongoDB, which is the main Mongo driver, which is like the main parent library. Then you have like Mongo, which is the package, the ORM that you use, and then you have your options. Then you also have your bson and primitive. Okay, so that's why I just wrote it for you to see that they're all linked and all related, so that you're not just blindly copying all of that. Okay, but mostly from now on, once you've done this project, you just have to copy and paste these 4 lines everywhere. So what happened is when I just pressed Control S to save it, there are some plugins or extensions that I'm using for Golang that basically recognize that I'm not using those packages right now. So they have removed those packages for me. So I'll Control Z and not save it as of now. If I try and save it, it'll remove those packages that I'm not using. So it basically helps with error solving. And you can also go to your, your extensions. And you can just write Golang, and the first 3-4 packages that come, you can just install them. They just make development a little easier. Now that we have installed or imported these packages, now it's going to be very easy for us to work with our connect function. Okay. So you say mongo.new client, and then you say options.client.apply URI. So this function, right, options.client.apply URI, you already get from the Mongo package that we're using. And apply URI is a function where in that function you pass basically your Mongo URI that you've just created. So all it's doing is it's going to apply that URI and basically going to connect and create a new client for you for that URI that you've just created or just given to this program. And you'll get access to this whole thing, as in the complete connection instance, using the client, right? So whenever you want to work with client, you don't want to keep writing this all the time, right? You want to be able to, you want to get all of that in one variable that you can use later on. So that's what the client is in this case. And in case you don't know what this is the walrus character. This basically, defines a variable and also declares and defines at the same time. So here you also want to have something called as a timeout. Now there are some functions with MongoDB that are blocking functions like insert, right? And you don't want it to block the entire program. So you want to always have a timeout. And timeout basically with this MongoDB package for specifically, it uses the context package that already Mongo has to give you this ability to define timeouts. So this is how we define timeout. So you'll say context dot with timeout. So in case your MongoDB is not responding or something goes wrong or the insert is taking too long, you have a timeout. You don't want to block the entire program. And now this is not compulsory, but this is a good practice. I mean, you have to. It's not like without writing this, the program won't work. It will work without it, completely fine. But I recommend always writing this down. Okay. So you'll say backgrounds, comma, and you can give any time here. You can give a time of 10 or 20 or 30. Now, what you'll notice here is that time, as soon as you write time, it's not recognized by Golang.
That's because Golang is so modular that Golang doesn't even have the ability to print things, or even the time package even the time ability to understand time is also not inherently available inside Golang. So this basically makes Golang very lightweight and very fast. Okay, that means that time is not understood by Golang. That means it's a different package altogether. So you'll have to come up here and you'll have to install time package on your own. Now, the extensions that I'm using were able to get the context package for me automatically. So when I used context out here, even context is not understood by Golang, but somehow the extension decided to get the context package for me automatically. I didn't have to do it. Anyhow, there's a squiggly line here that means context. There's no function called with timeout, and that's because the O should have been small. And now Golang starts understanding it very quickly. You get a squiggly line here with client and error. That's because you've defined these and you've not used these as of now. And Golang has a problem with that. So in case you define something and you don't use it, Golang has a big problem. So we'll quickly, we'll use it. We'll basically use these two variables. Okay. Now, you want to run this cancel script at the end of this program, and that's why you use defer. And now you want to say client.connect, and you want to pass this context here. So here, I forgot to show you that ctx and cancel are the two things that you'll get here, right? So when you say Control C, whenever you run your program, right, in the terminal, and you say Control C, it'll basically cancel this. It'll have that timeout here. Directly, it'll just cancel the entire operation, whatever is running out there. So now you have client.context ctx. The context is what you will pass here to be able to connect to the database with the right context. And you will again get that in the error. If there's an error there, you'll get that in this error variable that you'll handle now. And you'll also have a variable called db. So we'll say client.database, and you'll pass the db name here. So you've connected to the database, to the MongoDB, but you also want to connect to the right database, right? And this is how you do it. And you'll be able to use this now, the database, using this db variable. So this error that we've received, that we may have received if things went wrong while connecting or while creating this new client, those errors we'll handle right now. So we'll say if error not equal to nil. And by the way, this is a common theme with Golang, that always when you write something and then you might expect an error there, you'll always handle that error just there itself. So here we'll handle the error, and we'll have return error. Now you might remember that we had created our MG here, right? Our instance MG. And here we'll say MG is equal to Mongo instance. Then you'll have client, comma, db. And you'll return nil from this function. Okay. So you've created your MG, which is your Mongo instance, which is of type struct. And the values here for the client and database, right, have now been set. So this is what we did here. In case you didn't understand, is that for the client, it comprises of two things. Remember, struct is basically your own data type. And in this case, it's Mongo instance, which is a struct. And it has two things. One is the client, the other is the database. So client means the client MongoDB, and database means the database name that you want to connect with. And that's why we created this DB, and that's why we created the client, these two variables here, so that we're able to define our own struct, complete struct. And MG is basically what we'll be using to further on if we want to work with the database. So that's what your instance consists of. Now here, you want to say that client is of type mongo.client, and DB is of type mongo.database.
Make sense? Right? Now, I know I said I won't use pointers, and this star is basically a pointer. So what we're saying is that it's a reference to mongo.client and mongo.database. If you don't understand pointers right now, it's not a problem. You don't have to really worry about it. I'll have really basic videos coming up on what pointers are and how they work and why they're used. For now here, this is the only place where we're using it. So, and also the other place where we're passing a pointer to the fiber.context. You just have to remember that you have to put stars in front of these for now. And we're just passing these by reference. About pointers, I'll create like a 20-30 minute video just explaining pointers. So don't worry about this right now, okay? And there's no advanced pointers getting used here. It's just for this part, so don't worry. Anyhow, now coming to your employee struct. Now there's something that I want to do here. And I think right now is the right time to do that before we start creating all these handler functions for our routes. So one important thing that I want you to understand is that Golang does not understand JSON natively on its own. Just like if you're coming from a JavaScript background, you might feel that JSON is basically understood by all languages, and JavaScript people have this confusion because they feel that JavaScript understands Golang JSON, so that means all languages will understand JSON. But it's not like that. It's because JSON is JavaScript object notation, so only JavaScript understands it natively. All other languages have to use some packages to be able to understand it. In our case, we have to use a package called JSON. We have to do a lot of encoding, encoding and marshalling basically for understanding and working with JSON. And but in this case, since we're using Fiber takes care of a lot of things for us automatically by default, and it's all happening under the surface. Like a lot of marshalling is happening under the surface. So Fiber makes things very easy for us. But otherwise, by default, Golang does not understand JSON, right? So that's why whenever you define a struct, and the struct is going to actually represent the data in the database in your MongoDB, which understands JSON, by the way. It's a JavaScript database. And the data that you're going to get from the user as a request is also going to be JSON, right? So when data comes from the user as a request to Golang, it does not understand it because it's JSON. And when data comes from the other way, from the MongoDB to Golang, and then Golang has to send it to the user, again, Golang does not understand it because it's coming as JSON. So this is why you have to tell Golang that, hey, you understand ID as string, and this is what it's going to look like to you, right? ID is going to be string and name is going to be string. But in JSON, it's going to look a little different. So we just have to help Golang here. And we have to say in JSON, it's going to look like this, man. ID, and we'll also write omit empty for ID. And as you may have worked with Golang, with the MongoDB, it also needs bson for the ID. And this is how it represents ID at the database level. ID, comma, omit. Now, I'll show you name also, and then I'll explain the difference here. Okay. So what's happening here is name is understood by Postman, is understood by your terminal when you or by the user when you send a curl request, right? Name is understood as in JSON as name with small n, whereas Golang understands it as name with capital N, and for Golang it's a string, right? But when it comes to ID, the Postman understands it as JSON ID, whereas MongoDB stores it as bson, which is underscore ID. So this is why we have written bson again, right? For MongoDB. I hope that's understood. And then you have your salary, which is again JSON, and your age, which is age in JSON, right? So all of these fields, they have small n, small s, small a. Whereas for Golang to understand and Golang to work with this information, it'll be capital N, capital S, capital A. So now we want to start working with our main functions, the main handler functions like get and post, put, delete, all of these functions, right? The route handlers. So we'll start with get. That means we want to get all the employees from our database. To do that, you need, like I told you, Golang does not understand JSON. right? And you'll get something from the database. Golang needs to understand it, and Golang needs to send a JSON response to the front end or to Postman. Now, to be able to work with that, I need a variable called employees, and it's of type employee, right? So this is how you define a variable. You say this is the variable name, this is the type, and you see these two brackets here. That means it's a slice. So it's okay if you don't know what slice is. Slice is basically like an array, but instead of containing just numbers, it contains actual objects. By objects, you mean basically all of the things, the multiple things that this array will contain will be an actual employee, the whole employee, right? So this means that if you're coming from a JavaScript background, this would mean that it's an array of multiple objects. So now you initialize it using the make command and employee 0. So you've defined your employee variable, right? This will help you to work with the records that are fetched by the database, from the database. Now, to get something from the database, you have to use the find command that MongoDB already has, right? So the find command, you usually send a query. In our case, since we want all the employees from the database, that means the query that we have to send is completely empty, or just two empty brackets. Okay, so we'll have to define the query here. So query is equal to json.t. And inside these two curly braces, you'll define the query usually. In our case, the query, like I said, are just two empty brackets because it's an empty query. So this is the query basically. So we've defined the query. Now, you want to use the find function that MongoDB will give you. And inside that find, you'll pass query, right? The query that you've defined here. But you'll also pass the context. Right? So you'll pass c.context and you'll pass query here. So I hope that's making sense. Now, this find function is available to you inside MongoDB. You know that already. And how are we talking to MongoDB in our program? We're talking to it using the MongoDB instance that we've defined here, right? The Mongo instance. And the Mongo instance has something called as DB. So we want to target that Mongo instance, and we want to talk to the database, exact database. Inside that, we want to talk to a collection. Collection is like a table. So with MongoDB, you have collections, and with an SQL database like Postgres or MySQL, you will have tables. So if you're familiar with tables, it's the same thing. It's just a collection. So you want to go to that instance, you want to go to the database, and you want to go to the collection, and then you want to basically run the find command. That means you'll go to the instance mg dot, you will get the database inside mg, right? So it's mg, and this database you've already defined the variable there already. It's already set. And dot, you want to get the collection. So the collection, so it's C capital, and everything else is small. Collection is employees, and you'll say dot find, and you'll find the query. And here, what you get back is usually the cursor. Basically, it'll have all the employees records, or you'll get back the error. So now you want to handle the error. So you'll say if error not equal to nil, and for the error you want to return a status of 500, which is basically your internal server error. You want to send a string, which is your error string. Basically, you're sending the entire error itself. You've defined your employees already here. Okay, one small mistake that I see here that I've made is that this bracket is not here. It's actually here, the close bracket, because it's a slice, right? Employee is a slice. This is how I define the slice. Those two brackets and then employee. All right. Now, what you'll do is you'll use this cursor. And here also I see one small mistake is that D is going to be capital, B will be small, and now Golang will understand it. So that's why the squiggly line quickly goes away. All right. So now what you want to do is you want to say cursor dot all c dot context, comma, ampersand employees. When I say ampersand employees, I'm basically passing a reference to this variable employees that I have sent. And what's happening here really is basically whatever data we've received in our cursor, right? And from this function that you've run here, cursor, which is all the data of all the employees from the backend that has been received. This is going to basically convert that into a format, into those structs that are understandable by Golang. So that's why you pass these employees, right? So in the end, you'll get employees, right? But that will be basically a slice of multiple different employees. And we did this because Golang cannot understand JSON, which MongoDB understands. And when MongoDB sends it some data from by running that find function, you now need to convert it into something that Golang understands, right? And this is how you've done it. So you'll say if error is equal to, sorry, in front of this you want to say if error is equal to, and error is not equal to nil, and you want to return c.status 500.send string error.error, right? And here you want to return, if everything goes well, you want to return the employees that you just now converted. Employees was that variable that you defined, which was a slice of employee, right? That means multiple employees will be there. And that basically is what you got from the database. You converted it into nice, understandable format. And in JSON, you sent it in JSON to as a response to the front end. Okay, so I hope all of that makes sense. Now we'll move towards our post function. So we'll make some space here for post function. We'll have our func, and similarly, this function will also accept a pointer to fiber.ctx, which gives us access to our response and request. This is how we're able to use response and request. And it also does a little bit of marshalling and marshalling for us. Like here we did c.json, so it can do some marshalling and marshalling for you by default. It does take a lot of work away from you and gives you some abstraction. So here you want to define your collection. So we'll say collection is mongodb.database.collection and employees. So instead of saying this again and again, mgb.db.collection.employees, I've defined it and I can now use it in a variable called collection. And I'll create an employee. Now, when creating something in a database, right, you have to use the insert function that MongoDB will give you. And also you'll get just one employee, that one employee data that you're getting from the postman, that as in the user will send the data of a new employee. And that new employee, right, variable is going to basically go to the database. And this is how we'll define that employee variable is equal to new employee. So when we say this, right, you can define it like this, or you can say var employee and employee. You can say like that, or you can say employee is equal to new employee. All that's doing is that it's defining a variable called employee, which is of type employee, the employee struct that you've already defined, which has ID, name, salary, and age. Right? So now you have defined your employee as well. And what you'll do now is you'll get some data in the request. You'll get the data of an actual employee, as in the user wants to add a new employee, right? So you'll send a new employee data like name and all those different things, name and salary and age to this API. And this API needs to now read that information. And it does that using C, which is basically your Fiber context, dot body parser. So you'll say body parser. And when you say employee here, that means all that data basically becomes formatted in the format that you need, and you get it into this variable called employee, right? So it basically parses the body, which is in JSON. You're sending from JSON into from Postman into this Golang program, into struct that Golang now understands. And after you've done that, you want to handle the error. So you'll say if error is equal to c dot body parser employee, and if error is not equal to nil, there can't be any space between exclamation mark and is equal to. And here you'll return c dot status 400 dot send string error dot error. Okay. Now we always want MongoDB to create its own IDs. And this is why what we'll do in the beginning is we'll say employee.id equals 0. This forces MongoDB to create its own ID. And now I want to take this collection that you have defined here. So it's good that I defined it as a variable because I can now keep using it. I don't have to always write this again and again. So I'll say collection dot insert one. Now insert one is a function that I get with MongoDB. So if you're familiar with MongoDB and the functions that you get with MongoDB, it's really easy to understand. You can insert one. Insert one basically takes data and inserts that into your database, just one data. Into that insert one function, you will pass c dot context, comma, employee. So you received some data in the body. You used body parser to convert that into employee, which is your employee struct, and that employee struct basically is what you're sending to the insert one function, along with the context. And whatever I get back from this function after inserting, right, I'll keep that in a variable called insertion result. And also an error. So if the error is there, then I'll handle the error. If error is not equal to nil, that is, return c dot status 500 dot send string error dot error. The spelling of return is wrong. Now after it gets inserted, it'll come in this variable called insertion result, or you'll get an error. And this error, we'll handle it right now itself. And we want to do something with this insertion result. What we want to do is we want to get the ID from this insertion result that you get, right? Then this ID, we'll use that to search the actual record that has just been inserted in the database. And then after finding that record, we want to return that to the front end, okay? And this makes us doubly sure that whatever we did the post request for right now, it was inserted in the database. And we can make that sure by actually going and searching for that record using the ID and then sending that record. And this makes it very sure that this data was actually inserted in the database. Make sure? Yeah, makes sense. All right, so here first I'll handle the error, okay, quickly. So if error is not equal to nil, I'll give some space here. Then you want to do something. You want to return c dot status 500 dot send string and error dot error. All right. Now, like I said, we want to take the insertion result, which is insertion result, and we want to get we want its ID, right? So we want the inserted ID. And using this ID, we'll create a query and then we'll find the record that has this ID to check if what we just inserted right now using insert one was actually inserted in the database or not. Okay. And so let's say value is equal to insertion result or inserted ID. And basically we're building up a query, right? So the key is ID, and for that key, which is ID, the value is this inserted ID that you just received. Enclose it with inside another pair of curly brackets. And say filter is equal to this1.d. Just like you had created a query here for get, which was bson.d, and the query was empty, right? Now you have bson.d. It's called filter, not filler, filter. And bson.d, then the query has key, which is ID, and the value of ID is basically insertion result that you just received right now, and the inserted ID of that. And you want to get the created record that we just created. How do you get it? You use collection dot find one, and you pass c.context to it, and you pass this filter query that you just created. You pass it there, and that's how you get the created record. So I'll repeat again. You inserted the employee data that we just sent using Postman, the complete employee data, and you used insert one query to insert that data of employee. And you got that, whatever you got back from this function was stored in insertion result. And that insertion result also has a variable called inserted ID, which basically has the ID of the data that just got inserted. And you keep that, to build a query, and you keep that in this variable called filter. And this filter is basically what you send to find one function. And we're just rechecking that this data was created. And then you get that into this variable called created record. So this is the record that was just created right now by you. And this is what you want to send to the front end. So you will create a variable called created employee. Now you want to structure and format that data, right? So you say that created employee is a variable of type employee, which is your own struct, right? So created employee will have ID, name, salary, age, type employee. And you want to say created record dot decode, and you want to decode the created employee. Okay, we are doing this decoding because, as you know, Golang does not understand JSON. So we have decoded that into a created employee, right? The whole JSON that we just received from MongoDB. And now you want to send that JSON as response to the front end. So you'll say return c.status 201.json. By the way, 200, 201, 203, 400, 500, these are standard, statuses. HTTP statuses. You can read more about them in case you don't know which status is used when. So you'll send the created employee. Make sense? Now, I've actually used insertion result here. So let me make sure if this is the same spelling I've used here. Yes, the same spelling. Now, a lot of these packages have these squiggly lines. So what I need to do, obviously, is I need to say go mod tidy, so it gets all those MongoDB and MongoDriver options, since I've not done that for quite some time now. And if I go ahead and save it, it removes one package. I don't know which package it did remove. Anyhow, let it be actually. So yeah, just save it actually for now. And you can see that all the issues have gone away, right? We don't have any issues now. Now we want to work on our put function, but let me first check if everything looks fine with the post function and if there's no big thing that we're missing as of now. Yeah, everything seems to be all right. So now we want to work on our put function. Put is basically your update. And then you have, at the end, you have delete. So I'll just create some space here just for some, clarity. And here, as soon as somebody hits this route, you want to call a function. You want to call a function, and this function is going to take C, which is of type fiber.cdx, returns an error. Yeah. Now the thing with IDs is that you get them very easily. You can access them really easily using the C, which is the context, C dot params. So the params will have the parameter, which is ID that you've just passed. And I'll capture this in a variable called ID param. And also, I will create it from hex. So I'll say primitive, the primitive package that we're using, say object ID from hex ID param and I'll store that in employee ID variable, or we'll get an error. So either it'll get converted or we'll get an error. So it's giving us squiggly line for primitive. That means, yeah, so that means when I saved it last time, it had removed the primitive package here. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and I'll say slash primitive. All right. It's showing me 3 issues in the file. I know there are 2 issues from here because these 2 we have defined, but we have not yet used. Anyhow, so now we'll go forward. We'll handle this error that we might receive here. So if error is not equal to nil, we want to return c dot send status 400. Okay. And just like you did with post, right? So update APIs are usually very similar to the post APIs. So just like you defined a variable called employee and it was of type struct, which is employee struct. Similarly, we'll have it here, right? And similarly, the data you need to get from the body parser and you want to get it into this variable called employee. So very similar. So you will define a variable called employee is of type employee, and you can define a variable like I said, var employee, or you can just say employee is equal to new employee. It's 2 ways to define a variable in Golang. Many more, but these 2 are the most widely used. So here you'll say c dot body parser and employee, just like you did in the post API, and you'll handle the error here. So error, not 3 R's, just 2 R's. If error is equal to this, then error is not equal to nil. Then it will return c dot status 400 dot send string err dot error. Now we're going to start building up the query. Okay. So because why do we want to build up the query? Because the ID that we've just received in this API, right, from the request, for that ID we need to find the exact record in the database, and then with this new data that we've received to update, we want to update or replace that data with this new data. Make sense? So first we need to find the data for that ID. How do you do that? You create a query, you say bson.d, and you'll say key is underscore ID, comma, value is employee ID that you just defined out here. Okay. Then you'll say bson.d, and now what you want to do is you want to build the update query. How do you build the update query? You want to have, so when you do an update query, right, you have to have $set, as in set this new data for instead of the old data. So in case you already are familiar with MongoDB, it will be very easy for you to understand. If you're new to MongoDB, just remember that with $set is the operator that you have to use inside MongoDB to set this data for the data that you are replacing. So this is how it's going to look like. It's going to be bson.d. Inside that you'll have a key, and the key will be $set like I just mentioned, comma. There'll be a value for that, and the value is defined like this. It's bson.d. Inside that you have 3 things. You have 3 things inside here. 3 things because there are 3 fields to it. One is the name, comma, value employee dot name, and here you'll have key age, comma, value and employee dot age. Then you have key salary, comma, value employee dot salary. Make sense? here you'll just put a comma here, and then here also you put a comma. So now that we've built this query, you want to capture this in this variable called update. And now you can see all the squiggly lines went away quickly. And you want to write the update function. So the update function that you get with MongoDB is called find one and update. So you'll say find one and update. You pass c.context in it. You pass the query. And when I say query, I mean this query that I just created with the ID. So you find that variable with the ID. And the update basically is the query where you set the new data for that particular ID, right? So you pass query and you pass update, both of these things. You say .err here. And where you want to run this? You want to run this very similar to what you've done before, right? You want to run this query in the Mongo instance like this, the instance that you have, right? The Mongo instance, which is mg .database collection, just like you did here with your app.get, right? So the same thing you want to write here. You want to say mg .db collection, and inside that collection you'll say employees, right? And error is equal to all of this. Now you'll handle the error. So guys, I just need some energy drink because I'm getting a little like it's a long video. If you don't mind. All right. So if error is not equal to nil, that means that the filter did not match any documents. So you want to say if error is equal to mongo.error no documents, right? So there's an error, and an error is that MongoDB does not have those documents. Then you're going to return c.send status 400. So 400 status, you mean it's for not found. That means whatever ID that you're trying to find and replace the data for, it does not even exist. So there's something wrong. So that's what you do. Otherwise, if there's a regular normal error, then you just want to return 500. All right. And you want to set the employee ID. So you'll say employee dot ID is equal to ID param. And if everything has gone well, you want to send 200, saying everything is okay. You want to send the employee. So we'll say return c dot status 200.json and employee. Cool. Now the only function that we're left with is the app.delete function. But you may have realized that till now we have not actually started our server, right? We've not written anything to start our server. So to start our server, we'll just have to do just this app.listen on port 3000. And if there's an error, you want to enclose this whole thing and you want to say log.fiddle. So if the server does not start due to some issue like the port is already taken or there's some other issue, we'll just basically be able to log out that fiddle error. Now you want to start building the delete function. The process is very similar. You want to, as soon as somebody hits this route or API, you want to call this function which accepts C. You'll have fiber.ctx and it returns an error. Inside that you'll have now you obviously want access to the ID, right, which is inside params. So you'll say c.params. Inside that you have your ID and you want to enclose this whole thing into object ID from hex, and you'd say primitive dot. So instead of doing those two steps that we did earlier, like primitive dot object ID from hex ID param, and then doing this, we have done both of those things in just one step. So if I did this earlier in one step, you would have been confused. So this is why I showed you how to do it in two steps, and now how you can do it in actually just one step. And you get access to employee ID directly. This means you don't have to do all this part with ID param and then employee ID, right? You directly got access to the employee ID. Anyhow, now you can handle this error. So you'll say if error is not equal to nil, you'll return c dot send status 400. That means that probably the ID that you got here is not valid. So that's why you'll say it's not found 400. Now, what you want to do is you want to find the record with that ID and you want to delete that record. Okay, how do you do that? You will first have to always, like you've been doing till now, you have to build a query because MongoDB understands queries. And the queries are in JSON format. And this is what the query looks like. It has a key, and this key, we're going to pass the ID, has a value. And the value is employee ID. Okay, so it has a key and a value. And I've put a double quote here by mistake, so that's why everything looks off. And now it's kind of fixed. And now I want to do the same thing. I want to call the delete one function. But wait, how do I get access to the delete function? I'll have to access the Mongo instance. I'll have to access the database. I'll have to access my collection. The collection is called employees. And inside delete one, you're going to pass context, comma, ampersand query. Just make sure the spelling of context is correct. And whatever you get back from this, right, from running this query, whatever you get back, you store in result. Or you get back an error. And you can handle the error now. If error is not equal to nil, then you return status internal server error. So let's say return c.send status 500. And if the result is dot deleted, count is less than 1. So that means if it didn't get deleted, then you want to return c dot send status 404 not found. Yeah, so you want to say that it's basically not found. Okay, if nothing got deleted, if the deleted count is less than 1, so obviously that means there was no record like that. I think earlier by mistake I said, did I say somewhere that 400 is not found? Sorry, my bad. It's actually 404 that's not found. I got confused. 400 is your other type of server error. All right. And here now, if the record gets deleted, so you want to say c.status 200.json record deleted. Okay, and that's your entire delete function. So in about 168, 169 lines, you were able to write the entire program. Things look good to me, and now I think we should start testing it out and start seeing if everything works all right. So what you want to do now is you want to head over to your terminal. Not this one, sorry. this one. And you want to say go build main.go. Now what happens is, you see this main.exe file, right? So, and since I'm using Windows, it creates a .exe file for me, which is an executable file, and that's what build does. It creates a builds a exe file for you. And what you want to do is, you want to now run this program. So you say go run main.go. Let's see if it works. Okay, so we get some issue here. So let's try and fixing it. So we've received this error, right? And what do you make of this? It says there's something to do with Mongo driver, MongoDB client, right? So it's quite apparent that something has gone wrong with Mongo. And if I go to my code and I see that the drivers look fine to me, and I know the code that I've written is quite all right. And the only mistake that I see right now is with Mongo, obviously, is that I've not put a slash here at the end. And maybe when it's trying to add this with the database name, the whole thing is kind of failing. Maybe, right? That's my hypothesis. And I save it and I run it again. And I'll have to build it, obviously, first. And then I'll run it again. If you don't build it, sometimes it runs the old executable file, so just build it. And now I can see that it's running the program. So that was the mistake, right? So with Golang, you don't have to be a genius to solve errors. So that's why I am very comfortable writing a lot of code and not testing it again and again. With other languages, right, you have seen other like instructors, they have to keep showing you how, just build a small part of the code and then they test and check it out if it's working or not. With Golang, you don't have to do it. Just write everything all at once, and then easily you can debug it. You don't have to be a genius because it'll tell you the exact issue where the issue is, right? Anyhow, so it says Fiber is working on port 3000. There are 5 handlers, processes is 1, PID is 21308. All right, so now you head over to your Postman and you come here. I've created a set of collections, so get all employees, which is basically localhost 3000/employee. And I get all the employees that I have. And right now it's saying that I have 0 employees, right? It's an empty array. Obviously, we have no employees. That means I'll start creating employees. So firstly, I'll create an employee called Akhil. That's created. So it's created it for me. And I'll create another employee called Rupert. Now I see that there's another issue. There's a duplicate key error issue. Okay, so this means there's something wrong happening with our ID. And I kind of suspected that when I was creating Akhil, it didn't show me an ID. That means there was something wrong there as well. So now let me try and fix this ID issue. Back in our code, in the post function, everything looks all right to me. That means there could be some issue here. Yes, now I see the issue. There's just one small space between ID and omit, empty. So let's remove that. And now I think it'll work because this format that I had gone for, it probably MongoDB did not understand it. So let's cancel our process, build main.go and run main.go. And now I'll allow access on my firewall. And so let's try adding some employees. Let's try adding Robert. Cool, you get an ID here now. And you add Alex. Right, so you're getting these IDs here. You get all employees and you'll see so many employees, right? Now what you want to do is you want to edit an employee. So let's edit Rupert. So I'll take this ID, go to edit employee. Just see that it's localhost 3000/employee/ the ID of the employee. So the ID of the employee is what I want to replace. And I can send any data here that I want. I'll change his name to Peter. And when I do that, Rupert's name has been changed to Peter. So if I get all employees, that second Rupert has become Peter, but this first and third Rupert are always still there, but the second Rupert has now become Peter. Okay. You want to delete an employee now, so you just copy and paste his ID again for delete employee. When you paste it here, send record deleted. Now when you get all employees, you'll see that Peter is not there. So the first Rupert is there, second Rupert is there, and Peter can't be found. So you can see that, right, the issue we were having earlier was that ID was not being generated for the first record. And if I was trying to add more records, it was saying that that same ID already exists. So it's an error for MongoDB. But now the IDs are being generated because I removed that small space. So all the APIs are working perfectly. Here's your little human resource management system. You can create employees, delete and update employees. You've learned how to work with Go Fiber, which is a very nice library. You've learned how to connect a program which uses Go Fiber with MongoDB.
It's a complete serverless stack, right? So you're using DynamoDB, serverless. You're using Lambda, serverless again. And then we'll be using API Gateway, again serverless. Now API Gateway helps us, enables anybody across the world to interact with our Lambda function, right? So we'll be deploying all these three things from the AWS console, right? We'll be using the AWS console, and then we'll make settings for all these three things, and we'll deploy all of this. And anybody across the world can use our Lambda function. So this is more like a real world scenario. So I'm in my terminal now, and you don't really have to keep this project in your Go root, because since Golang 1.12 anyways they had Go mod init, which we're going to do anyways out here. Go mod init takes care of everything. I mean, you don't have to really do anything manually. All right. So here we'll make a directory first. We'll say Go serverless and yt. All right, and we'll cd into this. Go serverless stack yt. For yt is basically YouTube. I'm making this project for YouTube specifically. All right, and here I'll say go mod init, and which is basically github.com/akhil/go serverless yt. So that's my project. It's initialized Go mod for me. Go mod is basically like my package.json file. If you're from a JavaScript background, it'll have all my dependencies for me, easily listed out. So now what I can do is I can just open this project up in code editor, which is VS Code in my case. Just as a pointer, right? I'm using Windows. Inside Windows, I have something called as WSL. Inside that, I'm using Ubuntu 20.04, and I use multiple different versions of Ubuntu, right? And for this particular video, I'm using Ubuntu 20.04, and in my Ubuntu 20.04 instance, I have VS Code set up. All right. Now, I don't want to install a lot of extensions for Golang, because I know when I'll start writing a lot of code, I'll make some mistakes, right, with Golang. I'll make some mistakes, but I will fix them. So don't worry. I don't have extensions because I don't want to start, ballooning up my instance, because this is just one of the instances that I use on my Windows PC for Ubuntu. I have 10-15 different versions of Ubuntu, right? So if you're new to Golang, by the way, main.go file is your main file, right, in the project. And this is how you start a main.go file. You say package main and you say import, and because you'll import some packages, right? Not everything you'll have inside Golang. Golang is very modular. You have to install a lot of external packages, and a lot of packages that come with Golang. You have to specifically tell that I need this package from Golang. And so the third party packages that we'll be using will be mostly around Lambda. All right. So we'll talk about them in a while. And then the most important thing here will always be funcmain, because that's your entry point into the program, right? The funcmain. Now, before I start writing anything in main.go file, what I'll do is I'll just try and create like a very simple project structure. I need the build folder, right? Because I'm going to keep my build of this entire project in my build folder, and I'm going to zip it up, and then I'm going to take that zip file to my Lambda. My AWS Lambda console. All right. So that's why I need the build folder, and I need my CMD folder, because that's where I usually keep my main.go. Sorry, not in the build, but in my CMD folder, I keep my main.go file. All right. And then you'll have a package folder. So if you worked with Golang before, this is like the very standard kind of structure, right? Nothing new. So package will, as you already know, will have handlers, right? Handlers to handle the APIs. And then I'll have a folder for user. I'll explain to you why I'm doing that. And then I'll have a very simple validation function. So I'll keep that in a folder called validators, sorry. That's it. Yeah. So in validators, I will have just one little file of barely like 5-6 lines of code, I think. It's just going to be is email valid, just to check if my email is valid for the user. And here in my user, I'll have a file called user.go. All right. In my handlers, that's where my main logic resides. So this is a very short, very small project. Handlers, I'll just have 2 files. I'll have API response.go because I need this file for my API gateway. When I'll build it, you'll understand what it is. And then it's handlers.go. Right. Now my user.go file is kind of a combination of my models and my almost like my controllers as well, So I have handlers, but user.go file will have a lot of code which talks to my database. All right, directly talks to my database. So I'll have those models, like those structs as well. At the same time, I'll have model functions, database functions at the same time. I'll head over to your main.go file. In func main, I think what I'll do is I'll start with this place, right? I'll say os.get environment AWS region. So AWS region is very important because that's where your Lambda will go and sit, right? So with AWS, if you've worked with AWS a lot, you know that AWS has different regions, right? So my particular AWS is configured with India, which is Asia Pacific South 1. If you have been using AWS CLI and if it's set up, it'll be amazing. Otherwise, also, I don't think you should have a problem, right? But just try and set up AWS CLI. It's very easy. It's just a 5-minute process, and it'll be very simple for you to follow along with all of my other videos as well, because in my other videos, it's a prerequisite. So how do you create a session? So you'll say session.new session. Now, if I'm calling this OS here, right? So I need to have OS here, which is the package, right? And if I'm calling session here, session is something that AWS Lambda gives me. So I'll say github.com/ Now I'm looking at the documentation for the AWS packages at the same time. You can do that. Otherwise, in case you're the type of person who wants to know exactly which package you're installing, because I'm that type of person. I don't want to install any extra packages, right? So if you're like me, you might want to open up, just like I've done, you might want to open up the AWS SDK, it's called. So I'll say AWS SDK for Go. You want to open up the documentation, and here you'll say AWS/session. All right, and to create the new session, you'll say AWS.config, and the bracket, which will be curly braces bracket, you'll say region AWS.string, and inside that you'll pass the region. All right. All right. And then, as you know, with everything to do with Golang, whenever we get 2 things usually, right? We get the thing that we're looking for, which is the AWS session, which will come from the session function, right? The new session function, which is a part of the session package that we have here. And we get the error. So with Golang, you have to keep handling errors, and this is a very neat and clean way of handling errors, because at every stage you know where the error is coming from and you can handle it there itself. So if there's an error, just return. All right. And I want to create a variable called DynaClient, which for my DynamoDB, and .new. And how do you create a new client? You'll say AWS session.
Perfect, which you've just created out here. So you've created the session, and then you'll say lambda.start and handler. So this you may not understand right now, not a problem. So firstly, we want DynamoDB. How do you get DynamoDB? You get it like this. You'll say github.com/AWS/AWS SDK go /service/DynamoDB. All right. So you have session, you have DynamoDB, and you want AWS itself in the first place. So you'll say github.com/AWS SDK go /AWS. To get this Lambda function, the Lambda package, which has the start function, you need the start function. What you'll do is you'll say github.com/AWS/AWS lambda go /lambda. Cool. So far so good. That's what I needed, you know. And I need something called as the handler, which we'll talk about in a while. Okay. For now, I'm creating a constant called table name. Its table name is lambda user. I'll say lambda in go user. And now it's time to create my handler, which is this basically. So I'm passing my handler there. In my handler, what I'm doing is I have a request. Basically, I accept some things, right, in this function, and I return some things, and it has some definition. So what does it accept? It accepts events.api gateway proxy request. So you're wondering what's events, right? So events is basically what Golang Lambda will give us. So I'll come here and I'll say github.com/AWS/AWS lambda go /events. Perfect. And the other thing that this accepts is star events.api gateway proxy response. Sorry, I meant that it accepts a request, returns a response. I'm not sure what I said actually before that. What I'm trying to say here is that, you know, this is a function that accepts something and returns something. Obviously accepts a request, obviously returns a response, right? No complication there. That's what you wanted to do. And what you'll do here is you'll switch with the HTTP method. So you'll say switch, you'll say request dot HTTP method. So what are the HTTP methods that you have? You have get, post, put, and delete. That's all you have. So for every single different HTTP method, we want to call a different function. How do you do that? So you'll say switch. Sorry, we've already switched, right? We've already switched. It's like it's 8:30 here, so I'm kind of sleepy. I usually get sleepy at 11 p.m., but somehow today I'm sleepy earlier because I woke up really early. I've joined this martial arts class that you know gets me to wake up at 5 a.m. these days. So so you'll have something called as handlers, right? And where will those handlers come in from? It's basically these handlers that you want to import. So which are basically your own creation. The handlers are your own creation. So you'll say github.com/go serverless yt/packet/handlers.
Cool. So you're saying to Golang is that this is my project, github.com/go serverless YT. Inside that I have a folder called package. Inside I have a package called handlers, right? And handlers, the file, on top of that file we'll say package handlers, and it belongs to the handlers folder. Then Golang understands, okay, that this is what we're talking about. All right, so that's the format. I mean, the folder name and the package name have to be the same. Just letting you know in case you didn't know that. I mean, I'm pretty sure you knew that, but I'm just making sure, right? So you have request, table name, and Dyna client, right? So you send this to this function called handlers.getUser, which we'll work on in a while. So that was your case get. Now you have more cases, right? You have, depending on the HTTP method, so you have post, you'll have put, and you'll have delete. For post, you'll say return handlers dot create user. Again, you'll pass request, comma, table name, comma, Dyna client. For put, you'll pass return handlers dot update user request, comma, request, comma, table name, comma, Dyna client. And for delete, you'll just do handlers dot delete user, and same things, you'll pass the same things, comma, Dyna client. And after delete, you'll just give it a default. If you worked with case switch and case statements, you obviously know there's a default, right? And try to keep the indentation same. It won't affect it, but it's just a good habit, you know. I mean, I don't do it many times, but you know, I try to do it these days. All right. So by default, you want to call this function called unhandled method, which is again in your handlers file or handlers package. And this is the entire picture. I mean, I don't think we're missing anything. We have the OS package down here. We have events, Lambda, AWS session, DynamoDB. Yeah, there's one more package. Actually, if you look at the AWS SDK document, then you want to import AWS SDK go /service /DynamoDB /DynamoDB iFace. Just keep these packages. And what I think we should do is we should just say go mod tidy. So it'll get us all the packages that we've just talked about. And usually, like many times, I do this at the end of the video, right? But this time I'm just doing it beforehand itself, because many people, they kind of start freaking out. Hey, you're installing all these packages. You've not run the command go mod tidy, or you're making so many mistakes, man, while typing. Why don't you install some extensions? I've explained to you why I don't install extensions, right? So with Golang, I mean, what happens is that, we usually come from JavaScript kind of a background, and then we think that, if you're making all these mistakes, then the complete program will crash and it'll be difficult to solve it. But with Golang is very different from other programming languages, right? Make as many mistakes as you want, and once you run the program, Golang will really handle everything for you. It'll tell you which line, what's the problem. It's quite intelligent, right? It's not like your regular other programming languages like JavaScript. So here, one thing that we missed out was to create this Dyna client in the first place, right? So the Dyna client as in the variable, and defining the type of variable that Dyna client is. So what type of variable will be? That's where we'll use this DynamoDB iFace, right? We'll say dot DynamoDB API. Just make sure you get this right, all right? So that's your main file. Your main file is complete. And now you want to start handling handlers. So here, so since these two files belong to the same folder called handlers, we want it to both to be package handlers, right? So we'll say package handlers, right? That's clear till now, I'm hoping. And after writing the package, you say import, and then you have your main func. For in this case, the main function of this file is called API response. Accepts some things, returns some things, and has a function definition. What does it accept? Accepts status, which is int, and body, which has an interface. What does it return? It returns events dot API gateway proxy response, comma error, right? For importing, you'll say encoding / JSON and github.com /AWS /AWS Lambda Go /events. Okay. All we're doing with this is basically defining the response, right? So you'll say response is equal to events dot API gateway response. In the response, you're just setting the headers. Pretty standard, because the way we're going to set up these headers are something that you've already seen so many times, which is basically content type and application JSON. So we're saying that we're returning JSON from our Lambda function, right? Nothing out of the ordinary. So we'll say response dot status code is equal to status, and status will be basically your like 400 300 something like that. And then you'll say string body comma json.marshal body. So you if you've been with Golang, you already know what's marshalling and demarshalling, unmarshalling, sorry, is. Golang doesn't understand JSON on its own, so it needs the help of JSON marshalling, which is part of this encoding / JSON package. And so whenever you send some JSON from Postman into Postman or maybe terminal, wherever you send some JSON, it basically we want Golang to understand it, and also the information that Golang produces, for it to become JSON and send it as a response, that also needs help. Golang needs help with both, so that's why it's called marshalling and unmarshalling. There are hundreds of videos about it on YouTube. You can check it out. Nothing fancy or nothing complicated. You have to do that in almost all the other languages, right, which are not JavaScript, which is like basically Java and Python. All these languages you have to do something like that, right? Because any language that's not JavaScript does not understand JSON by default, because JSON is JavaScript object notation. So this is your API response.go. All right, that's it. I mean, there's nothing much going on here in this file. But the other file in handlers, package handlers, this is where we're going to spend some time, because obviously there will be a lot going on here, right? So the main functions that usually will be there will be based on our main.go file. So main.go file requires get user function, create user, update user, delete user, and unhandled method. Sorry. So these are the functions that obviously that you need to create, right? So you'll say get user, and you'll say create user, you'll say update user and delete user. So func update user and delete user. All right, so here the last function that we want to keep here is unhandled method, right? So for, let's say, if somebody uses the patch method, because we're handling get, post, put, delete. If somebody uses patch, then we'll say that, hey, it's not handled, right? So we'll say unhandled method. Accept some things, return some things, and has a function definition. All right. So this is, in general, this is how your handlers file is going to be like. And what we can do is we can work on our is email validated valid file. So we'll say package validators. And there's a package that you get with Golang. It's called regular expressions. And we're just creating a simple function where we're just checking if the email is valid or not. Right? Really simple. All it does is accepts an email string and returns a boolean like yeah, true or false. We'll take a variable called rxEmail. We'll use the regular expression package. And if you look at the regular expression documentation, like I have in front of me, go to the Golang official documentation and check out the regular expression package. I highly recommend you to open it if you want, because that's what I've done out here in my other screen. We'll use the function called mustCompile. And I'm going to copy and paste a regular expression string here. You don't really need to understand what this does. You just get it directly from the documentation. But if you really want to know, basically, you're just checking if the numbers are between A to Z, A to Z, and 0 to 9, that kind of stuff, right? That's all it's doing. And it's also checking for @ symbol, right? That means, obviously, if it's an email, it needs to have an @ right? So those kind of things, just basic email validation check is happening out there. Do check out the regular expression document if you want to really understand what this regular expression does, all right? But if you want to save time, just copy and paste it like I just did. And now we want to check the length of email. If length of email is less than 3 or length of email is more than 254, or our rxEmail variable dot match string, then you'll just return false, right? So this returns either true or false. If these conditions are not met, then you return false, otherwise you return true. That means everything is fine and email is valid, right? Obviously, if this is not proper, it's not working properly, if length is more, length is less, we'll say the email is not valid, otherwise we'll say it's true. You can change these numbers as you want, but I've kept them to be 3 and 254, all right? You can change it on your taste. So now we'll go to our user.go file. And we'll just, at a very 10,000 feet level, I'll just set up this file. Now what I want should happen is that from my handlers, like the main control, that will go to the main file to our, to this function basically. And this function is calling the get user function and create user function, update user. And all these functions are, as you know, mentioned in the handlers, right? And from the handlers, you will call the functions in your user.go file. And these functions will be actually the database functions that actually talk to the database, right? So every function that you have here, except for the unhandled method, because it doesn't do much, these 4 CRUD functions that we have, they have an equivalent function in your user.go file, a complete like 1:1 function in your user.go file that talks to the database. All right, so let's do that. Let's create those functions. So firstly, as you know, when we start off a file, we import some things, and then here I'll also want to define some variables, some errors that I want to define. So the functions that I want to have here in my user.go file, which will have 1:1 relationship with these 4 functions. The first function will be called, I'll call it fetch user. So what that means is my get user function gets called in my handlers, and this function will call in my user.go file the fetch user function, which directly gets the user from the database itself. The database, in this case, being DynamoDB. All right. So it accepts some things, returns some things, and it has a function definition. Simple. The second function that I want to have is for getting multiple users actually. So I'll say func fetch users. Similarly, it will look very similar. Then I want to have a create function. So I'll have create user. And then it has update user. Yeah, you just have to keep looking here and then creating these functions. And then you have the last one is delete user, right? So you'll come here. Right? If it doesn't get deleted, then you don't have to return anything specific, special. You can just return an error. That's why from the return here is just an error, right? And that's about it. So we have 1:1 functions, all of these, but one extra function is there, which is fetch users. All right. So we'll see where to use it. So from a 10,000 feet perspective, this is your user.go file, and this is your handlers file. So what we'll do is we'll start working on our handlers function, and then at the same time we'll start working on our user.go functions. And here you'll obviously import some things, right? The first thing that I need is net/http. Then I need my Lambda event. So I'll say github.com/aws/aws lambda go/events. Now it's possible that I'm importing these, but you're not understanding why I'm importing these, so you might get confused. So now there are two ways to do it. One is when I'm actually writing the code, and then I use this events packet somewhere, and then I come up and import it. Or I know which ones I need, so I'll just import them right in the beginning itself, so that I can use them later on. So I'm just doing this. So try not to get confused, because we'll actually be using these packages in just like 2-3 minutes. Don't worry, why we're importing them, where will we use it. So please be patient. /AWS. Right. So these are the same packages that we've already used in our main.go file. And we'll say github.com/aws/aws. Okay, go/service/DynamoDB/DynamoDB iface. Great. One thing that I need here, because I would want to call these functions like I told you, right? I want to call these functions. So that's why I want to import this user package in my handlers file. How would I do that? I would say github.com/akhil/go serverless yt /package/user. So inside package, inside the user package, we've imported it here. All right. And then before I get started with these functions, I want to define a variable called error method not allowed is equal to method not allowed. And why do I need to create this? Because firstly, we'll be working on this function, unhandled method, right? So that's why we want to call this function. So here, this returns an event, API gateway event. So we'll say API gateway proxy response, comma, error. Right, so we'll just send a response from here, or we'll just send an error. And here you'll say return API response. The response that you want to send is HTTP dot. When we say HTTP, we are talking about the HTTP package, net/HTTP package. All right, status method not allowed, comma, header method not allowed, which we have just defined together, right? That's what we are saying. So we are saying that we have something for get, post, put, and delete, but we don't have something for patch. So patch or any other method that somebody plans to use. So if you get something like that, like an unhandled method, so you'll send a response saying that, hey, this method is not loud. All right. And I want to create another variable, but it's actually a struct, right? So it's an error body, and I'll be using it a lot. So just bear with me as to why I'm creating it. This struct has a variable called error message, which has string error comma commit empty. Cool. Now for your get user, you accept something and return something here. For a get user, what do you accept? What does the function get? You get a request, right, from Postman. The request that you get is part of this events packet. So you'll say events dot API gateway request, comma table name, which is string, comma Dyna client dot Dynamo DB API. And what does it return? It returns a response, obviously. So we'll say events dot API gateway proxy response, comma error. Straightforward. And actually, these two things, right? What's going to accept and what's going to return is going to be used by all of the functions. So what you'll do is you'll just copy and you'll just paste it here for create user, for update user as well, and for delete user as well. Awesome. So we've done a lot of heavy lifting. Now we want to start working on the function definitions for all these functions. Right? So the first thing that you'll say is email request dot query string parameters email. So if you've guessed, what's happening here is you want to get the user, but by using the email ID of that user. So from a request, you'll have your query string parameters, which we'll pass as email, and that we're going to capture in a variable called email. And then we'll check the length. So we'll say if length of email is greater than 0, then you'll get a single user. So you'll say user dot fetch user, which we've just created together, right? We've not created the definition, but you know which function I'm talking about. It's in my user package, which I've imported here already. So fetch user is going to take the email, table name, and Dyna client. And I'm going to capture this in the result, or there's going to be an error. And if there's an error, I'll handle the error. So I'll say if error not equal to nil, return API response, HTTP dot status bad request, comma error body. So error body is a struct that I've already defined, and in error body I want to pass AWS dot string error dot error. And otherwise you'll say HTTP dot everything is okay, so you'll say status okay if everything goes well, and you'll pass the result from this function. Now if you want multiple users, you'll say user dot fetch users, same thing, table name, then a client. And what you'll do is you'll again use result and error to capture the values coming from this function. And if there's an error, and you'll check if error is not equal to nil, you'll return the API response saying http dot status bad request because there's an error, right? And you'll send the error body. Just like we did earlier, error body is the struct that we've already defined. That's the error body that we are sending, which is basically a JSON. And here the error body, inside that, what are you going to send? You're going to send aws.string error.error. Got it? But if everything went well and there was no error, then we're going to return API response and http dot status OK, comma result. So basically that's your get user. Now what we can do is we can work on our fetch user and fetch users, both of these functions in our user.go file, or we can work on our create user function in our handlers. So I think I'll do the former. I'll work on fetch users and I'll work on fetch user. Let me just check if everything is recording. Yes, everything is recording perfectly. I need to keep making sure, otherwise, I end up making a long video when nothing has recorded, and that leads to a big problem. All right, so before I do anything with users, I want to first create a user, right? So like I said, this file is a mix of that model file that you usually create where you define the struct of how the user is going to look like. So I'll say user struct email. Now, since this user struct is small and we don't have multiple structs, like if this was a e-commerce, for example, then you would have had users and orders and all those different like products and so many different structs, right? So you'd have to have like a separate models folder for all these different models, and then you'd have database functions separately and controllers or something like that, right? But since we don't have that, we have a very small project which just has users, and users itself is a very small struct because you just have email, first name and last name. You don't have to do much here, right? You can combine controllers and models into the same file. Now email is going to be a string which is going to say JSON, and you say like this JSON email because for Golang's purposes it will be email with a capital E, whereas when JSON, where it's stored, it's going to be email with a small e. So you need to tell Golang that there are two versions of it. One, the JSON version, the other is the version that Golang understands, because Golang does not understand JSON, as I've already told you. So that's why you have to use some marshalling and unmarshalling to get it to understand and interact with JSON. All right. So you'll have first name and last name, and then what we'll do is we'll create our fetch user function. What does it accept? So if you actually go to handlers, you'll see the fetch user function accepts email, table name, Dyna client. So you'll say here email and table name, which is string, and your Dyna client, which is of type, you already know, DynamoDB iface dot DynamoDB API, and it just returns a user. Obviously, you fetch user, you return that particular user, or you return an error if nothing works out. You define a variable called input, and it's of type DynamoDB dot get item input. So we'll have to define the key based on which our database function will run to find that particular user, and you already know that the user will be found from the database based on the email ID. So we'll take an email ID, and then we want to find the user that's associated with that email ID. All right. So straightforward. We'll say DynamoDB dot attribute value, and we're going to say email because we want to run a query on email. So email is equal to aws.string dot, inside that bracket we'll pass email. Now the string is a function that is given to us by AWS package. AWS package is something that we'll have to import out here. All right. And similarly with the DynamoDB, so we'll have to also import the DynamoDB package. So come here on your import, and firstly call encoding/JSON, because like I told you, Golang does not understand JSON by default. So you need encoding/JSON package to use the marshalling and unmarshalling functions, and I need the errors package also. Then I want to get my hands on the events. And I'll be using it soon to send responses, and the usual ones, as you can see, I need DynamoDB and I need AWS, so let's get those ones. So I'll say AWS/AWS SDK go/AWS, and I'll say github.com/AWS/AWS SDK go/DynamoDB. And what I'll also do, I'll also get this particular package. Yeah, let me do that for now. So I'll say github.com/AWS/AWS SDKs go/service/DynamoDB/DynamoDB face. All right. Now coming here, you've already passed this, and after this bracket, you need to specify the table name in which this function is going to run. So we'll use the AWS string function again to pass the table name. And after this bracket, you want to use your Dyna client to finally start getting the item. Input is this basically the query that you created, right? And get item is the function that you get in Dyna client. And you'll capture that in result and error. So standard practice, if there's an error, we'll have to return the error. So we'll return nil for the value, and we'll return errors.new. Error failed to fetch record. So you must be wondering, where does this error come from? You've probably never seen this error, right? Because this is a new error that I've created on my own. How can I create my own errors? I can create my own errors like this. So error fail to fetch record is equal to fail to fetch record. And similarly, I can define any errors that I want in this variable, defined as a variable, right? So you've created a query very similar to MongoDB, right? You've created a query based on the email because you want to search for that email so that you can retrieve the user, and you've run the function get item for DynamoDB, and you've passed the query to it, and you've received that in something called as result, or you received an error. So if there's an error, you handle the error, but if the result is fine and nothing really happened, then you would do something, right? But before that, we'll create a variable called item, and it'll be basically a new user. And here you'll say error is equal to DynamoDB attribute dot unmarshal map. Okay, so DynamoDB attribute is another. By the way, if you have not opened up the DynamoDB and AWS SDK Go documentation, do that, because I have it open on my other screen. You can do that as well, and then everything will make a lot more sense, because these are actual packages inside that main package, right? So I'm using those, and once you go through the documentation, you will understand where to use which one. Or if you really don't care about that, you can just keep following along with what I'm doing. But I just recommend that you just read it, because everything will make more sense. Here I need this package, right? DynamoDB attribute. This is helping me unmarshalling the user. So first let me write the whole code. So I'll say result, sorry, not here. Here I'll put a bracket, it'll say result dot item, comma, item. And this error, if this error is not equal to nil, what we want to do, we want to return nil, comma, errors dot new error failed to unmarshal record. So you must be wondering what's happening here, right? When you get the data from your DynamoDB using the getItem function into result, you want to unmarshal that into an actual user, which the front end can understand as a JSON basically. So you use the user struct, and you take that in a variable called item, right? So item is basically a variable of type user, and then you want the data that's coming from your result.item, you want that to be unmarshaled and brought into item, so that now whatever has come as JSON becomes the type which is user, which is understood by Golang, and it's captured in a variable called item, right? So I've tried to explain to you every single line. In case you don't understand it, do check out what's marshalling and unmarshalling, all right? And if you have any if you still have any confusions, you can just put it in the comments below. I'll sort it out for you. But it's nothing very difficult, right? You're just taking what's coming from DynamoDB, the JSON, and you're unmarshalling it to make it into a struct, right? Which is of type user, which has email, first name, last name, something that can be understood by Golang. And you're capturing that in a variable called item, which is obviously of type user, right? That's struct that we have defined. This is standard practice. I do this in all my other videos as well. In case you're new to this channel, I have hundreds of videos on Golang. You can check all of them out. Like literally hundreds of videos on Golang, right? Check them out, build projects with me, and you'll understand everything very easily. So if everything went well, if there was an error, obviously you sent nil and you sent the errors. But if everything went well, you would return the item and then you will return nil for the error. Now you'd want to also work on the fetch users function, the plural fetch users function. How do you do that? You are passing table name there. As you can see here, you're passing table name and Dyna client. So table name has been passed, which is obviously of type string. You pass Dyna client, which is of type, you already know, DynamoDB face dot DynamoDB API. And you return multiple users. How do you return multiple users? You return basically a slice of users, wherein users is the struct that you've defined, right? So you're using a struct, you're making a slice of all those users, and then that's what you're returning. I hope that makes sense. If you don't know basics of Golang, like slices and structs, then I highly recommend you check out the basic tutorials before you get more confused. So I want to use a function that DynamoDB gives me. It's called scan input to get access to table name, which is aws.string and table name that we are already passing here. Got it? And you will say Dyna client dot scan, and you want to scan the input, the query that you just created, right? So here, as you saw, we had a more elaborate query because we had to get a particular user with email. But with fetch users, you're just getting all the users. You don't have a specific query that, okay, for this email, get a particular user. You're saying, get me all the users. So you don't have any query as such. You're just passing the table name. So that's why in your DynaClient.scan, you just pass the input. That's it. And scan is like get all. You can say that. So if you've used MongoDB, it's you have find all, something like that. Here you just have scan. Find and find one you have in MongoDB. So here you just have scan. All right. Scan and get item. So you're doing scan to get all the results and you're going to capture that in a variable called result. And then you'll obviously, if you have an error, you know that standard way to handle errors is like this. You'll say return nil for the value, and you'll return an error. So you'll say errors.new, error failed to fetch record. And again, like we did out here, item, we'll define an item, right? The item here is not just a user, it's a slice of users, multiple users, because we're getting all the users from our database. And again, the same thing that we've just done here, we'll do the same thing here. So we'll say error is equal to, just copy the whole thing actually. Copy and paste. But there's only one small little change. Instead of result.item, you'll have result.items. Because obviously from your database, you'll get multiple items, multiple users. That's what you're getting. And you're returning your item. And for the error, you're returning nil. Make sense? So we've done quite a bit, right? We've already done the get user function, and get user function had fetch user and fetch users, two functions from your user.go file. Now there are three functions left here, and three functions left here because we've already taken care of the unhandled method function. You don't have to do anything more here. So just three functions left here, three functions left here, and all the other files are kind of complete, right? So if you've reached this far, congratulate yourself because you've come a long way, right? So now let's start thinking about how our create user function is going to work. All right. So for the create user function, let's start building that. There's actually not much happening there. All these functions, right? Create user, update user, delete user, they're all going to look very, very similar. So we're going to say user because you know you want to call the create user function the user package. So you'll say user dot create user, which is this function. That's what you're calling, right? And you're passing it three things: request, table name, and a client. Make sense? Now, whatever response this function returns, you want to capture that in a variable called result, and you'll get an error which will be captured in error. And you know the process from here. If there's an error, which means error not equal to nil, you'll return API response http dot status pad request comma error body. And what will be in the error body? Error body in this case, by the way, is the the struct that we've already defined, right? So what's there in the error body? It's AWS dot string with a single R, string err dot error comma. Okay, and you'll return API response http dot status created comma result. So if that means if there is no error, everything goes well, then you'll say http dot status created. All right, and that's about it. That's it actually. That's your create user function. There's nothing more to it. All right, and then for your update user function, very similar. You'll obviously call the user just like you did here, user dot create user. Here you'll call user dot update user method. So you'll say update user, and you'll pass three things: request, table name, and Dyna client. And you'll capture that in result comma error, and then you'll check again if error is not equal to nil. You'll return an API response http dot again status bad request comma error body. Inside the error body, again the same thing. It'll result string error dot error. All right, but if everything went well, if the user did get updated, then you'll return API response, and you'll say http dot status okay, that everything went well, and you'll return the result. So that means what's happening in these two functions, create user and update user, is that these two functions are being called. That means a lot of the logic, the main logic, is going to happen in these two functions, right? Because not much happened in the handlers. Similarly, let's work on our delete user function. Here you'll say user dot delete user. You'll say request comma table name comma Diana client. Here also the only thing you'll return from here is the error, right? If the user didn't get deleted, you'll return the error. You don't need to return the result, any result from the delete function. So if the result is not equal to nil, you'll return API response. You know by now what we're going to say. We're going to say status bad request, and we're going to also send the error body, which will have aws.string and the error itself. But if everything went well, you would want to return the response with status OK, and you'll return nil for the error. Okay. So that's about it. And yeah, that's it. I think the entire file is complete now. We don't have anything else to do. I've also gone through the AWS SDK documentation. I don't think anything else needs to be done in the handler, so everything looks all right to me. And now we'll have to work on our user.go file and all these different functions that exist on a user.go file. For your create user function, what all it's going to accept depends on what you're sending from here, which is request table name and Nana client. So here you'll say request events.api gateway proxy request comma table name, which will be string, and Dana client, which will be, you already know, DynamoDB iFace dot DynamoDB API. So what is it going to return? It's going to return the user that has been just created or an error. So here the first thing that we'll do is we'll create a variable u, which is of type user, user being the struct that we have already defined. That means u will have email, first name and last name. All right, so let's start from there. Now we'll use u. Why did we create this variable u? It's because we want to capture what's coming from Postman. So from Postman or from, let's say, the terminal, wherever, we'll send the JSON of the user with the email, first name and last name. And that data needs to be unmarshaled into u so that Golang is able to understand it and also perform any operations on it. So what you want to do is we want to use the JSON encoding /JSON package to call the unmarshal function. And what you want to do is you want to pass the request.body to it, comma ampersand u. If error is not equal to nil, and also here we'll follow the right syntax for the if statement, and if error is not equal to nil, then we'll return nil and we'll return something for the errors. We'll say error invalid user data. But we don't have this error here, right? We don't have this error failed to unmarshal record. We don't have error invalid user data. We just have error failed to fetch record. That's all we have defined. So now let's define all the other errors. Let me define all the other errors that I'll need in this entire file in the beginning itself. So we'll say error failed to unmarshal record is equal to failed to unmarshal record and error and I'll add error invalid user data is equal to invalid user data. Invalid email also will be there. Invalid email is equal to invalid email. Then we'll have could not marshal item and could not delete item. So then we'll have could not put item. So we'll say error could not dynamo put item is equal to could not dynamo put item. And user already exists. User does not exist. User.user does not exist. So why do I need all these errors? Obviously, by now you would have understood. I'll just give you an example that when creating a user, right? If we check if that user already exists, then we don't need to create that user. So that's why we need this kind of an error. And if we're updating a user, then or deleting a user, we can use this. That user does not exist. So why are you trying to update that user, right? That's why I'm just thinking about all type of error functions I'll need, error statements I'll need. So depending on that, I've just created them. So coming back to your create user, right? Here, now we'll start validating the email. So we'll say validators is the package that we have created together, right? This one. And the function that we created in that package is email valid, and u is the variable that you defined. And now after unmarshalling the request that you in the body of the request that you got from let's say Postman or from the terminal as JSON, you captured that in u. So now Golang can easily understand you because it's unmarshaled, right? It's not JSON anymore. So you can access u.email and you can run the validation function on it. So here the spelling is wrong. So it should have been is email valid, and you'll return nil comma errors dot new error invalid email, right? And now the reason why I created this error is because I want to see if that user already exists. Right? So if that user already exists, then you don't need to create it. So we need to throw an error. So we'll check if the user already exists, right? So I won't put that comment actually, I was just trying to show you. So to check if the user actually exists, you have to run the fetch user function. You'll say u.email comma table name comma Dyna client, and you'll capture whatever comes from this function in current user, and we won't handle the error. So I'll put a blank there. So if current user is not equal to nil, that means there is this user exists, right? If current user is not equal to nil, and length of current user dot email is not equal to 0, then you return nil comma errors dot new error user already exists. And so all of this if the user exists, but if the user doesn't exist, you will just save that user, right? So how do you save that? So first, to save that, obviously whatever you now have in you want to start marshalling it, right? So that DynamoDB can understand it now. So you'll say DynamoDB attribute dot marshal map u, and you'll capture this in AV, and you'll check for the error. So if there's an error, we'll return nil, and errors.new error could not marshal item, which we've already defined. We've already defined this error, right? And now you want to start creating your data that you will be sending to DynamoDB. So how would you do that? You'll say DynamoDB dot put item input. Item is AV, comma, table name is AWS dot string table name, and finally you'll say DynaClient dot put item, and you'll send this input that you've defined here. Sorry, I missed the is equal to sign by mistake. Similar to fetch users, right? You created this input and then you call the DynaClient function. Similarly, you're doing that. The same thing here, you're calling the put item function. And you'll capture that in a blank character, blank variable, or you'll get an error from here, and if error is there, then you'll just handle it very easily. You'll say return nil, comma, errors.new error could not Dynamo put item, right? You've created this error already. But if everything went well, you just want to return the user, comma, nil. Awesome. So this is your create user function. And now you're left with update user and delete user. Everything else you've taken care of, right? The handlers.go file is complete, API response is complete, as email valid is complete, and main.go is complete. And I think for our user file, we have imported all the packages except for validators. So you need validators. So you'll say github.com, the validators package that you've already created. I'm talking about that one. So you'll say go serverless yt /pkg/validators. Let me also check what else am I missing. For handlers, I think I've already imported user, and I don't need any more packages. For API response, I don't need more packages. For is email valid, I don't need anything else. My main.go file, probably I might have missed something. So it has handlers, it has OS, events Lambda, AWS session, DynamoDB iFace. So everything is proper based on the AWS SDK Go, right? Check out this documentation. You'll know why I'm importing these packages and how I've used these functions. You already know that because you've been building it with me, all right? Then we'll come here again, back to our user.go file. And let's start working on the update user function. So what does it accept? Accepts request, which is of type events dot API gateway request, comma, table name, which is string, comma, DynaClient, which is of type DynamoDB iFace dot DynamoDB API. Returns a user, the updated user, and or it sends back an error. And we're going to do a lot of things which are going to be very similar to the create user function, which is basically we create the user. First we create the user, right? Which is the variable u, which is of type user. And we're going to unmarshal, just like we did. We're going to unmarshal the request.body that you get. So we'll say request.body, comma, ampersand u, So by mistake, yeah, so I have to close the bracket here because this is together and this is this variable u. Okay, and error not equal to nil. If you don't want to follow along, you can just copy and paste this part, right? I'm not copying and pasting because this syntax might be new to many people because it's DynamoDB, kind of working with DynamoDB. So I'm writing everything by hand. But if you want to copy and paste, if you're very comfortable with DynamoDB, go ahead and do that. You don't need to, practice along with me. Then you want to fetch the user and see if that user even exists. So you'll say u.email, table name, Dyna client. And you want to capture that in current user. And you want to check for that current user. So if current user not equal to nil, this is exactly what you did in the create function as well. And length of current user dot email is equal to 0. Then you'll return nil, errors dot new error user does not exist. So for the create user function, we were checking for the user associated with that email because we wanted to see, if that user already exists, we don't want to add that user. But for update, we're doing the reverse. We're checking for that user because only if that user exists, we can update the data for that user. Make sense? And now exactly the same things we'll do because now we want to start. So now that the user, if the user doesn't exist, we'll throw an error. But if the user exists, then you want to start updating the table with the new data. How do you do that? Whatever you've unmarshaled right now, from JSON to unmarshaled to something that Golang understands, now you want to start marshalling it to something that DynamoDB understands. So you already know what you want to use. You want to use the marshal map function. I want to pass u to it because you've just unmarshaled. And which package is it a part of? So it's part of the DynamoDB attribute package. We'll capture it in a variable called AV, or we'll get an error. And now we can easily handle the error. So if error not equal to nil, return nil, errors dot new error could not marshal item. This one. Really straightforward. Now you just want to create your input item and then you want to just call the Dyna client function. Only 2 steps remaining. So you'll say input is equal to ampersand DynamoDB dot put item input, and the item is equal to AV, the table name will be equal to AWS dot string table name. And the last thing is you'll use Dyna client dot put item and you'll pass the input and if error not equal to nil, return nil, errors dot new error could not dynamo put item, return ampersand u, nil. So now even my update function is complete, everything looks okay. And all I want to do now is run the go.id command to get all of the packages that are, not there. So I think it's taking a while. I can't find my phone anyways. So while that's happening in the background, we can start working on the delete user function. So as you can see, it's all installed. I had a couple of issues actually, as you can see. And most of the issues were because I had a couple of spelling mistakes here. Instead of SDK, I did an SKD, So a small few mistakes I had made. Just make sure you get these right. You can easily get them on AWS SDK Go, documentation, or if I put, mostly I'll put this code on GitHub, so you can just pick it up from there. All right, makes sense? Just pick it up from there instead of typing it all yourself. Because I made a couple of mistakes, so it was taking a while. But now it's installed all these packages. So in your user.go file, everything works perfectly, right? Like we don't know if it works perfectly, but everything looks perfect to me. And all the packages are in place. All you need to do now is work on your delete user function, which is actually the easiest function. So it takes request events dot API gateway request comma table name, which is of type string, Dana client, which is of type you already know that, dot DynamoDB API. All right. So what do you want to put in the function definition? You want the email of the user, right? So request dot query string parameters, and the parameter is email. Then you'll create your input to the function, which is of type DynamoDB, and dot delete item input, star DynamoDB dot attribute value. Basically, you're passing the email and then finding the user and deleting that user with it associated to that particular email, right? Nothing complicated. So you'll say AWS dot string, and you pass email to that. After this, you'll say table name, AWS dot string, pass the table name. And now that you have your input ready, just like we've done all other functions, you take the Dyna client, you call the DynamoDB function, which is delete item in this case, and you pass the input to it. Input basically has your query for deletion, which is the email ID. And you get the error. And if there was an error, you'll return errors.new, error could not delete item. Perfect. Otherwise, you just return nil, nothing. Basically, that means that the user has been deleted. Now, I'm sure there are a lot of errors because I'm not using any type checking extension or any Golang extension, right? So there will be a lot of errors here. So I need to start solving them one by one before I deploy it to the cloud. So to find those issues and to fix them, I'll head over to my terminal and I'll head over to the CMD folder and I'll say go build main.go, and starts giving me errors, right? So it says on this file, line number 8, yeah, I can see the issue. It had to be double, right? That's what makes it the OR operator. So you'll run the command again, and now you'll get all these nice errors that we were expecting, right? And now we want to go start solving them one by one. So starting from line 37 all the way to line 145, too many errors. So when it says too many errors, that means that even after you solve these, it'll give you many more errors, right? So this is why I don't really, use extensions because because Golang takes care of everything. It tells you which exact line, which part, what you're missing. You don't it's a no-brainer, right? You don't have to apply a lot of brains. You just solve these issues just like Golang wants you to, and everything will run. So that's why I'm so chilled out all the time, man. So if I go back to your code, on line 37, what could be the issue? It's that I have not put comma here and comma here. Basic syntax issues, right? That's what it says. It says basic syntax issues. Here also you need to put a comma. And let's keep putting commas wherever, I think it will need commas. So this needs comma here, which is line 58 in my case. You can check it out where, it is for you. For create user, again, I'll just put a comma here just to be sure. And I'll put a comma in the input part, which is this. All right. And in the update user function, again, let's go to the input area. Here I've put the commas, so I don't see any issues here. And for delete, definitely you need to put a comma here as well as here. So now if we run it, a lot of the errors have gone away, right? And now you have some other errors. There are some syntax errors also, like 4 syntax errors and one, this one also, that you're not able to refer to this function. So let's try and fix those as well at the same time. So let's have it over back to our code. Let me see the line. First line says 88. Line 88, blah, 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 blah. Yes, M is small, whereas M should be large. What was I thinking? Am I stupid? That I was not able to, that I didn't make the M, large, because obviously the function is Marshall map with the capital M, right? So this just means that no matter how stupid you are, Golang takes care of everything, right? So you don't need to be the smartest guy on the planet. So let's look at other stupid mistakes. So 108, comma missing. It's a syntax error. Super simple, right? It's even telling you expecting comma, right? I mean, how obvious can error statements be? And then people, tell me, download this extension. I don't have to download any extension, man. Golang does everything for me. And missing statement after label, 125. Missing statement after label, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, obviously, the is equal to sign is off. And then 147. Put a comma here after 147. And then unexpected. Yeah, found it. Now let's run it. Now let's see some more errors. Yes, so it found us some more errors. And now you have to go to line number 66, 76, and 140. But these are not syntax errors. So here you'll have to think a little bit as to why there's an error there. So head over back to your code on line 66. Line 66. Yeah, so it says, let's look at the error. It says, cannot use result.items and something to do with this function called unmarshal map. That is because you're receiving items, not item. You're receiving multiple items, right? So you can't use the unmarshal map function here. You'll just use unmarshal list of maps. Super simple, man. Super simple. 76, line 76. All right. It says blah, 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 blah. Request.body. See, it says request.body undefined. And it also says does not have body with capital B. Right? I mean, you can be the stupidest person on the planet and fix this issue because you just had to make this B capital, right? So that's how intuitive Golang is. And then you go to line number 140. Line number 140. I mean, I can guarantee you that you can't do something like this with any other language, right? It says there's a problem with this function, obviously, because there's a spelling mistake here. Parameters, everything is fixed now. And now let's see. So it gives me another error. It says unmarshal list of map is wrong. Yeah, because I made a mistake again. It should have been unmarshaled list of maps, not map. Awesome. So now that your user.go file is sorted, as in it first shows you the syntax errors, you've solved them, then you solve the logical errors, and now it's giving you some issues with the handlers file, right? Handlers.go. It's giving you all these syntax errors. We'll solve them, then it'll give us some logical errors. We'll solve them as well, and then we're good to go. All right. So we're on the right path. And now let's go back to our code. So open up your code and start from line 19. Line 19. Put a comma here. Line 42. 42. Put a comma here. It's because it's saying it's expecting a comma from you, right? And line 54. Put a comma. Line 59. Blah 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 blah. Put a comma. Line 66 and 72. Line 66. Put a comma. 72. Put a comma. All right. Now you start getting the real errors, right? The real errors. So line 22, we just solved this issue on the other file. Line 22, because the spelling of parameters is wrong. And now you want to worry about line 9. Line 9. So one thing to notice is that it's line 9, but of another file, API response.go. So open up the API response.go file, and here I can see there's an issue. All right, I fixed the issue. It was basically to do with those brackets, and now it's starting to show me issues with main.go file, which is what I want. I want to fix the main.go file issues, but on line 44. Line 44, let me see what's happening. Okay, yeah, I can see it. I can see the issue. It's basically all the cases have to be together. And by mistake, I'd written this outside the bracket, also the switch bracket, and I've included inside. So that error should also go away. And now when I do this, it's created the go build main.go file for me. So let me see if it has. Yeah, I can see the main file. I just have to move it here to my build folder. And I've created the build file without any issues, no errors, right? So now let's start the deployment process. Before you do anything else, you need to first create a zip file. So you'll just come here, you'll say zip -jrm build/main.zip from build/main. So build is your folder, main is the build that you've created for in your folder, and build/main.zip will be the zip file using the zip function. Maybe in your Linux you don't have zip, you'll have to install it using sudo apt-get install zip. So now if we check here, we can see the main.zip file in my build folder. And now we're ready to kind of start uploading it on Lambda, on AWS Lambda. But as you remember, I told you that I have Windows installed. On that I'm running the WSL. On that I'm running this Ubuntu, and on top of that I've built this folder, right? So I need to be able to access this main.zip file from my Windows to be able to install, like upload it on my AWS Golang AWS Lambda dashboard. So for that I'll do something. So in order to help me to do that, I have to run this command, explorer.exe . And now hopefully it should open. Yeah, it has opened up the Explorer at this location for me, and I'll copy this. I'll put this on my desktop. Awesome. And now I can start to deploy this on my AWS console.
So you want to start deploying, but there's one thing I wanted to change, is this table name. So I'll keep this table name same as the name of my program. go serverless YT. Okay, just for consistency's sake, because we'll have to create this table in DynamoDB. And let me just search if I was using the other table name. Sorry, I'll just Control Z. And I'll just see if I was using this table name anywhere else in any other file. No, it's this only place. There's only one place where I was using it. So here the table name has to be changed. You'll say go serverless YT. Okay. And now is when we start deploying. So log into your console and head over to Lambda. You have to just create function, go serverless YT. So we're using Golang 1.x. I think we'll have to change the execution roles. Create new role from AWS policy template. So this option is what you have to select. And the role name, go serverless YT executor. From the templates, you have to choose simple microservice permissions. Create function. Successfully created, right? Now you want to change the handler. So as you know, our main, the file that we'll be uploading is called the main file. That's what our build is called, right? So we'll have to change the handler to main. Upload the zip file and upload it. Go back to AWS and go to DynamoDB. And you will click on create table. Table name. So table name is what you selected here. Go serverless YT. Simple, right? Because we've kept everything with the same name. So, and primary key. So it says enter the partition key name. I think this is the primary key. Yeah, it's the primary key. The primary key in our case is email, which is string, obviously. And everything else is same, and we can just create the database. Active. It's now active, so now we can proceed to the next stage, which is configuring your API gateway. So head over to your API gateway. Create API. You want to build a REST API. Protocol is REST. Select new API here. And now you want to put the API name, which is go serverless YT. And you then create the API. From the actions, select create method, select any, and here you'll select integration type Lambda function and check this, use Lambda proxy integration, and give the name of the Lambda function here, which is go serverless YT. And you also have to ensure this is checked, default timeout. Now we need to deploy our API. So from actions, deploy API. Select new stage. Stage name is staging. And deploy. So this is your URL that you get here. which you'll be using right now to test. So let's test it out. I'm expecting some errors to be there, but not a problem. Let's clear our screen. And first we'll have to build this command. So just give me a second. So here are my 4 commands. And obviously this is post, which is creating a user. This is get all users, get a particular user by email ID. And this last command is for update. Now we can use Postman, or you just use curl, which is the same thing, right? And you set your header and you tell it what's the request, which is post, and the data that you need to send, which is email, which is my email address, my name, and my last name. And this is the unique link that I just got. This link is the unique link that I just got from my invoke URL. Okay, so I'll post these commands somewhere. How do I post it? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll upload this project on GitHub, and then in the description, I think I'll just post these commands so that you can just copy and paste them directly. I think that'll be the best option. Or you can just use Postman, man. I mean, you don't even have to use these commands if you don't want to. All right. And similarly for the update, you say it's request put. You give the new data. Is going to find email based on that, because email is our primary key, as you already know. And this is my API link. So these are 4 commands. I need one more command, which is the delete command. So I'll change that to this. So you'll get all these in the an API gateway documentation on how to call these APIs. You can get that also. And so I'm just copying those and I'm just changing those commands. All right. So what we'll do now is we'll try and test it. I'm pretty sure there'll be some error, it'll fail, but let's do it anyway. Oh, so it worked. All right, so it created this user, which is amazing. Now let's run the second command. Sorry, this command. I don't know why it's not copying and pasting it. Now we're running the get all users command. So we'll get all the users. So only one user is there, so it's getting that. And then we'll get the particular user. The particular user has this email ID. It will get that user also for me, because there's only one user right now. Yeah, so that's also working. And now we'll work on our put function. So it's taking my email address and changing my first name to la 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 and last name to blah 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 blah, right? So it's done that. So even update is working. And now we have to work on the delete function. So if the delete function works, it won't return anything. So we'll check if that user is still there. So we're getting all the users. So that means delete worked because it's an empty array, right? That same user is not there anymore. Perfect. So that means everything is working. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. It's a long video, I know. There's a lot to follow. There's a lot to learn there. And I hope you really enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot in this project. And very soon I'll have one more project coming up with serverless stack, but it's a little more advanced. We'll have multiple Lambda functions. We'll have cloud formation. We'll have those cloud formation scripts. So, and everything will be through YAML files and then AWS CLI, and we'll also use AWS SAM for the entire setup. So that's going to be really complicated. So make sure you've done the AWS Lambda, that video, and you've done the serverless video. And then you read up a little bit more about how serverless works and all the AWS technologies. And that will really help you in the next upcoming video. That'll be slightly longer, actually much longer, and they'll have like way more complicated project, right? So the point of that is this is like a monolith serverless project, right? That will be serverless microservices project. There'll be API gateway, cloud formation. There will be a lot more technologies. We'll use AWS SAM for writing all the configuration files. Anyhow, so I hope you're enjoying it, and do subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. And there are hundreds of videos on Golang on my channel. Check them out. And I also keep sharing some nice advice on your development career. So you keep watching that as well. All right, so see you, and connect with me on LinkedIn. There's the LinkedIn link in my description box below. Thank you.
In this video, we're doing something very interesting. We're building an intelligent chatbot. So till now, we've built many SlackBots, but most of them have had a hard-coded command and response. But in this case, we're building an NLP-aware, completely intelligent SlackBot. So we'll be using 4 different technologies. One is obviously Golang, because we'll be writing the code in Golang. Then we have Slack to interact with the bot. Then we have wit.ai to understand NLP responses, and wolfram to actually run the computational models and get the responses from the internet. Okay. So wit is a technology that Facebook has developed. It's very similar to Dialogflow by Google or Lex by Amazon, and you can basically train it to understand different sentences. So for example, if I want to find out who the president of India is, so you can have different type of queries, right? You can ask him, you can ask the bot, who is the president of India, or who is the president of India now, or who's the current president of India. So all of these things, right? All of these statements, they basically mean the same thing, that who's the president of India right now, right? But then Slack doesn't understand it, Golang doesn't understand it. So wit is the intelligent NLP part, where wit can be trained with all these hundreds of different statements to understand that you're basically trying to say the same thing. So it basically creates like a confidence score to tell you that, okay, I've understood the query now, and I understand your question. So wit is that NLP intelligence engine, right? And then once wit has understood the query, you can send it to wolfram. Wolfram is the computational engine. So wolfram has the answer of who the actual president of India is. Wit doesn't have that answer. Wolfram has that answer. So wit basically can be trained with hundreds of different sentences to actually understand what your query means, and then it'll send the query to wolfram, and then we'll get the answer, and then we'll get the answer to Slack. So let me take you through the entire diagram of how we're going to do it. So the user will enter a message. It goes to Slack. And Slack then sends the message to our Golang server. Golang server then sends it to wit. Wit then sends it again to Golang server, and from there we can again send it to wolfram, because there's no connection between wit and wolfram and Slack and wit, right? So our Golang server is going to be the connection between all of these things. From wolfram, we want to send the response to Slack, so it has to go through our Golang servers, right? Everything, I'm sure, makes sense now. And there are going to be some packages that we'll have to use to interact with wit, to interact with wolfram, to interact with Slack. So Slacker is my favorite package. If you've done my other previous SlackBot tutorials, I'm sure you know that there are many on my channel, so you can go ahead and do those as well. So Slacker is the package that I often use. So you can look at this, Somali/Slacker, right, on GitHub. So I've kept these tabs open because all of these are important to us. So that's why I've kept all of these tabs open, right? I'll take you through all of these one by one. So Slacker is the wrapper on top of the Slack Go package, which is a wrapper on top of the Slack Bear API, right? So this is like a third level abstraction of how we can build a SlackBot, and this makes our job very, very easy. So that's why I always use Slacker. So now that I've shown you this, I can cancel it out. I can close that tab. Then we'll be using wit.go. So our commands that we get from Slacker, the user that he enters the command, we process it using our Slacker, and then we send it to wit.go, right? Using wit.go, we send it to wit, and that's how wit will process it. So wit.go, you can think of it as a wrapper around wit's APIs written in Golang. So you can use this as functions. All you have to do is just call these functions that are written in wit.go. All right, and now wit gives us some response that we need to send to wolfram, right? But the response that wit gives us has it's a really big JSON, and to process that JSON, it's quite challenging in the sense that if you know how to work with JSON with Golang, you know that it's not very straightforward. You have to use structs sometimes. You have to use unmarshalling and all that. So I found this package called gjson. So first, let me close with Go. So I found this package called gjson. It helps you query JSON very, very easily. So for example, and now this guy is a genius, obviously, so I have to give him that. So Tidwall, or actually there are so many more contributors than him. So these guys are geniuses because they've built a package that helps you take a JSON like this and then just access them like you would in something like JavaScript, right? Which is so simple. So if you wanted to get name, so inside this entire JSON object is this key value pair called name, which is an object itself. So you can, if you wanted name and last, you could just say name.last, right? And you could get access to Anderson. And if you have worked with Golang, you know how difficult it is to actually restructure a JSON object like this and then get an actual access to something like this, right? So so this library makes it very easy, and I'm going to use this in this video, and also in the future videos I'm planning to use this a lot more, so that will save us a lot of time, right? Building all these structs and then unmarshalling it and then trying to access this value. And it's a lot of work. So we'll use JSON, right? So since now that I've shown this to you, I'll just close it off. And to work with Wolfram, now Wolfram is a big technology, right? It has a lot of APIs. It's quite complicated. So there is somebody who has written a Go Wolfram package for us. Now this looks simple, but as you can see, there's so many structs, right? All these different structs are there that help you to work with, that help you to basically translate or unmarshal the data coming from the APIs. And then it's a big file. It's just one file, but it's a big file, right? So somebody has done it for us. They're calling the Wolfram API and then getting all the data for us, all right? So all we have to do is just call the functions inside the Go Wolfram package, like so, right? So you can create a client, you can get query results. Simple and straightforward. So we'll be using Go Wolfram, like I said, and we'll just close that off right now. And the other thing that we need to use, so you know that the way I manage environment, so I don't, since I make very beginner-friendly videos, I don't try and confuse you with, trying to set your environment. So I just use os.set environment and os.get environment. I do something very, very simple and straightforward. But this is the right way of setting that environment. So you might also know that I'm also a Ruby developer. I've been a Ruby developer for many, many years. And ever since Golang, I started using Golang. I stopped using Ruby many years back. So this is a Go, implementation of Ruby's .env library, which is a very, very famous and very, very popular Ruby gem, right? .env. Here you call them libraries, but in Ruby you call them gems. So this is very, very popular, and this lets you manage your environment variables very easily, right? So all we'll have to do is we'll have to create a .env file, and we'll put all of our keys there, and then we'll be able to just load it simply with go.env.load, and then we can easily use them with os.get and environment variables, right? So this also means that I won't be pushing my environment file into GitHub. So you need to create your own environment file with your own API keys. So pay attention when I show you how to get your API keys, because that can be confusing to some people, right? So this is the the Wolfram portal. Now, one thing that I have to tell you about Wolfram website is it's very slow. It can be a frustrating experience to work with it because the website somehow is stuck in the early 2000s. It's not a new website. It doesn't work like a modern website would, and the API is also kind of shaky. So obviously the Wolfram Go package makes it easy for us, but I'm just telling you because if you can see this, it's still loading since yesterday actually. So don't get frustrated. Just try to be patient, and also it gives you only 2,000 requests per month. So and you can make only 20 apps at one go. Otherwise, you'll have to upgrade. So just make sure you stay within those limits if you don't want to pay a lot of money to upgrade. All right, and I have created these two projects here. So if you want to create a new project, you can just go ahead and say get an app ID. And before that, obviously, you have to create an account in Wolfram Alpha. You have to sign up, and then you have to head over to developer.wolfram.alpha.com. And as you noticed, I clicked get an app ID a long time back, and sometimes you have to refresh it. And sometimes, very weirdly, it would have logged me out, but no, not today. It has not logged me out till now. So anyhow, so I'll just click it again. So now it's asking me for my application name. So I'll say new NLP, all right? So I'll say new NLP bot. This is the YouTube demo bot. If you don't give a description, it won't let you create a new app. So I'll say create an app. So it has given me this app ID, but I won't be using this app ID. I'll be using my old app ID, the one that I had created yesterday, which is the NLP bot. The wit.ai one, which has already has 13 total queries. The reason for this is very simple. With Wolfram, if you've not waited for 24 hours, it won't let you use, as in it gives you a lot of errors sometimes, and unpredictable type of errors. So it says, invalid app ID or some error like that. So I looked it up on Stack Overflow. And the answer that I found was that you have to wait 24 hours sometimes, or at least 12 hours for the API to work correctly. So if you create an API key right now, the chances are you won't be able to run this program properly, and it'll say error app ID invalid or something like that. Okay. So that's the thing with Wolfram Alpha. I know there are a lot of quirks with this. So basically, just remember to get your app ID from here, and that's all. That's all you need to do at Wolfram Alpha website. Right, so just copy and paste it with yourself. And then let's come to wit.ai. So here you'll have to log in using Facebook, because it's a technology built by Facebook. So we'll say continue with Facebook. It takes a while. So I have all these bots built up, and now we'll create another app called new app. And let's call it then, I already have a new NLP, so I'll just say wit.ai. I'll just call it YouTube demo. All right. So remember to keep it open, and we'll say create, and language is English. And now it has a couple of things on the left side, right? So you have your intents, entities. So we'll go to intents. We'll create an intent, and we'll call it. Let's see if there's a Wolfram intent already. So there's no Wolfram intent. So we'll just call it Wolfram. And next. Right, so we have this intent. Now we'll have to create entities. So we'll create an entity, and we'll find a built-in entity. So we'll look for Wolfram. So the integration between wit.ai and Wolfram is so deep that they actually have an entity called Wolfram search query. So wit.ai would come to know that this is a Wolfram search query and needs to send it to Wolfram. So it'll give us in a relevant format. So we'll say next. And now we have our entity set up, and this role is added by wit.ai themselves. And now whatever you send it to wit.ai, right, these will show up in your utterances. So we won't actually write utterances and train our wit.ai right now. That's not the scope of this video. You can find thousands of videos that train your wit.ai or your Dialogflow bot, right? We won't be training it. We'll be sending it very straightforward questions that will just identify as a Wolfram query and send it forward. So for example, if I said, who is the president of India, right? So with 92% confidence, it has understood this question, right? So we don't have to train it right now, that means. So, but if you wanted to train it for this same query with multiple different statements, you could do that, right? So anyways, we won't be doing this. Like I said, we won't be training it. We'll just sending it straight queries, which will directly send to Wolfram. So now that I've shown you the go.env package, I'll just delete that. I'll just close that tab as well. And I've shown you this video, which doesn't work anymore. So we'll close it. So we won't be using any of the packages that have been used in this video. We're completely rebuilding everything from scratch. So we'll close this as well. And we just need to keep our, these wit.ai and Wolfram tabs open, just in case you need your app ID. So yeah, I've not shown you how to get your app ID in wit.ai, right? So all you have to do, I think, I don't remember correctly. You go to settings, and you will take your server access token. This is the one that you want to take, All right, so just copy and paste that, copy and keep it for now at least. Then let's go to our Slack. So Slack, I'll have to go to api.slack.com/apps, and here, if you have done my previous SlackBot tutorials, which there are plenty of, you have built all these bots with me, and today we are building another bot from scratch. And we'll call it the YouTube demo app, right? And I'll select Multech as my space. So it's called YouTube demo, and you have to switch on the socket mode so that it can catch up messages in real time. So we'll say enable, and we'll call it the socket token generate. And you need to save this somewhere and keep it. But I'll come back for all of these API keys, but you can keep them somewhere safe if you want. And then we'll go to our event subscriptions. We'll have to switch these on, and we'll have to give it some events to subscribe to. So we'll say app mention, because we'll mention our bot. And then we'll say message.im. So these are the events that the bot will subscribe to, so that it comes to know when something is happening. So like let's say somebody mentions the bot and sends it a message, it will come to know, right? So I'll just say message.groups as well, and I will say message.npm. And I think that is about it. I don't need to add any more events. So always the trick with Slack is add more events than you think you'll need and add more OAuth permissions. So we'll come here and we'll add some OAuth permissions. So for now, I'll just save these changes. Changes saved. Now let's go to OAuth permissions. And here we have to add some more scopes. So these scopes were added based on the events that we subscribe to, but we have to add more scopes, right? So again, with scopes, the trick is to take more scopes from OAuth of Slack than you need. So for example, I need this one here called channels read and chat write, because I wanted to be able to write to a channel, right? And I will say I am read and I am write instant message. I am basically stands for instant message. And I'll say npm I am and npm read and write as well. I might not need most of these permissions, but I'm just going to keep them anyways. Like I said, so if you've seen one of my previous videos of Slack, you know that a lot of errors happen because you don't have enough permissions. And Slack, the problem with Slack is it won't even give you errors, the right errors, right? So you'll keep struggling with the error for a long time and you won't know what happened because you won't get the right error. So, and most of them are to do with permissions. In the sense your bot just won't work and you won't come to know why it's not working. So I think I have all the permissions that I needed, and that is about it for me. And I'm going to install it to my workspace. And asks me if I can give it these permissions. I said allow. So now it's given me a bot user token. So this is important, and in our basic information, the Slack the socket token that we created, even that's important, right? So it's called the YouTube demo. Just remember that. So we'll have to refer it, right? We'll have to mention it in our Slack channel. So if we go to our Slack channel and I say YouTube demo. So YouTube demo is not in this channel yet. So do I want to add it? I'll say yes, add to channel. So add YouTube demo to this channel. Only then we'll be able to interact with it, right? Now, what we'll do is we'll actually start creating our project. So I'm not sure if you can, I think you can see my PowerShell. So even if you're on Windows or which is I'm on Windows and I'm using PowerShell. So even if you're on Ubuntu and using terminal or Mac using terminal, the commands will be exactly the same. So what I'll do is I'll say mkdir and YouTube demo NLP. All right. So I'll just go inside that. And here I'll say go mod init and github.com/akhil/ NLP bot. So the mod file is initiated like this. So if you're from a JavaScript background, this is very similar to npm init. So it creates a mod file which contains all the packages that we'll be using in this project. And this is the direct, the absolute link that we'll use to access other files in our project. So I'm not sure why the enter is not working on this. Maybe something to do with my internet. Yeah, so it has created a mod file. Let me just check. Now what we have to do is we have to start getting our packages that we need, the external packages that we'll be using in our project. So you can give these inverted commas, or you don't. Even if you don't give them, it's not a problem. So you'll say github.com/crognol/go wolfram. If you're from a JavaScript background, this is exactly the same as npm install, and this is the name of the package, and this is the GitHub link for it. So like you have the npm library, the npm website, npmjs.com, where all these packages reside. Golang doesn't have something like that, so you have to get everything from github.com, right? And what we'll also do is we'll get github.com/joho/.env, and when we'll also get github.com/the SlackBot library that we need, and we need the JSON, the one that allows us to query JSON with Golang /tidwall/gjson. Sorry, you have to write go get in front of it. And then the last one we need is wit.go, the one created by Alex. So we have all the packages in place, and all we have to do is open up our VS Code and start writing the project, right? And here, obviously, the file that you'll create is main.go. On top, you'll write package main. You'll write import and import all the packages that you need. And here, you'll have to write the main function. So we'll say func main. And the func main will have quite a bit of code. And at the same time, we'll have our .env file. In the .env file, you'll have 4 things. One is SlackBot token. Then you have your Slack app token. Then you have your wit.ai token and your wolfram app ID, right? So wolfram app ID, I've shown you how to get it, right? From where to copy it. I already have it copied in some place in my laptop, so I'm just going to come and paste it here. Wit.ai token, I've already shown you where to get it from. Copy and paste it here. And then we have our SlackBot and Slack app token. For the Slack bot token, you'll get that in your OAuth and permissions. You'll get your SlackBot token, and in your basic information, you'll get your Slack app token here in socket token that we created. The one that starts with XAPP is your Slack app token. The one that starts with XOXB is your SlackBot token. All right. So now that that's clear, I'm going to copy and paste my. Sorry, I forgot to copy my tokens. So I'll just copy this. I'll say copy, and this is my Slack app token and SlackBot token. I have to go back to OAuth and permissions and copy it. So our environment file is ready. Now we'll have to import some packages that I know we'll use when we'll use context encoding/JSON. We'll use FMT to print out stuff, and JSON to work with JSON, log, and OS for our environment variables. And as of now, I need /joho/go.environment, right? We need other packages as well for working with Slack and Wolfram and Wit, but I'll introduce them one by one. So in our func main, the first thing that we write is go.environment, and here we'll use the load function to load the environment file. Okay. Then we'll create a bot. So we'll say bot is equal to. So here we have to create a new client for our SlackBot, and that can only be done if you have the Slacker package. So we'll say github.com/shomali11/slacker. Okay, so let's create our bot. The bot basically will have slacker dot new client os dot get environment and slack bot token, comma os dot get environment slack app token. So these are the two things required for our bot. So let me see if the brackets have been properly closed. So we have an extra packet here by mistake. So I have to remove that. And there's one more extra packet here by mistake, so we have to remove that as well. So all the squiggly lines have gone away. And there's a squiggly line here with bot. It's saying it's declared but not used, but we'll use it soon. So you don't have to worry about that. And then there are squiggly lines with all these packages. We'll be using all these packages soon, so you don't have to worry about them as well. Okay. Now, since we are in the process of creating these different variables, I think it's a good time to create our wit.ai client and our Wolfram client as well. Or maybe I'll do that after a while. Anyways, so one thing that I have to do is I have to create a function called print command events. If you followed my other Slack tutorials as well, Slack bot tutorials, then you know that this function is simply to print out the events that the bot subscribes to. So whenever we give a command to a bot, it acts as an event and it publishes to the command line. We want it to be published to the command line so that we come to know what's happening. So we'll create this function now. So this function will be created above func main. And as you know, we'll call it print command events. So in one of the previous videos, I've already explained the inner dynamics of this function. Basically, you're passing command event here. And you'll say for event, we'll just range over this analytics channel and we'll print the timestamp of the command itself, the parameters that it received, and the event name. So let's say fmt.println. We'll say command events and fmt.println again, event.timestamp, fmt.println again, say event.command, fmt.println, and event.parameters, like I said, and the event itself. And just an empty line. So our print command events function is ready. Now I had a couple of packages here, and when I pressed save, since I'm using this Golang plugin, it removes all the packages that I'm not using in the code, right? So by mistake, don't press Control S, because it'll remove all the packages that we had written here. But it's not a problem. So what this Golang plugin also does is that when I use a package here, it also adds it here on top. So it's a two-way street. Anyhow, so we have written our command for printing the events, the command events, and now we'll start working on our bot.command function, which basically handles the command that we'll send to the bot. But before that, we just have to write in some code that will help us stop the program when we want it to. So we'll say context dot with cancel. Again, this is standard code that we've written in all of our previous SlackBots, right? SlackBot codes. So in case you're new to this channel, there are hundreds of, I won't say hundreds, but there are at least tens of SlackBot tutorials. Do take a look to check them out. Is equal to bot.listen ctx. And if there is an error, that means error not equal to nil, we'll say log.fatal, and we'll log out the error. All right. So like I said, this is standard code, and I'm using the log package here, and now it has installed the log package for me. It's imported that, right? Earlier it was giving a squiggly line here. So we have the outlines of our function ready, and now comes the main part, which you need to pay a lot more attention to. Sorry, it's the bot.command function, which basically helps us to understand the commands that we give to the SlackBot and then work with that. So we'll say bot.command, and here we'll put the command that we'll send to the bot, and here we'll say slacker.command definition, and inside command definition is where all the magic will happen. All right. So this function, obviously the bot.command function, is part of the Slacker library, and this is the syntax, the requirements of the function itself, and it has a description. So we'll say, let's say, send any question to wolfram, and it has an example. Again, like I said, this is all coming from the Slacker library. It's not something that we are building up. All these are requirements of the Slacker library. So this is an example, right? Example question. These are both are static variables. These are just the description and the example of how this bot will be used, right? These are not dynamic. So we'll say handler. Handler is our function that helps us to work with the bot, or with the different commands. And when I pressed enter, it filled in all these things for me automatically. So in case you're not using a Golang plugin and it's not filled in these for you, just make sure you get this right. Otherwise, this code will also be on GitHub, and you can easily pick it up from there. So we'll say query, which is a variable, and we'll say request. So handler functions, if you've seen my REST API videos of Golang, you know that you have request and response objects, right? So request is what the user is sending to this function, to our Golang program. And in the request, you will have parameters. If you've ever worked with REST APIs, you know what parameters are. So the parameter that we're looking for, let's say it's called a message, right? And here that means we have to give a query, something like that. So we'll say query for bot, right? Put a dash here. And to pass a param in a function to Slack, when you pass a param, you have to pass it like this. So we'll say message. And so what you're telling to Golang is that in the request, there'll be a param called message. So when we send a command to our Slack bot. It'll be like query for bot, and then we'll put a dash and we'll put the actual statement. And the statement itself will be captured inside query. And then this query is going to be sent to, wherever, like wit.ai and wolfram. Now there is a there seems to be an issue here. I think we have to put a comma. That's what the VS Code is telling me. So I've put a comma here and the squiggly lines have gone away. So everything looks good. And query, there's a squiggly line here because it says it's declared but not used, right? Now what we'll do is we'll come here, we'll say client dot parse. Now client is going to be our wit.ai client, which we've not created till now. So I think before I create my client, what I'll do is I'll show you what the query looks like in the command line. So I'll say fmt dot println and I'll say query. So when we send this query to the bot, it's just going to print it out. And then let's also keep a response here. And the response will be very simple. It'll just be received. All right. Now reply gives us a squiggly line because R has to be capital. And now everything works except for this. I don't know why it could not import this package. I think we'll have to just run go mod tidy and reinstall it back again. So I'll just go to my terminal and I'll say go mod tidy. Even if I had installed the package, I don't know why it wasn't recognized here. So anyhow, this is what the code looks like as of now, and there seem to be no errors. So what we'll do now is we'll start this program. So we'll say go run main.go and let's see what happens. Okay, now we'll head over to our Slack and to our YouTube demo app. We'll say query for bot and we'll say what is the capital of India. So all we need to know now is that yes, it was able to get the message. So message now is what is the capital of India. So it's able to read it. It's also able to print it out, right? So everything works as expected. And this means we can now start writing the code. So now we'll create our wit.ai client. To do that, you need to create a variable called client out here. So let's say client and the walrus operator, and then we'll say wit.ai. We don't have wit.ai in our project, so let's get wit.ai in our project. So we'll say wit.ai, and the package will be github.com/wit.ai/witgo/v2. Now we had installed this package, but there's a possibility that Golang wasn't able to get it. It's okay, we'll again run go mod tidy, not a problem. So coming back here, we'll say wit.ai dot new client. We'll say os dot get environment and wit.ai token. Now again, the reason that why Golang is not able to get this for us is because there's some issue with my Go path, obviously. And since this is my Windows laptop, I won't try to fix it. I use my Linux laptop most of the times. So just bear with me when I run go mod in it. Don't worry, it'll install it back again for us. So here we have our client wit.ai, and it uses the wit.ai token in our environment file. All right. So far so good. Now it's giving us a squiggly line here because we have not used our client package. And that's what we'll be using here. So we'll say client.parse. And inside parts, we'll write wit.ai, ampersand wit.ai, sorry, in small. What's wrong with my caps? Wit.ai dot message request. And inside message request, you'll have to send a query. And the query will be what you get from here, from your SlackBot. So let me show you the diagram again, all right? The user sends a message, it goes to Slack, Slack gives it to Golang server, and now we have to send it to Wit, right? So Slack has given it to Golang, which is query, and the query has to be passed to Wit.ai. So I hope everything makes sense now. And here, we're going to print this out. So we'll come here and we'll take these values in a variable called message, comma blank, and we'll print out the message here. So now we'll run the program again. I'll show you why I've done this. I'm not sure why it's telling me to get this package when I need the v2. And if I say Command S and I run go mod tidy, I'll just stop this program for now. I'll say go mod tidy, and it has got the v2 for us, right? So everything works now, no errors here. So we'll run the program again. Oh yes, sorry. I'll run the program again. I'll say go run main.go. And here we'll say at YouTube demo query for bot, what is the capital of India? And it's able to get the message. And now this is the reply that's coming from wit.ai. This needs to be structured. I'm sure you agree with me that this needs to be structured, because this is not something that Wolfram will be able to understand. So we'll stop this program here, and I'll just open up the VS Code editor again. So the message that's now in MSG, we have to do something about it, right? So we'll say, we'll create a variable called data. We'll put a dash here, the walrus operator, and we'll say json.marshal indent. Basically, we want to convert that, whatever response that you saw, you want to convert that into JSON. So this adds the right spaces and everything. So about 4 spaces is the right 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. And this will add those. If you've seen JSON objects, you'll see that all of the key value pairs, they're covered in these type of inverted commas, right? So that's what the double inverted commas. Sorry. So that's what the indent function does. So JSON is giving a squiggly line here. So if I put Control S, then it should give me the encoding.json package. Yes. So I get that. So there's only one error left, which is data, which is basically saying that I'm not using data. And I'll create another variable called rough, and I'll say convert whatever data I get into string format. And we're going to print out basically this rough variable. Now let's see what happens. We'll run the program again. And here we'll say at YouTube demo query for bot, what is the capital of India? It does say received, and here we can see that we get a nice JSON object that now we can work with. And the thing that you need access to is basically inside entities, inside this wolfram search query, and inside that array, inside that object, inside the array, and inside value. That's what you need the reference to, right? And this value, this is the thing that we need to send to Wolfram. Now, there is also a confidence score which is of 92%. So 92 divided by 100 is 0.92. So it gives a range between 0 and 1. So anything above 80% or even 70% is good. And we could have taken our program further, and we could have checked the confidence score and then given the query to Wolfram. But it's not a problem since we have not trained our bot to understand these queries as of now. We won't, and our wit.ai is directly going to forward these queries to Wolfram. We don't have to worry about the confidence score right now. Okay, so you'll stop this program now, and it does give a little error, a problem time to stop it. And here you'll come back here again, and now, like you need access to this thing, right? Inside entities, inside this, inside the array, inside the object, inside value. Now, to get access to this in Golang is very difficult. It's not like JavaScript. You just start accessing this, working with this object directly, because Golang does not have native support for JSON, because JSON is JavaScript object notation. So only JavaScript has native access to it. So what we'll do is we'll create a variable called value, because we need that value, right, inside entities. And we'll use our package, the JSON package. And with the JSON package, you can just run these get queries to get whatever you want. So we are going to run the get query on this variable called rough. And we want to say entities. So I want access to my entities. And I want access to this wit $wolfram search query and colon wolfram search query, right? So let me write that here. Wit $wolfram search query colon wolfram search query. Okay, so just check if the spelling of wolfram is okay. Looks good. And now we want to access the first value of this array, right? This is an array, so we have access to this now. We want access to this first value of the array. So we do that in an array, you do that by .0, right? Because that's the first value. So with this package, with the help of this package, you can easily access the values inside an array. So you'll say .0 and .value. So let me show it to you again. So .0, which is this object, and inside that is .value, and you'll have access to what is the capital of India. It's just as simple as that. Now what we'll do is we'll actually print out this value so that you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And now we'll go here again. We'll start the program again. Okay, so it's telling me to get this package. So let me go back here. Okay, again I'll run go mod tidy. And we'll run the program again. Okay, and here we should say again the same query for bot, what is the capital of India? Here you can see we got the value, the exact string that we want to send to our Wolfram. We have it here. We were able to access it using our JSON package. Makes sense? So with the help of this bot, right, we'll be able to send it these kind of questions like who's the president of US, who's the president of India, who's the president of US, what is the capital of India, who's the capital of China. It'll give us the exact right answers because Wolfram has the ability to process that kind of information and give the right answers. So let's see how it does that. Now I'll create another variable called answer, and this basically converts the value that I just received here into string. Okay, because string is what we have to send to our Wolfram client. Now that means we'll have to create a Wolfram client, right? So we'll come here and we'll say Wolfram client is equal to ampersand wolfram.client. And inside that, here in this case there will be these squiggly brackets, and we'll say app id os.get environment, and we'll say wolf ram app id. Alright, so it doesn't, our Golang program doesn't have access to this. So let's fix that. So it's added that already, actually. Good. And then it's giving me error here. Okay, I think I'll have to create a wolfram client, actually. A variable called wolfram client. So this I have to make sure the C is capital. C has to be capital here. And here I'll have to create a constant. Wolfram client and wolfram dot client. All right, and the wolfram client comes from here. Everything looks good. Right. Now there seems to be an error here. I don't know why. Missing constant value syntax. Sorry, it has to be a variable actually, not a constant. So it's a variable. And yeah, so it has an error here, it has an error here in this place, and it has an error here because we're declaring it but not using it. So now I'll come here to answer. Actually, before that, let me just stop this program and go mod tidy again so that we get the wolfram package. And now the errors mostly have gone away except for these two errors, right? The wolfram client. So the wolfram client we have to use right now. So I have the answer here in a which is basically string in the value in string format, and I'll say wolfram client dot get spoken answer query. Now there's a confusion here that many people have, is that the person who's created this library, it should have said get spoken answer query, but it says get spoken and T. There's a small T here, so just make sure you write that T, otherwise you will face a lot of problems. So here we'll pass the answer, comma, the answer that we get here, and wolfram dot metric, comma 1000. All right, and we'll assign this to two different things. One is the response and one is an error. And if there's an error, which means if error not equal to nil, we will print out there is an error. And the response, we will send our response object, the res, right? And to me, everything looks okay. And there seems to be no error as of now. But only when we'll run the program we'll come to know. So yeah, everything looks good. And what we'll now do is, let me check if there's any more packages to be installed. I don't think so. Okay, so let's run this code. Go run main.go. And to our YouTube bot, we'll say query for bot, what is the capital of India? So it can reply to us, the capital of India is New Delhi, India. And YouTube bot, query for bot, what is the capital of China? It takes a while because it goes to wit and then goes to wolfram. See, China is Beijing, China. So as you can see, our bot can understand anything. It's really, really powerful. So let's say query for bot who is president of India. At YouTube, query for bot who is the president of Brazil. So as you can see, our bot can do anything. It can basically find the answers for all of these very difficult questions. Difficult in the sense not for human beings, or sometimes even for human beings, because I didn't know who the president of Brazil is, right? So you can get all of these answers from using your Wolfram API. So I hope you learned a lot in this video today, and you built something really exciting. And this is a very, very powerful bot. So if you're somebody who's looking for a job in Golang, I don't think there's a project that's better than this to show off your skills, right? Because you're using Golang, you're using Slack, you're using and these awesome packages, right? Environment packages and the JSON package, and you're using wit, you're using wolfram, and then the sky is the limit with wit, right? I didn't show you how to train your wit bot, but you can basically watch any other video on wit. There are many videos that focus on just how to use wit, and you can actually scale this bot up to a whole new level, right? So I hope you learned a lot in this video, and we built a bot that can basically do anything, right? It's an NLP bot, and it's connected to wolfram, so it can understand anything, it can do anything. So I won't say it can understand anything because we have not trained our wit API, but if you trained it really well, it would be able to do anything.